What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Issei was betrayed and married Ophis and Gabriel. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Welp, with that out, let's get into part 2. The night before he had also ignored her, as if she meant nothing to him. This was something he couldn't ignore. PFF ha 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 ha. The laughter didn't take long to arrive. Neru, Kuroka and Azazel were the ones who couldn't control themselves at all in the face of such a scene, while Valerie and Kurumi laughed lightly, covering their mouths elegantly. Ufufu, I'm sorry. But Ufufu. I can't help it, Ufufu. Even the Queen, Gremory joined these. Sona and Tsubaki were also laughing discreetly. It was fun for the Citri heiress to make fun of her best friend. A layer of crimson power surrounded the redhead, who clenched her fists in anger. You! He roared while looking at him murderously. The redhead's servants couldn't help but shudder at the homicidal side she showed, since they had rarely seen her this furious. Azazel watched the events with interest, while a small smile made its way across his face. Instead, the masked man simply watched her impassively. You should calm down, Rias Gremory. Do you forget that we have things to talk about? He said with a neutral and to a certain extent icy tone of voice. This tone made all the members of the occult club tense. The members of the Hyodo group left the fun moment behind to show a serious but calm expression. Sona and Tsubaki were surprised at the authority that the boy's words emanated. Before the Citri heiress smiled slightly, that side of the boy really caught her attention. Azazel saw everything as entertaining, undoubtedly enjoying his current life after leaving Shemhazai as the new governor of the fallen angels. Rias quickly calmed down upon hearing those words, plus the masked man had called her name. Yes. Now, who are you and what do you want in our territory? He asked with a firm tone from his desk while resting his chin on his hands. The blonde moved calmly, taking a seat on a stone for all, followed by Kurumi and Neru who flanked him, while Valerie sat next to Gasper and Kuroka did the same with Koneko. Maya stood behind her lord while maintaining a neutral expression. As I said before, my name is Spectra Phantom, and as for what I want, to just do my part of the job. He said in a calm tone while resting his elbow on his leg and at the same time his cheek on his palm relaxedly. Part of the job? What are you taking about? Rias asked with narrowed eyes. Well, I am also a high-class demon. And I have been assigned to guard this city along with the heirs of the Gremory and Citri clans, he explained with a small mischievous smile. Rias and the members of the occult club opened their eyes at the words of the masked man. No one expected it, so they were shocked by the news. Even Akeno, who was preparing some tea, was frozen in place upon hearing it. Tea? That is absurd. Lucifer-sama has not informed us of that, the redhead replied instantly. Of course, this is a decision that was made recently, therefore it is logical that they have not been informed yet, but they will soon, he added in a calm tone. The redhead, who had risen slightly from her seat, dropped into it while she processed what the masked man said. Well, since we will be working together for a while, I think we should introduce ourselves properly. As I said before, I am Spectra Phantom of the House of Dragons, he said as he stood up and bowed slightly. That simple act brought everyone out of their stupor, especially the redhead. Yeah. Oh yes, I am Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory house, she responded to the boy's Himejima Akeno, Queen of Rias-sama. The brunette introduced herself in a serious tone as she addressed the guests to serve them some tea. Tujo Koneko, Rook, a blushing lowly, who was sitting on her older sister's lap, appeared. Kiba Yudo, Knight of Rias Gremory-sama, the blonde Bishonen introduced himself with a friendly smile, but without letting his guard down one bit. Gasper Vladi, Bishop of Rias Gremory, Little Dampire introduced himself with confidence as he had Valerie next to him. Zenobia Corda, Knight, it was the blue-haired girl's turn, who looked very serious. Asia Argento, Bishop of Rias Onisama, a worried nun concluded the presentation of the redhead's peerage title. Shidu Irina, Ace of Michael-sama and representative of Heaven, the brunette with pigtails introduced herself with unusual calm. Ravel Phoenix, manager of the Oppi Dragon and member of the occult club, Little Phoenix now introduced herself, without stopping analyzing the masked man. Azazel, professor in charge of the Occult Research Club, finished the fallen with crossed arms reaffirmed in the window. The masked man nodded at everyone's presentation. Only my pawn and my second rook are missing, the redhead reported with a somewhat uncomfortable tone that everyone noticed, but chose to remain silent. I understand, in that case, girls, your turn. he ordered in a soft voice as he addressed his group. Tokisaki Kurumi, Queen of Spectrosama. It's a pleasure. The brunette introduced herself first with a sensual tone that made everyone blush, Kiba and Gasper included. Even Azazel couldn't help but blush, just like the first time she showed up at the music club with the Citri clan. On the part of the members of the occult club, they left their reaction aside when they felt the power level of the girl in question, not wanting to think about what her real power level was when in battle. They had realized that she was holding back her power. Kuroka, I'm a rook, Naya. It was the Nekashu's turn, who spoke in a playful tone while caressing the lowly's head. This surprised everyone, since it was the same piece that Koneko had received from the redhead. Valerie Teeps, Bishop of Spectrosama, the Dampire introduced herself with a small smile. Neru, Knight of Spectrosama, the blonde proclaimed while adopting a pose of pride and superiority. Kiba and Zenobia felt small in his presence for some strange reason. My name is Maya, personal lady of Spectrosama, the maid was introduced last. Rias and Akeno couldn't compare the look this girl gave them with that of Graphia, although her power level was nothing comparable to the Queen of the Lucifer group. Shaking off those brief thoughts, the redhead quickly noted the question that was on her mind regarding the subject in front of her. Spectra Phantom. I want to know. Why do you claim to be a high-class demon if you give off the aura of a dragon? The girl asked with authority. In addition to the fact that none of your pieces give off demonic power, how do you know if you are telling the truth? The brunette of the group now asked with a serious tone and full of authority to a certain point. The masked man smiled with some mockery, managing to annoy the Queen of the Gremory group, who looked at him intensely. Let's say that I am a special case, but despite that I am still considered a demon in the earthly world, the same applies to the pieces that make up my peerage title, see? He explained in a lazy tone while showing a case to the redhead and company. They widened their eyes slightly as they recognized Ajuka Beelzebub's signature on the case, before the boy opened it, revealing 6 pawn pieces inside. Also, as you can see, I only have 6 pawns left and I will have a complete peerage, he added as he closed it and proceeded to put it in his pocket. The redhead had to reluctantly accept that the boy was not lying. Lastly, I am a dragon, although that should be more than clear, he added finally while his gaze was directed at the little Nekashu. She felt a little self-conscious before the boy's gaze, especially because of that mask he was wearing. I understand that. But still, your servants are not demons, the black-haired Gremory pointed out, dissatisfied with the boy's explanation. He did not seem upset or offended by the tone used, something that Rias was mentally grateful for. Taking a sip of his tea, the boy tasted the liquid with complete calm, which only exasperated the brunette. That is due to my own nature, the reincarnation effect was affected when I received the piece from King, therefore, when someone receives one of my pieces their nature is not affected beyond certain specifications, he explained. Best he could. The entire room was silent. Azazel only found them amusing, especially knowing that he had a lot to do with the creation of that set of pieces. Sona and Tsubaki laughed internally as they looked at the shocked expression that the redhead had on her face when she understood what the boy was referring to. Rias and company had a face of complete stupefaction. If this guy was right, then he possessed the rarest set of pieces, something that not even mutation piece could achieve. Instinctively, their gazes fell on the blonde girl in revealing clothes, noticing her human nature easily, but also noticing the aura of the night that the piece always gave. Not only that, since when studying the other members of their peerage they felt the vampire aura coming from Valerie and the yokai in Kuroka, as well as the dragon aura from the black-haired girl, explaining why her power it felt so powerful. Why now? I see, Akeno was the first to come out of her shock. The others came to their senses, although internally they were still shocked by such a revelation. Well, I guess that answers your questions. We would only have to discuss how we will have surveillance of this city, the masked man said as he put his feet up on the coffee table and drank another bit of tea. His nature as a dragon was evident to the club members, being quite carefree and to a certain extent disrespectful when they saw him do that. Although they could also say that he could be elegant and polite when the situation called for it. Yes. Sona, what do you think? Rias addressed the other heiress seriously. She drank a little of her tea, before looking at her friend. I suggest making teams with members of the 3 groups, so they can get to know each other better since we will be fighting side by side if things get difficult, and trust is an important requirement between allies, he explained his suggestion with a serious look. The redhead nodded in surprise at Sona Citri's words, since she had addressed a very important point. She could see how the masked man had a small smile that reflected admiration for his friend. Something that somehow bothered him. I agree with Sona-san's plan. What do you think, Gremory girl? he commented, and then turned towards the redhead. She looked at him doubtfully. After all, he had previously called her by her name. Yes, that's fine with me. By the way, I thought the issue of how you address me was already resolved, he said with a forced smile and a twitch in his eye. The masked blonde gave her an impassive look, although inside he was laughing so hard at annoying the redhead. Unlike you, Sona-san was polite to me when we first met and she didn't try to intimidate me like a certain princess of Crimson Ruin, she explained in a serious tone, giving what seemed like a reproachful look. Although with the mask it was difficult to tell. Still, Rias had the decency to blush at the boy's words, but managed to hold his gaze. As king of the Gremory group, I expected more from you, but losing your composure due to being ignored seems very childish to me on the part of an heir to one of the 72 pillars of the underworld, she explained in an inflexible tone. Rias felt greatly offended by those words, but she couldn't reply anything since he was somewhat right. The others present stood still upon hearing those words from the boy, and the Gremory group was preparing to defend their king, but the masked man spoke again. Although it is natural for a girl your age. After all, you are just a girl with a great responsibility on your shoulders, plus here in Kuo you can be that ordinary teenager who has nothing to do with the Gremory clan, he said now in a softer tone. Rias opened her eyes in shock at the ease with which the boy had read her. I really don't care if you are the heir of the Gremory clan. In my eyes you are just a Gremory girl, someone childish and easy to annoy for my personal enjoyment, she said again while drinking the last of her tea. Rias looked at him in shock at his words. Even her own entourage looked at the masked man in amazement. I didn't expect less from a dragon, some things really happen, he, an amused Azazel commented. The redhead came out of her stupor when she saw how the boy got up from his seat followed by the members of his peerage. I think we're done here, now I'm going to discuss some things with Sona Citri, he informed the redhead. Wait. We're not done yet. The redhead replied instantly as she stood up from her desk. I have answered the questions you have asked. I only have to tell you that Neru, Valerie and Kuroka will be part of the groups. If I find new members I will assign them the task, he said in a serious tone. The redhead looked at him in a bad way. She didn't like his answer. So could you do one last thing? Rias asked seriously. The boy only remained silent as he nodded slightly. Can you take off your mask? We can't trust someone who doesn't show us his face, he asked while narrowing his gaze. The masked man only smiled slightly, before raising his right hand and moving his index finger from side to side in refusal of the request. I'm sorry, but you haven't earned the right to see my face, Gremory girl, he replied with amusement. Rias and the club members looked at him in disbelief at such an answer, but before the redhead could reply anything, he turned around towards the exit of the room. If you'll excuse me, I still have to discuss some things with Sona-san, he said as he left the room followed by his group and the all for honor mentioned. Tsubaki, who was the last to leave the room, bowed respectfully before following her king. A deep silence reigned in the place, before being broken by an audible sigh from Rias as she sank back into her seat. I don't like it, Akeno commented seriously. The atmosphere had become tense at this time, while the members of the club were thoughtful about what they could witness. I know, now I have more questions than answers, the redhead growled, dissatisfied with the meeting. He seems like someone interesting, and I didn't feel any bad intentions coming from him, Kiba spoke in a conciliatory tone. Your knight is strong, I would like to test myself against her, Zenobia said now. Kiba couldn't agree more, something about that girl told him she was strong. Valerie is with him, she looked happy, so I don't think she's a bad person, Gasper said shyly. They may be right, I'll still ask Onisama about this, he said with a tired sigh. Silence reigned in the room again after those words, then another topic came to mind. Hyodo, Koneko-chan, Zenobia, Asia, Irina, Ravel, can you go and look for Issei? He asked the others. At that request the blonde nodded, while the tension in the room grew again due to the female members of the club remembering the boy. Although it didn't last long, since the named group left the room to comply with the redhead's request. I hope they find him, he has a lot to explain and his help will be required for the groups with Spectra and Sona, he said while looking at the window. The fallen one had disappeared without them noticing, somehow that didn't surprise him. Rias. Could what Oda-san said about Issei having a wife be true? A serious Akeno asked, having an unpleasant feeling at the word wife. I don't know, was the only thing the redhead could answer. The Dampire had gone into his cardboard box after Valerie had left, so he just listened silently to what both Kuo Onisamas were saying about a certain pawn, being surprised by that fact. He had not heard from him in a while, something that worried him and that he mentioned to the Dampire when they met and told her that he was part of the masked man's peerage. Now I had an idea why I hadn't seen it anymore. Student Council Hall. Sona and Tsubaki had arrived at the student council room, followed by the blonde and his group. The remaining members of the Citri group were there. The pawn, Ruruko Nimura. The pawn, Genshiro Saji. The rook, Tsubasa Yura. The second rook, Lu Garu, nicknamed Rugal. The knight, Tomo Meguri. The second knight, Ben Nia. Bishop, Raya Kusaka. The second bishop, Momo Hanakai. The team being completed by Shinra Tsubaki as queen and Sona Citri as king. The masked man greeted Saji and Rugal with a fist bump, then raised his hand towards Tomo and Yura and later gave a friendly nod to the rest while caressing the little Shinigami's head. "So, do you fancy a game, Sona?" he said while pointing to the chessboard that was on the president's desk. The named one only drew a small smile while her eyes shone with great interest. "I don't have any problem with that, although I highly doubt you can fight me on this," he said as they both headed to the desk. Sona took a seat in it while the masked man arranged a chair and sat comfortably in front of her. Just looking at the board, a large number of statistics and strategies were displayed in the field of view of the electronic display, so he raised an eyebrow before sighing. "Something wrong?" the brunette asked when she saw the boys sigh. "Don't worry, I just discovered something else about this article," he responded while removing his mask. Sona was intrigued by that, but in her mind she was wondering something else. "Aren't you worried that someone will discover you?" he asked with slight concern in his voice. The boy had his face leaning on his hand, while his elbow rested on the desk, and his eyes were closed, although a slight smile could be seen on his face. Sona was able to see him in a little more detail, noticing that he looked a little more mature and to a certain extent manly. Then his eyes opened to stare at the face of the Citri heiress. A pair of fiery red eyes looked at her, leaving her a little enthralled by the striking color that the boy had chosen to complete his alternative appearance. "No, I have taken measures. Do you think we start?" he said with total calm. Sona nodded with a slight smile and feeling calmer, and then focused her attention on the board and first moved a pawn. Meanwhile, the brunette servants were talking with the blonde servants while the maid and Tsubaki were standing next to their master. Favorite color?" the blonde asked out of nowhere. This surprised Sona and Tsubaki, with King Citri being the one who recovered from the shock and responded when he understood what this was all about. "Blue. Favorite food?" It was the turn of the Citri heiress as she looked at the boy's movement. "White. I thought you would ask the same thing. And it would be curry," was the boy's funny response. Sona smiled softly at this, giving way to questions from both of them as the game progressed. 1 hour later. Occult Research Club. At this moment, Ria saw her servants and Irina returning, although an expression of defeat could be seen on the girls' faces. "I'm sorry, Ria-sama, we couldn't find it," the blonde Gremory reported with a slightly downcast expression. "I asked Matsuda-san and Motohama-san if they had seen him, but they say that he hasn't attended classes in a month," the nun now said with a slightly sad expression. "Murayama-san told me the same thing," was the comment of a surprised Irina. Keite-san told me something similar, besides that she had left her perverted attitude to try to improve her studies. It was Zenovia's contribution. Rias and Akeno processed this information with worried faces. "They told me that Issei-senpai appears with the teachers every weekend to deliver their respective activities, although I don't know why," the lowly now explained. Not very different from what they told me, adding some rumors about a mysterious girl, and that was why she had reformed and taken her studies seriously, Ravel now said with an annoyed expression. This undoubtedly bothered all the girls in general. "I see, then all that remains is to ask Saji-kun or one of Sona's servants," he explained as he stood up. Akeno quickly came to his side. "Ria-sama?" Kiba said something doubtful. "I will go right now, even if Spectra meets her, at least my interruption will be a small revenge for the times she made fun of me," he said, summoning a transport circle. Thus both girls disappeared before the sight of the members of the occult club. Student Council. Sona and Issei had had a couple of games, the boy being defeated on all occasions, although the brunette had to admit that the boy had not made it easy for her. At this moment the last round was taking place, while the spectators watched in surprise as this time the boy cornered Sona Citri. "You have improved, Issei-kun. But it won't be so easy to beat me," a concentrated Sona spoke while moving her knight. The boy quickly moved his bishop to get rid of Sona's piece, losing his last pawn in the process when the girl moved her rook. "I see, you are undoubtedly incredible, Sona," the blonde praised when he moved his remaining knight to take care of the girl's last bishop. Seeing the panorama, he instantly noticed the opportunity he was waiting for, so he moved his own knight, preparing his move. "It seems that this is the final move," the girl said as she saw how the boy looked analytically at the board. The boy's eyes widened slightly before taking one of his rooks, so the brunette drew a small smile when she saw that, one more move and the game would be in her bag. That's right, although I must say it was fun. I'm normally bad at this game, but now I can think a little more clearly about my strategies, he said while making his last move. Before Sona realized the position of the last knight that the blonde had moved, the glow of a magic circle appeared in the center of the room. From this emerged Rias Gremory along with Himejima Akeno. They both blinked as they saw how Sona and Spectra's servants had their full attention on the desk where the chess game was taking place between the two kings of both peerage titles. His gaze met Sona's, who opened her eyes slightly as she did not expect this, and then passed her gaze to the blonde with his back turned, later noticing a mask on the desk next to him. Spectra's mask. A shocked expression spread across her face as she realized that Sona had a full view of Spectra Phantom's face without her mask. Akeno also noticed this, so the idea of knowing the identity of the masked man quickly made its way through her mind. But before either of the two could even take a step towards the desk, the boy noticed Sona's slightly alarmed expression as she looked at a certain point behind him, so he chose to turn his gaze over her shoulder. For Rias and Akeno, the boy's movement happened in slow motion, both feeling the anxiety of being able to see Spectra Phantom's face in all its glory. Then they could see it, although not as they expected. He had only turned enough to be able to see his back over his shoulder, so they could only see how a fiery red eye looked at them with slight surprise, before acquiring a gleam of amusement as he returned his gaze to the front to face him. His opponent. It was fun, Sona-san. I hope to be able to have another meeting very soon. For the moment I must go since I have things to do, he said as he stood up. The named blinked as she came out of her light trance, before drawing a small smile. Yes, I hope the same, the girl said as she imitated the boy and stood up. Issei smiled softly before taking his mask and putting it on, as the electronic iris appeared indicating that it had been activated. He turned to Rias and his queen, while drawing a mocking smile and raising his hand in farewell. In a magic circle the boy disappeared along with the members of his peerage and his maid. A silence fell in the place, which was broken by a surprised gasp from Tsubaki. Sona-sama. He spoke with difficulty. The all for honor mentioned looked at her, queen, realizing that she was staring at the chessboard. Lowering her gaze, she carefully observed the board, before opening her eyes in surprise when she saw that the boy's last move left her in check and that same thing forced him to move his king, only to be in check again. That only meant one thing. Checkmate. There was no doubt, by perfectly remembering the location of all the pieces, the possibility of the boy cheating when he took his eyes off the board was ruled out. Checkmate, he whispered without believing it. Thanks to the enhanced senses, all the demons in the hall could hear his words. Rias, who had approached the desk to see what was causing so much commotion, had a look full of astonishment. After all, her friend hadn't lost a game in a long time, her own parents and sister being the only exceptions. Taking one more look at her friend, she was surprised to see her with a touch of pink on her cheeks, which managed to shock her even more, since she knew what was happening. Sona Citri was interested in Spectra Phantom. She remembered that she had decided to marry the one who defeated her in a game of chess, which was why she had been able to escape her arranged marriage and also why she had never lost. But this guy had just achieved something almost impossible and that she herself had not been able to achieve since he met her. Why did you come, Rias? The Citri heiress asked once she controlled her blush. Huh? So I just came to ask Saji-kun some things. The redhead said with a tight smile. The all for honor mentioned was in a fetal position in the corner of the room while a cloud of depression covered him, in addition to mumbling unintelligible things. Momo and Ruruko pouted at this, knowing exactly why they were acting. Together they lifted him as if he were a rag doll, and then placed him in front of Rias, who had a drop on the back of her neck from such a peculiar scene. Ahem. Saji-kun, do you know where I can find Issei? He asked with a serious face, being imitated by Akeno. The blonde maintained his depressive aura, but still managed to respond. Hyodo. Nice girl. Lived. A month ago. The blonde Citri stammered. Rias hardened her gaze at a girl's confirmation. Sona and her entourage watched this with serious expressions. The Vritra wielder left his depressive aura, to sigh and look at her seriously. I'm sorry, I haven't heard from him in a while. The last thing he told me was that he had a girlfriend and was living with her. I'm sorry, Rias-senpai, he said very seriously. Rias closed her eyes as her mind was in chaos. I see. Thanks for the information, Saji, she thanked with a bitter feeling inside her. Rias, is everything okay? A worried Sona asked, while inside she sighed at her friend's actions. It's nothing, but I would like us to meet at the residence after classes, he asked before summoning a magic circle. I'll be there, the girl confirmed, watching as the redhead smiled gratefully and disappeared with her queen. Sona-sama. A worried Tomo murmured. It's strange, but I think this is a good opportunity to find out what's going on in Ria's head, he said in a calm and serious tone. Hyodo. I hate you. Although I also respect you, but I hate you more. Arg. Saji ranted, before two forceful sounds were heard, and then an unconscious blonde was shown. Sona couldn't help but blush knowing what her pawn was referring to. Sona-sama. What do you plan to do with Issei-kun? Tsubaki asked curiously. All of the girl's other servants focused their gaze on her, waiting for her response. This made her blush even deeper. I don't know. I'm terrible at this kind of things. In addition to this whole situation, she murmured in an uncomfortable tone. The boy beating him at chess allowed him to make his decision, but the issues regarding the heart and relationships were something he was not familiar with. He also had the dragon ritual in mind, so he didn't know if it was a good idea to try something with Issei. I could ask Serafal-sama for help, Rhea suggested somewhat hesitantly. The image that formed in her mind terrified her. And it won't be unnecessary, he responded, looking away while rubbing his arm. This was a devastating image, especially with the timid expression the Citri heiress had on her face. Saji, who had regained consciousness, was once again knocked out by a powerful nosebleed upon seeing such a scene. Then we will help him, Momo said determinedly with shining eyes. Tomo, Ruruko, and even Rhea joined Momo. Sona felt a little intimidated by the bright eyes that the four of them had, feeling like a defenseless animal before a predator. He instinctively looked at his queen with a pleading look. I recommend that you give him advice and some tips. We don't want Issei-kun to fall in love with a false image, he commented, adjusting his glasses. Sona felt all her hopes disappear at the words of her queen, and then felt how she was taken by both arms. No problem, Momo said to his left. Issei-kun won't know what hit him. Ufufu. This time it was Ruruko on his right. Sona opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Then we're leaving, Rhea said behind her. There are several places we should visit. Let's go. An animated Tomo now said while pumping her fist in the air. Without wasting time, the four dragged a paralyzed Sona who did not know how to react to the actions of her servants. The others just watched the scene with a huge drop on the back of their necks. I think we should go to class, Ben-Nia said with a little doubt. The silver-haired man of the group nodded at what his partner said, to leave the place first, followed by the Shinigami, while Tsubasa placed the unconscious Saji on his shoulder. I must go too, Tsubaki said, leaving. Sona's rook just sighed, heading towards her classroom, the same one where Pawn Citri belonged. Occult Research Club. Rias and Akeno appeared from a magic circle. The club members focused their gazes on them, although seeing the affected expression they both had did not bode well. Did something happen, Rias-oni-sama? A worried Asya asked. The redhead looked at her seriously before sighing. We found out something about Issei-kun. But it's not something pleasant, Akeno responded with a complicated expression. What does Rias-sama mean? Zenobia asked in a serious tone. Saji-kun said that Issei has had a girlfriend for a month, Rias said seriously while feeling discomfort from that word. He claimed that Issei-kun told him, but that he hasn't heard much from him, Akeno complimented. With those words, all the girls present felt irritated in some way. Kiba and Gasper felt uncomfortable because of the annoying aura that they exuded, so they silently left the club so as not to be the target of their frustration. Once they assimilated the information, they all let out a sigh, trying to calm down. Anyway, later we can ask Okasama for the details, for the moment we can only go to class, the redhead said while massaging her neck. They all nodded at the girl's order, and then went to their respective classrooms, leaving only Rias and Akeno in the club room. Do you think it's someone with knowledge of the supernatural? The brunette asked. I don't know, but I hope she's just an ordinary human, the redhead said, starting to head towards the exit. If so, then it's nothing serious, commented the brunette following her, king. Although in the depths of their minds, the idea that the boy was in a serious relationship continually hovered. And that bothered them. Underworld, Dragon Castle. A few minutes ago Issei had returned from his meeting with Sona Citri and Rias Gremory. Roswise quickly approached him with a hug, which the boy reciprocated. I'm home, Rosechan, he said in a soft and sweet tone. Thanks to the Mao, the truth is that I was a little worried, she admitted after releasing a sigh. The boy removed his mask while his hair and eyes returned to normal, and then looked at her tenderly, then he drew an amused smile. Rose-chan, we are talking about someone who could not recognize the Yandai Maos and Graphia disguised as Super Sentai, even after Seraph-sama almost mentioned that she was the Mao Leviathan and the five showed their characteristic powers, the boy said when remembering that moment. The Valkyrie looked at him in disbelief upon hearing that, even he had not realized that the other members of his peerage were seeing him with the same expression. Are you serious? The Valkyrie asked without being able to believe it. Celsius Cross Trigger, Formula Kankara, in addition to Surzek-sama's Ruin and Extinction, they used it and she could not recognize them, he confirmed, scratching his cheek with his index finger. At this, everyone present began to laugh. Neru, Kuroka and Penemu were almost rolling with laughter. Griselda, Gabriel, Valerie and Ophis did it more discreetly. Rosswise and Lefay only put on amused smiles. Even Maya was laughing softly, as she imagined a Juka Beelzebub in such a costume. At Kuo University, a certain redhead sneezed before feeling like she was pierced by an arrow with the word Ahu. Elsewhere, a certain Mao felt that his reputation was taking a heavy hit without knowing why. Back with Issei and company. See? There was no need to worry, the boy said when the laughter began to calm down. Yes, I think I worried for nothing, he commented in a soft tone. Then she felt how the boy surrounded her and brought her closer to his body. Don't think about it, in fact it makes me happy that you care about me, he whispered in her ear, causing her to shiver. You too. There are places where they can get affectionate, said an uncomfortable Griselda. The brunette and Rossweiss blushed, before slowly separating, although they instantly held hands. Ahem, I'm sorry about that, if you'll excuse me, he said as he left the place next to Rossweiss. Of the girls left, Kuroka, Neru, and Valerie frowned. Griselda, Gabriel and Penemu only shook their heads in slight annoyance. Lefay let out a tired sigh. Only Ophis maintained an enigmatic smile as he retired to his room. Training room. Issei and Rosswise were in the training room, since the boy had guided her to that place. Right now he was in front of her while holding her hands and staring at her. Issei? Rosswise said with slight doubt. Rose-chan. There is something I want to talk about, the boy said with extreme seriousness. Rossweiss' doubts grew when she saw how the boy seemed tense. Is it something serious? She asked, quite worried. It depends on your point of view, it's regarding Ophis. The boy pointed out without looking away. Rossweiss quickly realized what he meant. I see, so it's related to Ophis-sama's feelings, right? He asked the last thing with unusual seriousness. The boy opened his eyes in surprise, he didn't expect Rossweiss to deduce it so quickly. He immediately mentally slapped his face, he had underestimated female intuition. Yes. That's about it. A couple of days ago she showed me what she feels, but due to recent events I haven't been able to speak clearly with her, she explained with some nervousness. I understand, since today is the day you will spend time with Ophis-sama, you plan to talk to her about it. So I can think that you have reached a resolution, right? He spoke with a soft but firm tone. The boy swallowed, he felt so exposed to Rossweiss, but at the same time it showed him how close they had become during this time. It's just as you think, he confirmed with a small tense smile. Rossweiss looked at him, almost trembling under his neutral gaze, although inside she melted at how tender the boy looked. Rose-chan. Ophis is someone important in my life, she saved me when I died in the fight against Shalva Beelzebub, she protected people who were important to me and she was with me when I was discarded, the brunette began to open up. Rossweiss already knew, but she didn't interrupt him since he needed to say what his heart felt. She occupies a place in my heart next to yours. I want to make her happy, just like I want to make you happy. Since I lost my perversion, the idea of a harem seemed so stupid to me that I felt ashamed of my old self, he continued talking the boy. She could see how he lowered his gaze with a certain somber tinge. But above all, it's something I'm afraid of, I don't want to go through that again, I still don't want to be selfish in the face of the pure feelings she has for me, since I also have feelings for her, but I don't want to be selfish either. Hurting you by not considering your feelings, the boy said, and then looked up again. Rossweiss looked at him with some sadness, as she saw various swirling feelings in his eyes. The boy was afraid to open his heart to someone else besides her, possibly this would make it difficult to accept the feelings of the girls who were in love with the boy. She had realized that Kuroka and Sona had feelings for him. Also, Valerie and Neru were beginning to see him with different eyes, and in the near future, it was possible that the other members of the boy's entourage could have feelings for him too. She knew that she would possibly have to share him, and she accepted it, since this would be a way to heal the small wounds that still remained inside her. But he didn't think it was that serious. Rose-chan. The brunette was silenced when the girl put a finger on his lips. I appreciate that you care about me, but I knew that this could happen, that's why I'll tell you this, it doesn't matter if I have to share you, as long as you love me and I have a place in your heart I will always be with you, said Rosweiss with a smile full of love. The brunette felt disarmed by such a beautiful smile, and at the same time he felt a great weight disappear. He couldn't help but draw a warm smile, without noticing how tears fell from his eyes. Rosweiss was a little worried when she saw this, but she instantly knew that a part of her soul had been healed, since she could see it in his eyes, so shortening the distance between them, she hugged him tightly. Issei returned the hug somewhat surprised, until he felt the moisture on his face. I see, he thought, closing his eyes with a small smile, before applying a little more pressure to the contact. Losing himself in the warmth of the gesture, the brunette inhaled the fragrance of Rosweiss's hair, before turning to her ear. Sorry for worrying you. But I'm fine now, he whispered in a soft tone. Rosweiss was enjoying the closeness with the boy, especially when he increased contact with her, although hearing him take a deep breath made her blush. However, the whisper in her ear made her shiver, but she still smiled at the boy's words. Without saying anything else, they decided to stay in that position a little longer. 30 minutes later. The brunette had replaced his costume clothes with another outfit more appropriate for what he would do at the moment. Black pants with brown boots, he was not wearing any clothing on top, so his torso was completely exposed. Well, it's time for my daily routine, he said to himself as he advanced to the parkour obstacle area. Rosweiss saw him with a slight blush, since the boy had a body quite defined by constant training. Neither of them had realized that Kuroka, Penemu and Neru had arrived a couple of minutes ago, and that they now had unholy looks towards the brunette. Even the fallen had taken a couple of photos of the boy when he was changing. Rose-chan, could you? The boy asked without turning around. Hi, she responded while looking at the electronic panel next to her. This was a master control that controlled everything in the huge room. Tapping a few buttons, he set up the type of scenario that was most suitable for the boy. The entire room shone brightly, blinding those present. When the light stopped, everyone could see how the entire place had changed into a city with large buildings and constructions different from those in Japan. They were on top of one of these. This is New York City. I know you will like it, Issei, Rosweiss said with a small smile. The boy smiled enthusiastically, before putting on a bracelet with several Nordic runes that Rosweiss had created for him at his request. In seconds, the boy felt how his superhuman power and abilities were almost completely suppressed. Well, let's start, he exclaimed, smiling wildly as he ran to the edge of the roof. As the four girls watched, the brunette jumped into the void. Woohoo! The boy was heard shouting when he left the roof. This was something he did several days a week, although he had only perfected it 4 days ago, this being the second time he had requested a scenario of this level. The quartet of girls approached the edge of the roof, only to see how the boy grabbed a pole and spun a couple of times before letting go and falling onto a small second-story balcony. Jumping off of it, he reached ground level, to begin running quickly towards a car, using it to reach a small ledge of another building where he held on with one hand. Swinging a couple of times, he broke free as he gained the momentum he needed to reach a fire escape, proceeding to quickly climb the building, this being somewhat smaller than the building from which he jumped. Once on the roof, he began to run before jumping to the roof of the next building, where he rolled to break his fall before continuing to run. It may be my imagination, but I see Issei quite happy. Naya, Kuroka spoke as she watched the boy disappear from sight in an alley. The Valkyrie had felt them when the boy had jumped. Now that you mention it, it's true, Neru commented with his hand on his chin. It's as if he had left a heavy burden behind, or had overcome some fear. Penemu mentioned in a mysterious tone. Rosweiss had only listened to them in silence, but the fallen's words made her turn quickly in her direction, seeing the girl's amused expression, who winked at her before turning around and leaving the place. The other two blinked in confusion at the girl's words, before shrugging their shoulders. Both had realized that something was bothering the boy, although they thought about talking to him, it seemed that what was bothering him had been resolved, so following the example of the fallen, they both left the place, but not without planning a future talk. With the Rosweiss remained with a surprised expression for a few minutes, before turning and looking at the city with an uncertain expression, and then drawing a small smile. Penemu undoubtedly had experience when it came to reading people, plus she was able to notice Neru and Kuroka's slight concern about what the brunette was feeling. Letting out a sigh, he proceeded to leave. The boy's practice would last a couple of hours, so there was no point in waiting for him in that place. Underworld, Gremory Castle. Azazel was in Mao Lucifer's office. He was giving a short report on what happened a few hours ago at Kuo Academy. I see. So it goes by the name Spectra Phantom, the redhead murmured with a small smile as he relaxed in his seat. On his desk was a folder with information about this character. It should be said that the Mao was surprised by the appearance he used to remain anonymous. I must admit that this time it did surprise me. He commented to the fallen, crossing his arms behind his head, feeling the comfort of the zone for all he occupied. Grafia was also surprised by what the fallen one had informed them. Well, I guess I'll send a message to Rias to keep up appearances, the redhead said, adopting a serious look. Your new identity will be helpful if you accept the proposal, Azazel said, imitating Surzek's serious posture. The red-haired man muttered when he saw another file on his desk, this one being a proposal from Ajuka Beelzebub. By the way, what will happen with the engagement between your sister and Issei? Azazel asked unexpectedly. Surzek grimaced slightly, before sighing regretfully. It will be cancelled. He no longer has feelings for her, and from what McGregor told me, she will no longer be able to enter his heart again, he said while resting his elbows on his desk and then clasping his hands at the level of his mouth. Grafia looked down in disappointment upon hearing that. I see, I also investigated about that ritual. And it is not something pretty, added the former governor of Grigori. Unnoticed by them, Grafia shivered slightly, as the memory of the boy covered in blood came to her mind. Besides, the explanation that McGregor gave them was very informative. In it he highlighted that if the Detenryu had more than one partner and all of them betrayed him, then the suffering when performing the ritual would be so much that he would wish for death. Another point is that by expelling love for one of the partners from your heart, you would never fall in love with them again. If his heart was left empty, then his feelings would be sealed for 100 years, turning the dragon into someone cold and disinterested. In this case he was grateful to Roswise that she had not left him alone, since she did not want to imagine Issei as someone cold and heartless. Yes, I can give you an idea. The redhead mumbled with a small grimace. I'm leaving. I think I'll pay my student a little visit, was Azazel's comment before disappearing into a transportation circle. The redhead got up from his desk and went to the balcony of his study, observing the sky of the underworld with an indecipherable expression. Surzek-sama, the silver-haired woman muttered when she saw her master and husband in that state. Don't worry, Grafia. By the way, as soon as her classes are over I will contact Rias, he said, recovering his usual attitude. The silver-haired woman understood what the Mao was referring to, so she didn't say anything. However, in her mind she was already imagining the reaction of the Gremory couple when they knew that the boy would no longer marry the red-haired woman. Hyodo residence. After classes ended, the girls from the Occult Research Club returned home with many questions on their minds, all related to a certain brunette who disappeared a month ago. One of the most notable things was the company of Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra. We're home, the redhead announced, being the first to enter the building. Ara Rias-chan, I see that you are bringing a friend, Issei's mother said when she saw Sona and Tsubaki. She was knitting some small clothes while sitting on one of the sewn for alls in the living room of the residence, while her husband was reading the newspaper on a single sewn for all. We're sorry for the inconvenience, Sona bowed respectfully. Tsubaki did the same as her king. Ara Ufufu, your friend is very polite. You are at home, dear, the woman said in a funny but kind voice. Okasama, can I ask you a question? The redhead asked seriously. Sure, ask whatever you want, Rias-chan, the woman responded. Is what Otosama said last night true, about Issei having a wife? He asked seriously, ignoring the discomfort that the word wife caused him. All the girls paid full attention to what the boy's mother would respond. Meanwhile, Sona raised an eyebrow when she heard the question, although she couldn't help but draw a small smile at the hilariousness of the situation. Well, when we arrived I decided to clean the house a little, then I noticed that Issei's room was empty of personal things, so I called him, the woman said with a finger on her chin, remembering that day. Flashback. The woman had dialed her son's number, and now she was just waiting for him to answer. Click. Issei, son, the woman spoke into the phone. Son, we're back from our trip. His father now said, joining the conversation. Ka-san, Tu-san. It's good to hear you, was the response on the other end of the line. Son, I checked your room but it's empty, as if it hadn't been occupied in a while. The woman said with concern. Well, what happened is that I moved, they heard the boy say. How did you move? The woman asked with great doubt. Do you not want to live with us anymore? His father asked with exaggerated tears. Oh. That's because I have a girlfriend, in fact I moved in with her. The boy reported. This left both parents in complete silence. Just to be sure, is it Rias-chan? The woman asked. She had checked the other rooms, verifying that they were being inhabited and that her son was the only one absent. No, we no longer have that kind of relationship, they heard the boy say. That was something they didn't see coming, so they could only react one way. Eh? How come you're not dating Ryas-chan anymore? His mother exclaimed in complete shock. His father was petrified as a soul came out of his mouth. Regarding that, well, she is with someone else, he explained the situation a little. Huh? The woman muttered, still unable to believe it. The girls found love somewhere else, it was something I didn't expect either, that really affected me a lot, but the person I'm with was always by my side throughout this time, so we formalized a serious relationship, said the boy. Both parents came out of their state of stupefaction upon hearing the last thing their son said, since they could realize the love that his words conveyed towards that special girl he was talking about. Given this, neither of them could help but feel proud. I see, that makes me happy, but what will happen to Ryas and the girls? The woman asked doubtfully. Her husband also paid attention to the words his son would say. They can continue living in the residence, I hope they don't have a problem with it, after all I owe them a lot and I can't hate them for falling in love with someone else, he said in a calm tone. That surprised both parents. Their son was really growing up, that made them feel proud, although also somewhat disappointed that he was no longer with Ryas. They already had the idea of having beautiful grandchildren. Beep. The sound of an email rang on the cell phone they were using. Checking the device, they opened the newly arrived message, only to open their eyes in shock. This message had some images attached, being a couple of photos of the brunette next to a beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes. The first showed them both hugging and smiling towards the camera. The second showed them sharing a kiss in a clear gesture of love. It should be said that when looking at the shine in both boys' eyes they could see the depth of their feelings, but above all the absence of something in their son, although they were not sure if it was that something. I'm sure you remember her name is Roswise, she used to be a Valkyrie so she is part of the supernatural world, they heard the boy say. Their son's words snapped them out of their stupor instantly. Issei. Don't let her escape and marry her as soon as possible. His mother demanded when she came out of her shock. Ufufu, our grandchildren will be beautiful, Issei. I'm proud. The man exclaimed, crying comically, raising his thumb. Edo. Ka-san. We have talked about it and we really have plans for what you ask, since in the underworld marriage is legal from the age of 17, but I still know when it can be, Issei said through the line. At this, both parents cried with emotion. About having children, it's still very early, but don't worry, we don't have the problem of the demons, so you will be able to enjoy your grandchildren sooner than you think, they heard the boy say in an amused tone. This was something that filled them with happiness. Then his mother noticed something that made her doubt. Son, what do you mean that they don't have the problems of the demons? Aren't you? He asked with great doubt. She knew that Roswise was Ryas's servant just like her son, therefore both must be demons. Regarding that, we are no longer Ryas's servants, I was promoted so now I have my own servants, for that reason we can have offspring without problem since we are no longer demons, the boy explained. Both parents blinked at the information, understanding a little what their son was referring to. Ka-san, Tu-san. Don't tell Ryas about this, at least in regards to Roswise being my fiancé, that I was promoted and I'm no longer her servant, he asked in a serious tone. Both parents almost felt faint upon hearing the promised word, not knowing that the boy knew that by saying that he would have them at his mercy. Count on it, son. The father stated with manly tears full of pride. If that's what you ask for, then I won't refuse, son, his mother now said with affection in her voice, her son was really growing up. Thanks. I promise we will visit you soon. Jaini, the boy said goodbye. Click. The couple was silent for a long time as they looked at the photograph of Issei and Roswise. Flashback end. The couple had finished their explanation, they had obviously omitted what the brunette had told them and the name of the silver-haired Valkyrie. That's what he told us, the woman finished saying. A deadly silence fell on the place. Issei had a girlfriend for a long time. A month ago he moved out of the residence to live with her. He told them that she was now his fiancée and that they had plans to get married in the near future. Plus he promised them grandchildren soon. More details, less details. All the girls had serious expressions, even Asya, as knowing all this bothered them greatly. Sona and Tsubaki had curious expressions, hearing the conversation that Issei had with his parents really intrigued them, although Sona could tell that they knew a little more than what they were saying, not for nothing was she the smartest in the place currently. I see. I appreciate that you took the time to explain to us Okasama, Ryas said with a kind smile. Everyone present noticed the redhead's fake smile instantly. Don't worry Ryas-chan, you just wanted to know the whereabouts of our irresponsible son, the woman dismissed in a kind tone. This comment managed to calm a little the tense atmosphere that existed at that moment, at least that was what Sona wanted to think. "Sona, we will have our conversation while we take a bath," the redhead asked in a friendly tone. The all for honor mention nodded, to head to the upper floors of the residence, followed by Tsubaki, while Rias was followed by Akeno. The others retired in silence to their rooms. After what they heard, they had a lot to think about regarding a certain brown-haired teenager. The woman continued doing her thing, releasing a small sigh. The man had looked away from his newspaper, analyzing the girl's posture. It seems that they had made an irreparable mistake. Although they could also perceive that Rias's friend seemed to know more than she seemed, since she was not surprised by what she had said, they also had the slight impression of having seen her smile at the confused expressions of Rias, Akeno, and Asia. "I hope they can face the consequences of their actions," the woman murmured before returning to her work. Her husband could hear her, so he just nodded silently, resuming his reading. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The brunette had just finished his parkour routine, and right now he was on the torch of the Statue of Liberty. His breathing was labored, sweat covered his body as he felt how every muscle of it resented the effort of taking them to superhuman levels. 6 hours in a row. Not bad, he spoke to himself. The agility and flexibility he currently possessed had cost him blood, sweat, and tears, which was why he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. He had thought about training his body in an extreme way, although he was sure that he did not reach Serord Bale's level in terms of training regimen. Suppressing his power to almost human levels helped him build physical strength and stamina that would be useful in battles. One of his current objectives was to completely control the power given by Ophis when he was revived in the dimensional gap, remembering that the first time he used it against RageRevan he fell into a coma. Dragon Drive. He had also used it in the battle against Trihexa, and although that time he had no side effects when taking action, he was unable to make use of its full power, being defeated by the beast without causing as much damage as he would have liked. For that reason, he trained his body to withstand the pressure of so much power, in addition to learning new tricks to improve his arsenal, all taken from a small collection of mangas that he had put together in recent months to distract himself from his old romantic situation. With the help of Rosswise he had managed to master a couple of powerful spells at an acceptable level, one of them requiring him to use his magic gun to cover the range necessary to reach his opponents. All that added to the magical potential that he had developed by managing to dominate them. Without a doubt that was a great advance for someone like him. His thoughts were interrupted when a magic circle made its way into the training room, which had returned to normal. The magic power inhibiting bracelet was immediately deactivated, leaving his power free, so in half a second he summoned his magic weapon, aiming at the intruder. Yari, is this how you receive your sensei?" A somewhat relaxed and slightly mocking voice asked. Azazel was in front of Issei. As the only response, the boy summoned a second weapon and aimed it at his vital points. "Now, don't worry, I didn't come to cause problems," the fallen said, somewhat nervously, covering the threatened area with one hand, while the other raised it in a gesture of surrender. The boy just sighed, as both weapons disappeared from his hands. "Azazel-sensei, what are you doing here?" the brunette asked as he took a nearby towel and dried the excess sweat on his body. He. Those were some interesting toys. And to answer your question, I only came to visit. But also to extend an invitation to you, the fallen one said in a relaxed tone, before seriously saying the last part. I understand, anyway I was thinking of calling you since I need a couple of favors. Or rather your help with a couple of artifacts, the boy said with a small smile as he walked out of the room. The fallen one made a curious expression as he followed the boy. "Since you are an expert in sacred gear, I will need your help, the same one you gave to Sona and her entourage," he said when they reached the top floor of the castle. Issei's office. Azazel admired the place with quite interest, since the small library of the place contained books with quite interesting titles. Returning his attention to Issei, he searched in a drawer of his desk, until he took out a couple of sheets, which he extended to him. Azazel took them, and then opened his eyes slightly at what was printed on them. "Wow, I didn't expect this, life really is full of coincidences," the fallen one said with a mocking smile on his face. Issei blinked somewhat confused at the former governor of Grigori's comment. "I was just going to extend an invitation to you to create some artifacts based on the sacred gear, of course the main purpose for this was to test them," he explained with a hand on his chin, admiring the sheets given by the boy. The brunette had a distraught expression upon hearing what Azazel said. "Although to create these articles I will need the help of a certain person," he explained briefly, before putting the sheets in one of his pockets. "Thanks, it will really help me," the boy thanked. "Nah, don't worry. After all, it's what I like to do, the fallen dismissed with a small smile. The brunette also smiled, although at that moment he remembered something else. By the way, sensei, why the hell does the mask show me the women's measurements? He asked with half-closed eyes, as well as a small blush. Ha ha ha, so you already realized. That artificial, sacred gear gives you precise and detailed information about the enemies, the battlefield, various strategies, as well as reading magical formulas and energy signatures. Something that I consider very useful, he explained the fallen one with a self-sufficient smile. I understand that, but you still haven't answered my question. The boy pointed out with a vein pulsing on his forehead. Well, the truth is that it would originally be used for something else, but I think some settings remained intact even when I recalibrated it for you. Although I thought you wouldn't notice, the fallen one said with a carefree smile. The brunette only had a twitch in one of his eyebrows. By the way, did you know that it can also disguise your aura? One of its functions is to change your aura nature, although it cannot completely hide it, he added, remembering that function. The brunette blinked a little confused at this. Activating that function, you would become like a normal human, but you would still be you. The dragon aura would go away, but the Issei aura would continue. He tried to simplify it as much as he could. I know what you mean. And I must say it's impressive. The boy said with a surprised expression. Because his mental acuity had increased thanks to his king piece, it was a little easier for him to understand difficult things. In addition to the fact that the time he shared with Rosswise was used for this purpose, after all he had set out to be a good king for his peerage. Both had come to the conclusion that the opportunity piece granted him the abilities of the members of his peerage, although to a much lesser extent, even using a little sacred aura of the angels from the rook piece of Gabriel. The same applied to the mental acuity of each member, which he greatly appreciated so as not to screw up in the future. Well, with that said, I'll leave. By the way, I spoke with Sir Zex and he will inform Rias about Spectra Phantom. You should also take a look around Gremory Castle, he said before disappearing. Issei blinked at that last bit, before remembering a certain matter with Rias's parents. The former governor of the Fallen Angels is right. There are still unresolved issues with them. I know. I must admit that I had forgotten. As soon as I have free time I will talk to Lord Gremory and Venelana-sama, he said while plopping down on the desk. A deep silence filled the room, while the brunette began to think about all the events of today. The meeting with Rias went well. It really amused him to get her worked up. The time in the student council was something he enjoyed. The games with Sona were fun, although it took him 4 tries to beat her. Figuring out his strategy was quite difficult. The talk with Rosswise, that was perhaps the most difficult thing so far, but thanks to it he was no longer afraid or remorseful of accepting that he was in love with Ophis. Letting out a sigh, he headed to take a shower. Today he would take the rest of the day off and go out with Ophis to have fun out there. Somewhere in Kyoto. In a huge garden there are 2 figures, one smaller than the other. Finally. I managed to master it. The smaller figure said in a broken way. Congratulations, with this you can be closer to him, said the other figure, this being that of a beautiful blonde woman with golden eyes. Okasama. Let's continue, said the smaller figure with determination in his gaze, while he was surrounded by golden flames. The woman saw how the small figure, which was a girl, was covered by flames, while the silhouette within the sea of fire showed someone older than the original figure. I'm sure Issei-kun will be surprised by this ufufu, so let's continue, the woman said as flames emerged around her. Kitsune mode. Complete, he said with a serious tone. He had been training for a long time, and this was the fruit of his efforts, all for that special person. Wait for me. Issei, he thought before launching himself at the older woman. Chapter 4. Date, Fairy, Imudo and New Situations. The steam of hot water covered the room that made up the bathroom of the Hyodo residence, which was being used by the heirs of the Citri and Gremory demon clans. Sona Citri and Rias Gremory. They were accompanied by their respective queens, Himejima Akeno and Shinra Tsubaki. All submerged in the hot water of the huge bathtub. A deep silence had fallen in the place at the moment of entering, while the redhead showed a somewhat complicated expression. What are you worried about, Rias? Sona asked, trying to lessen the tense atmosphere that had been created. Although the question caused more tension than expected, being noticed by the girl and her queen. It was not surprising due to the talk that the girls from the residence had with the brunette's parents, so he knew that at this moment several ideas were passing through the minds of Rias and Akeno. You know me quite well, Sona. It's about Issei, I'm worried about him, the redhead responded with a slightly dejected smile and with some concern in her voice. We haven't heard from him in a while, we don't know how he's feeling right now, the black-haired Gremory complimented in the same worried tone. Sona just took off her glasses and cleaned them, since they were foggy from the steam. Well, according to what Saji said, he is perfectly fine, the Citri heiress commented calmly. She had to suppress a small smile when she saw how both Gremory were slightly startled and made a face of displeasure at the comment. That's something that worries me. We don't know what kind of person that mysterious girl is, the redhead said with a serious expression. Sona sighed internally. What was going through her childhood friend's head was already beginning to formulate. It must be said that if it was what he thought, then it was supremely stupid on Rias Gremory's part. I don't think you have to worry about that. After all, you are also in a relationship with Kaido-sensei and there haven't been any problems, Sona said in an innocent tone, knowing how to press the right button so that Rias would continue releasing information. This comment left both Gremory silent, since they did not know what to say to this. Without a doubt it was something I didn't see coming. By the way, I'm curious why you interacted with a human, the Citri heiress expressed her doubt. At this point her friend would speak without holding anything back. Rias blinked at what her friend said, briefly forgetting the topic of the brunette. Well, I guess, I wanted to have a normal relationship. Something that had nothing to do with the supernatural. I just wanted to feel like an ordinary girl, the redhead explained with a small sad smile. Sona mentally sighed again. She already sensed that her friend's actions were for something similar and without a doubt the redhead had achieved it, but the price to pay was too expensive. Kaido-sensei had many points in his favor. Neither of us expected it, but we don't regret it, Akeno said now with a small smile. Tsubaki looked at her, king, surreptitiously, meeting his gaze, which told her everything she needed to know. All of them would be marked by knowing what the boy went through due to his mistakes. I guess I can't deny it to you. Without a doubt the agreement they made with Issei-kun benefited them all, Sona said while staring into her friend's eyes. It was time to show Ria some of his mistakes and make her bear the consequences. At least to some extent. As she waited, Rias and Akeno blinked doubtfully. They had no idea what the brunette Citri was saying. Yes, after all I don't think they left Hyodo without explaining what was happening, Tsubaki added innocently, sensing where Sona was going. Thanks to that he was able to find that girl, who was able to take away his perverted behavior so that he could concentrate on his studies, Sona said with a satisfied smile. It's true, in the last exams he came in second place in the general table. Tsubaki remembered that small detail, mentioning it with respect in his voice. Sona looked at her with doubt at that fact, but she could see in her, queen's, eyes that she was not lying. Wow, I didn't know that. I wonder how they met, Sona said with admiration, before crossing her arms and speaking thoughtfully. Possibly it was through some demonic contract, Tsubaki suggested in a thoughtful tone. That makes sense. I guess being human she doesn't know about Issei-kun's fame in the underworld, so hers is more solid, Sona added without abandoning her position. So she only knows that he is a normal demon, but they still fell in love. Somehow that sounds romantic, Tsubaki commented with a slight blush. I must say that Rias has an advantage over you there, since I'm sure that Kaido-sensei and the other boys don't know about you and the other girls being demons, Sona pointed out with a small mocking smile. Before any of the Citri girls could say anything else, a communication circle appeared in Sona's ear. When he disappeared, the brunette stood up from the spot showing her naked and wet body, being imitated by Tsubaki. I'm sorry Rias, something came up that I can't let go so I'm leaving, Sona said seriously as she covered her body with a towel and left the bathroom quickly. Tsubaki gave a small bow and followed Sona out of the bathroom. Only Rias and Akeno were left in the place. Both had been frozen when they realized that they had never spoken to the boy to explain what was happening and their reasons for it. That Rias wanted to experiment a little more regarding relationships before spending the next millennia with him. That the other girls understood what their king was doing and followed his example. After all, they had a long life ahead of them. He now realized that they didn't take his feelings into account and possibly could have hurt him deeply. Another reason to find him, they had to see how much damage they had done and compensate the boy for the consequences of his whim. Yes, she knew that the decision she made was nothing more than a whim. He shook his head slightly to clear his mind. For the moment he would continue the relationship he had with the professor. After all, he had a long life ahead of him to make up for the boy he loved, so he would maintain his current situation a little longer. Sharing a look with Akeno, he realized that she had the same train of thought. I guess we'll make up for the bad taste in your mouth that this might cause later, the redhead said with a somewhat tense smile. Ufufu. I'm sure that my virginities and my unconditional love will be more than enough, Akeno said with her usual seductive tone, while putting her arm under her breasts, highlighting them more. That will be after I take mine. Also, how many virginities do you have, Akeno? The redhead said angrily at the brunette's statement. Ufufu. Issei-kun will take mine first. And you should know how many, Crimson Virgin Princess, the brunette said, narrowing her gaze. They both stood up and surrounded each other with aura, trying to intimidate the other. Outside the bathroom, leaning against the wall was Sona accompanied by Tsubaki, both already dressed. Sona stood with her arms crossed and frowned as she listened to what was happening in the bathroom. Rias. You're an idiot, he muttered with anger, sadness, and sorrow. Tsubaki lowered her gaze as she understood her, king's, feelings. She was angry because they believed that with such acts they could compensate for what the boy had suffered, that everything would be forgotten and they would have a long life full of happiness. He also felt sad to see how Rias and the others had lost the love of a good boy because of something stupid, since despite his flaws he always tried to make sure they were safe and happy. Pity because Rias and the others would suffer to see that they had lost Issei forever, since the boy did not have any kind of feelings towards them beyond his gratitude to the Gremory clan, specifically towards Lord and Venelana Gremory who saw him as a son. There was also Milikas who saw him as an older brother, Surzex and Grafia who considered him as their little brother, as well as the members of Mao Lucifer's peerage title who saw him as a great companion. Releasing a small sigh, he summoned a transportation circle and disappeared from the residence with Tsubaki. Back with the Gremory girls, they had both finished their little altercation and were now leaving the bathroom. They proceeded to get dressed, and as they did so, a feeling made its way into their hearts, as if they had lost something very valuable to them, a feeling that they put aside to concentrate on their current concerns. Then a small circle appeared in front of Rias. Rias. I have something to inform you, said the hologram of a certain red-haired Mao. Underworld, Grigori. Azazel walked through the halls of the place with a certain nostalgia. He currently lived comfortably in the human world, but he still never forgot the moments he lived in this place. Continuing his walk, it took him a couple of minutes to reach his destination. He sighed with some reluctance. Along the way he had met several fallen people who greeted him with respect, making him waste valuable time. Shaking his head, he opened the door in front of him, stepping inside. Searching in the darkness, he quickly found the light switch. Click. Shortly the place was illuminated with artificial light. How nostalgic. This place brings back memories, he murmured when he saw all the disorder there was. This was a large room with a table near the wall on the right side of the entrance. Tools, artifacts, and items scattered everywhere gave a certain chaotic and careless touch to the place. This place was once the research and development center for sacred gear, witnessing the birth of several artificial, sacred gear. Well, I think I have everything I need here, he mused with some emotion in his eyes. Taking out the papers given by the brunette, he looked at them again and had to admit that the boy had good ideas, although from the specifications he could tell that they were somewhat flashy artifacts. Without a doubt, Issei had taken more into account the destructive power when devising them. What are you doing here? An unknown voice made him jump in panic. From his new position against a wall, he could make out the person who had spoken to him. This one was small, she was wearing a black dress with white touches. He had black hair and dark gray eyes, almost black, in which he could see doubt and expectation. Ugh, it's you. Don't scare me like that again. Lilith-chan, Azazel reprimanded in a relieved tone. Azazel. The little girl said with a small childish smile. Thanks to the joint efforts of Azazel and Penemu, the small replica of Ophis managed to have a little more consciousness and identity, being the equivalent of a 10 or 11-year-old girl. Tell me, little one, how have things been around here? He asked while taking a chocolate bar out of his jacket and handing it to the little girl. Lilith took it to start eating it with joy, while sitting on a chair in the place and swinging her feet happily. It's boring. Shemhazai is boring. Muchan disappeared. He said absent-mindedly, tasting his candy. Azazel nodded at what the little girl said. He already knew that Shemhaza would have problems with her and none of the other leaders would risk trying to socialize with the little girl since they had no experience with children. In the case of Barakwil it was because he missed Akeno's childhood, leaving him with a certain insecurity, although the disappearance of his partner filled him with curiosity. Then his eyes widened with a realization. If Penemu was gone, then Grigori didn't have anyone in charge of the paperwork. Well, that wasn't his problem anymore. Penemu made sure that her subordinates completed the paperwork efficiently and quickly. If she was not on the premises, then Grigori had quite a tense time. Maybe I should have given him a vacation at the time. Me, whatever, he muttered thoughtfully, before dismissing his thoughts. His gaze locked on the little girl, who was taking the last bite of her candy. Then an idea arose in his mind. Lilith-chan. Would you like to live with Hyodo Issei? The fallen one asked with a mischievous smile. The two had connected a long time ago, and the little girl considered him as her older brother. At the time he had had this idea, but due to the problems they were facing he did not want to put it in danger, so he decided to wait until everything was over, and he had even forgotten about that idea, until now. Upon hearing this, the little girl looked at him with stars in her eyes, before nodding with a big smile. It had been a couple of months since the brunette had not been able to visit her, and the last time she saw him she could tell that he was sad. The fallen one widened his smile, before extending his hand to the little girl, who took it without hesitation. He extended his other hand, while various tools and items as well as various materials began to disappear, then a magic circle appeared next to him, showing a black briefcase. Ready. It's time to go, Lilith-chan. We will have a few stops, but at night you will be with Issei, he said, invoking a transportation circle. Despite having the necessary tools and enough material, some components were still missing, so he planned to go to a certain territory of the underworld to see a certain person. I curse the day I accept this position. Azazel. The shout of the current governor of Grigori was heard through the corridors. The named man could only draw a nervous smile at that. Lilith gave a small laugh. Shemhazai was funny from time to time. Taking one last look at the place, they both disappeared with the transportation circle. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The clock showed close to 3 in the afternoon. Issei had met Ophis an hour earlier to ask her to get ready since he was planning to take her on a date. She smiled a huge smile before kissing his cheek and going to her room to prepare what was necessary for the occasion. It should be said that the boy had a stunned expression at the girl's gesture, but he managed to process it quickly before going to get ready as well. Right now the boy was in the living room of the castle waiting for the brunette. He was wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt and brown dress shoes. He was wearing a brown jacket with white fleece around the neck, adorned with a white star inside a blue circle on the back and shoulders. Her hair was tied in a ponytail that fell in front over her left shoulder. Curiously, the girls were also there. They were all spending their time in various leisure activities, but some of them looked at him from time to time since the boy looked very good. Rosswise was watching TV on the couch. She watched him out of the corner of her eye with a slight blush, while in her mind she remembered all the dates they had had so far. All wonderful. Neru, who was reading a magazine next to Rosswise, looked over the boy's body enthralled, realizing the results of his continuous training through his shirt, and then looked away in shame again at her magazine at such thoughts. Towards his master, only to return his gaze to the boy and repeat the cycle. Kuroka, who was on the other side of the Valkyrie, watched him shamelessly while in her mind she already had plans for the boy to take her next time, and maybe if she was lucky they could go to a love hotel to start repopulating the species. At a table a little further away, Valerie was playing cards with Penemu and Griselda, although because she was paying attention to the boy and his current outfit, she did not realize that she had placed some cards from her hand upside down, showing them to her opponents. Griselda and Penemu had a drop on the back of their necks as they saw how the blushing Dampire hid her furtive glance at the boy behind her cards, which showed an ace of hearts and the 3 of swords. Although they didn't blame her, the boy looked pretty good in that outfit. From the other zone for all, Gabriel had seen the reactions of the all for honor mentioned girls, before looking at the boy and blushing slightly when he saw how handsome he looked. Lu Fei had also seen all the reactions, and he didn't blame them. The boy had gone out of his way for the occasion. Instinctively she turned to see the woman sitting next to her, Gabriel, who was reading manga. She felt the gaze of her blonde companion, turning to her side and meeting the gaze of the magician who was reading a book of spells. They both looked at each other before smiling, amused by the different scenes, and returning to their own thing. The boy was a little nervous. Although Ophis's feelings were more than clear, it didn't mean it was easier. He still had the small stigma caused by Rias and the others. Despite talking about it with Rosswise, he still had a little insecurity. "Don't worry, partner, everything will be fine and by night you will be an official couple." Those were words of encouragement from Drake. "Thanks for supporting me, Drake. I will try to calm down if I want everything to go well," the boy responded, taking a deep breath. "Just let yourself go. The Valkyrie always looks happy when her dates end. Just do something similar. You already have the experience." The red dragon spoke again. The boy smiled a little calmer upon hearing that. "Thanks, Drake," the now calmer boy thanked. "Issei," said a female voice. The boy looked at the origin of said voice, leaving him breathless when he saw the girl appearing down the stairs followed by the red-haired maid. Ophis was wearing a light white dress with red details and matching white sandals. Her hair was loose, so she looked in all her splendor. As accessories, a chain with a drop-shaped turquoise gem and a small handbag. Only one word came to his mind. "Beautiful," she said absently and enraptured. Maya smiled a little when she saw the boy's reaction. After all, she was in charge of helping the brunette. The girl, who had a slight blush from the boy's gaze, turned even redder when she heard what he said about her. "Thanks, you look very handsome too," she said, embarrassed as she approached him. Issei blushed when he realized what she said, but he didn't make any comments trying to deny what was said and just extended his hand to her with a small smile, although the blush was still there. The brunette reciprocated the gesture by taking his arm. "We will arrive at dusk," the boy reported, invoking a transportation circle. "See you girls," Ophis said goodbye with a smile and closed eyes. A flash later the couple had disappeared. Silence reigned in the place. "Let's hope everything goes well," Luffy said, slightly worried. "Everything will be fine, Naya. It's Issei we're talking about," Kuroka commented, lightening the atmosphere a little. "Ophis-sama has already made it clear to him what she feels about him, they just have to make it official," was the comment from Rosswise, who changed the channel without turning to see them. That comment surprised everyone, since it was something they did not know and even less expected from the dragon goddess. The red-haired maid was also surprised by this. Despite knowing who Kurumi was in reality, it was still difficult for her to believe that she was the queen of Hyodo Issei and that she had feelings for him. Without a doubt the brunette was someone quite interesting. On the other hand, they had all noticed a slight change in Issei in the last couple of days, but now they realized the reason for it. "I understand, after all Issei taught her everything about feelings and as far as I know, he was the first person who cared about her," Gabriel said unexpectedly. She remembered some things that Issei told her during their time together, that piece of information being something that surprised her at the time. Upon hearing what Gabriel said, everyone opened their eyes in realization. "Exactly, besides the fact that Ophis-sama, Kuroka-san, Luffy, and I never left him alone, that also had a lot to do with it," the Valkyrie added, reviewing the different channels on the TV. They all smiled a little. Given the closeness between them, it was normal for something to arise between them. "So I have many points in favor, Naya," said a thoughtful Nico Mata. At that moment she felt several eyes on her. "Oops. Did I say it out loud?" he asked with a drop on the back of his neck before the threatening looks of Valerie and Neru. Human world, Paris, France. Ophis and Issei were in one of the many cities in the city of France. The brunette had chosen to bring her to a place consistent with the occasion, and when he saw the brunette's bright look he knew that he had chosen well. This also completely took away his nervousness. He remembered that he had taken Rosswise to Italy on their third date after fulfilling a contract, enjoying and creating good moments as a couple. That's why he thought about doing the same with Ophis. The boy took her hand to start walking, admiring the different shops and businesses in the center, as well as the architecture of the city. Seeing the Eiffel Rook in the distance, he made a mental note to take it there later. Walking past a display case, the brunette was fascinated by several designer dresses on display, as well as a beautiful wedding dress. "Why don't we stop by and try it on?" he heard the boy say suddenly in his ear. The brunette turned to look at him, meeting a pair of golden eyes that looked at her with affection and a certain childish emotion while she smiled. "You're sure?" she asked, a little unsure. "Yes, I want to see how you look in it," the boy responded, slightly blushing, but without stopping smiling and without looking away. Ophis felt her heart beating strongly in her chest, and quite a few scenes from the romantic movies she watched with the girls came to her mind. The only thing she could do was nod with a smile and a noticeable blush, feeling how the boy lightly squeezed her hand and pulled her towards the store. Many couples who managed to see the moment between the two smiled. You could see the love for miles in that couple. Others, however, argued slightly, with the women complaining that their partner was no longer as detail-oriented as before and that he did not take them on dates. The men internally cursed the boy when they saw themselves in that situation. Once inside the place, the brunette called one of the managers and asked to see the dress that was displayed in the window. The young woman attended to them kindly, so now the boy was sitting outside the locker room waiting for the brunette. "Excuse me, young man," he heard a female voice say. Looking up, he could see that an older woman was the one who had spoken to him. "Can I help you with something?" the boy asked doubtfully. "Well, I'm the manager of the place, and it caught my attention that you and your girlfriend chose the dress from the dresser, more than anything because it's been there for a long time," the woman explained briefly. Issei only limited himself to raising an eyebrow, since it was not clear where the manager was going. "You see, young man, this place used to sell wedding dresses in the past, but the competition is tough in this part of the city. That dress is the last of an old collection line. That's why I would like to make you a small proposal," the woman explained. The brunette blinked in confusion, before lowering his gaze and acquiring a thoughtful expression, and then looking at her again. "What would this proposal be about?" he asked in businessman mode. He had perfected this facet in recent months, since Ravel stopped serving as manager for a long time and he had to take charge. The woman noticed the boy's change in attitude, so she smiled when she saw him interested in the proposal. "It's nothing out of this world. We just want them to be the models for a small advertising campaign that will include a photo shoot, the manager explained. Issei thought about it a bit. He didn't really see much of a problem with it, besides it sounded fun. I think we have a deal, the brunette said, getting up from his seat and shaking hands with the manager. Excellent. Margaret, could you please prepare our guest? He said, addressing his assistant. The boy felt a hand placed on his shoulder. It will be a pleasure, you fufu. It was the sweet voice of the girl who had attended to him first, which caused him to chill. Eh? Wait. That? He half stammered as he was dragged towards other fitting rooms. 15 minutes later. Now the brunette was wearing an elegant white suit with a silver bow. You could also notice the blue vest in addition to wearing black dress shoes. That was traumatic, he murmured with a shudder, remembering how he was undressed by the employees before being dressed again, all without being able to defend himself. The girls only gave him an apologetic look, but they still had to admit that the work had turned out well for them. I just hope Kurumi-chan doesn't take too long, he mumbled, a little uncomfortable. At that moment another girl made an appearance. Sorry for the delay, but we're here, he said apologetically. The brunette turned to the girl, only to be speechless when he saw Kurumi. The brunette was wearing the dress from the dresser, only now she was wearing light makeup, something that further enhanced her beauty if possible. She was slightly blushing when she saw how handsome the boy looked, even her hands were losing a little grip on the bouquet of flowers that completed his outfit. The girl stopped in front of the boy, while they stared into each other's eyes, getting lost in their own world. Click. Flash. Click. Flash. Click. Flash. Click. Flash. The manager wasted no time and, taking out a camera, Cammy knows where she started taking photos of the couple. You look beautiful, was the first thing the brunette could say when his brain recovered its functions. It was quite difficult for her to manage to say that phrase without stuttering or sounding clumsy, but the shine in the brunette's eyes and the accentuation of her blush had been worth it. You look very handsome too, the girl managed to respond. She felt like her heart was beating wildly, something that always happened in the movies she watched with the girls. Now I completely understood the concept that was exposed by being in front of the person you love. Ahem. I'm sorry to take you out of your ideal world, but we have work to do, the manager was noticed while smiling with a certain malicious shine in her eyes. The couple looked at the woman as they blinked in confusion, before blushing when they saw the expressions of the employees of the place, some with red faces, others with dreamy looks and some even with blood falling from their noses. A couple of hours later. The couple was at the entrance of the store handing out leaflets to people passing by. After dressing them and putting their makeup on, there was a great photo session, changing the costumes every 10 minutes by order of the manager. The boy was not complaining, since everything was very fun, plus in all the changes of clothes Kurumi looked very beautiful. The brunette wasn't complaining either, since she could see several styles of clothing in which the boy looked handsome and manly. The best part of all is that they could keep the photos and choose the outfit they liked the most completely free, plus they would have juicy discounts on future visits to the famous store. Please visit our store, Kurumi said with a cute smile as she handed a brochure to a couple. The boy took the brochure with a stupid expression, much to the annoyance of his partner. I assure you, you won't regret it, the boy said to another couple. Unlike with the brunette, in this case the girl was the one who blushingly took the brochure under the annoyed gaze of her partner. The brunette moved elegantly and used a deep tone when speaking. This was something that many women found extremely attractive. Of course, it was also something that the brunette was unaware of by not paying attention to that detail, since his only thought was to finish as soon as possible to continue with their date. Although he had to admit that it was all worth it when he saw the sparkle in Kurumi's eyes. 1 hour later. The couple said goodbye to the manager and the employees while the brunette carried several bags in hand. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Hyodo-san, the woman said with a smile. The pleasure was ours, with your permission, was the brunette's response before retiring with the brunette. Once they were a good distance from the store and walking along a street free of passers-by, the brunette took the opportunity to transport the bags to his room in the castle with a magic circle. Back on the busy streets, the boy realized that it was starting to get dark. Then he started his date plan again. Logically, it had a huge modification compared to the original, although when he took out his mobile phone and saw a photo of the couple dressed for their wedding as a screensaver, they confirmed that everything was going well in the wedding. Evening. Turning his gaze around, he managed to find the perfect spot for the next thing on his list. With a small smile he guided Ophis to a rather fine restaurant. Thanks to his income from the Ophis Dragon program, he could indulge in those small luxuries from time to time. He was grateful that in the time he was not with the girls he recorded quite a few consecutive episodes of the series, because he had a lot of free time. It was not difficult for him, in addition to the fact that he learned to distribute his schedule and negotiate with the producers. In short, he assimilated all of Ravel's functions, and at the same time it helped him stay distracted from his entire old situation. Incredibly, he had done it impeccably. Putting aside his thoughts, he used his recently mastered hypnotic powers to get a table, since it was an exclusive place and a reservation was required. This way, Mr. Hyodo, the manager, spoke as he guided him to a table. Ophis was delighted. This was really quite similar to what she saw in those romantic movies. The brunette removed the chair from the table so that the brunette could take a seat, and then took a seat in his place and reviewed the menu. Once they found something they liked, the waiter took their order. A comfortable silence reigned at the table the couple shared. "Issei. Thanks," the brunette said while smiling warmly. The brunette smiled back as he took her hand and caressed the back of it with his thumb in an affectionate gesture. "No. Thanks to you for staying with me," was the boy's response. Several customers and the occasional couple couldn't help but smile at the atmosphere that surrounded the brunette and the brunette's table. When their orders arrived, they limited themselves to eating comfortably, talking about various random things and getting to know each other a little more, in Ophis's case getting to know various personal things about Issei. Once dinner was over, the boy paid the bill and they calmly left, while the boy took her to the last item on his agenda. Eiffel Rook. Right now they were in one of the highest parts of the structure, from where they could perfectly see the city of Paris full of lights. The moon shone with great splendor, giving a magical touch to the moment. The brunette looked fascinated at the great view. She was wearing the boy's jacket, who gave it to her in a gesture of chivalry. Her eyes detached themselves from the light show when the boy took her hands and then looked into her eyes, surprising her slightly by the deep look he gave her. "Ophis, I." The brunette hesitated a little as he felt a little afraid. The brunette, on the other hand, just looked at him expectantly and with some emotion in her reddish eyes. Issei could notice the illusion that Ophis transmitted through her gaze, causing calm and security to flood his soul, so gathering the necessary courage he spoke again. "Ophis Ouroboros. No. Tokisaki Kurumi, I want to tell you that you are an important part of my life. You have been there for me during difficult times. You helped me return from the dimensional gap. With Great Red, you helped people who were close to me. You were also looking out for me when I was ignored." The boy began. Releasing one of his hands, he directed it to the girl's face to place it on her cheek, feeling the pleasant warmth of her skin. Ophis shivered slightly at that intimate touch, which showed how close and special she was to him. "In the time we have spent together, you have managed to enter my heart. What I want to say is, I love you, Kurumi," he said with a small smile and a look full of love. The brunette hadn't realized it, but tears were falling from her eyes, which were wiped away by the boy with all the sweetness he could show. "Hyodo Issei, I didn't know what feelings were. I was always alone in my home, which was the dimensional gap, living in silence, until I considered Red as an intruder," the girl began this time. The brunette could see a small glimpse of loneliness pass through his eyes, before disappearing. "I founded the Gikao's Brigade, to be able to get him out of my home, but that organization was manipulated from the shadows. I never had anyone who cared about me without thinking about their own interests. Until you asked me to be your friend," the girl spoke. At this point the girl was smiling warmly. "After returning from the dimensional gap, I started living with you. You always made an effort to make me comfortable and happy, a feeling that I was unaware of. Then, Trihexa happened, and for the first time I felt afraid," the girl said, changing her face. Warm expression for one that showed fear. The brunette noticed how she trembled slightly. "I didn't want something bad to happen to you, so I was happy to see you return safely. At that time I began to feel certain things that I didn't understand, feeling upset when I saw how they pushed you aside, then you turned back Detenryu." She darkened her gaze a little. Issei still had one of her hands in his as he continued to caress her cheek, so he gave it a light squeeze to comfort her. For her peace of mind it had worked, because the now calmer brunette smiled gratefully for the gesture. "That feeling told me to be by your side, that's why I became your queen, but only when you started teaching me about feelings was I able to identify what this was that I feel in my chest. Love," the girl said in a tone warm. The brunette felt his heart beating strongly at Ophis's every word. "That night I couldn't control the impulse. My first kiss had to be with you. With the person I love," the girl concluded, looking at him with love. Issei felt happy. He could clearly see Ophis' pure soul. Her skin-deep feelings had reached the depths of her heart. Without further ado, they both brought their faces closer together to seal that moment. When their lips met, it was as if something came from within and filled them completely. They both could feel everything disappearing around them, leaving them in a world of their own. Once they separated, they put their foreheads together and looked into each other's eyes, managing to see the great love in each other's eyes, which was reciprocated. "Kurumi, do you agree to be with me and be my girlfriend?" He asked more as a formality, but the feeling of love was printed in every word spoken. "Yes, until the end of time," the girl responded before putting her hands around the brunette's neck and kissing him again. Sniff. Sniff. They grow up so fast. Just yesterday he was an idiot obsessed with breasts. And now he's a real man. Drake cried with emotion. Although the real reason, or rather, the second most important reason after this event, was that the name of the Isekiryute would no longer be related to breasts, something that had left him with quite a few consequences. The couple separated moments later, then put their foreheads together and stared at each other with a small smile. Afterwards they simply stared at the city lights while the boy hugged the brunette and she put her head on his chest, relaxing as she listened to his soft heartbeat. They stayed like this for about 20 minutes, then the boy checked the time on his phone. 11 p.m, I think we should go, I have school tomorrow and I have to hand in my assignments like every week, the boy murmured loud enough for her to hear. Okay, today was a great day. Although I wouldn't mind repeating it, the girl said without leaving her position. As many times as you want, the boy responded as a magic circle shone beneath them, announcing his return home. However, something caught his attention. His gaze was directed towards a certain sector of the city. In the process he had cancelled the transportation circle. Is something wrong, Issei? The girl asked, extending her senses. Then he could feel various presences surrounding him in an aura that he had not felt in a long time. I see, what are you planning to do? He asked, looking up to see the boy. He kept looking in that direction, as if something was calling him. Aid. Without thinking about anything else, dark wings spread out on his back. These were black as night, with a dark blue membrane with purple tints, a little deteriorated, giving them an intimidating and spectral touch. This was thanks to the fact that he had quite mastered a certain amount of Ophis's power that coursed through his body. He had trained very hard to achieve it, even they were organic wings and not mechanical like those of Valley's, divine dividing. He had done this secretly to surprise Rias and the girls, but he was never able to do it because of what happened. Right now he was grateful that they didn't see them, since it would help him go unnoticed by them. A strong flap of his wings lifted him into the air with the brunette in his arms, and then he headed to that place. Forest. In a clearing, several beings can be seen surrounding a girl, who had minor injuries and certain signs of exhaustion. Surrender, you have no chance against us, the one who seemed to be the leader of the group spoke. Never. I will not allow them to use me at their whim. The girl replied as water emerged from nowhere and surrounded her defensively. She was breathing hard, keeping control over the liquid was exhausting her very quickly. Yamata no Orochi. The water formed 8 snake heads and tried to attack its opponents, however the attack was too slow and they easily dodged it. TSK, he clicked his tongue as he felt his legs tremble slightly before falling on one knee. It's lucky that you easily fell into our trap, commented one of the beings while smiling smugly. Certainly, under normal conditions we could not contain you, much less weaken you enough so that our master could reincarnate you, said the first one who spoke. The girl just looked at them with anger. For some time now, several groups of supernatural beings had come to this part of the forest when they heard stories about a powerful fairy who controlled the water, all in order to seize her power in one way or another. Some tried to negotiate, while others chose to be more direct, like these guys. However, until now none had been successful, since she refused. Scanning the place with his eyes, he could see several bright circles on different trees, indicating some kind of barrier trap, which made it difficult to handle his element, in addition to slowly draining his power. You will be an excellent bishop for our Lord, do not resist or this will be more difficult, another of the beings spoke while adjusting his combat gloves. She growled, as she refused to be with anyone other than her destined soul. Yari Yari. It's obvious that you don't know how to treat a lady, a voice spoke out of nowhere. Everyone looked for the origin of the voice, until they looked up, finding a brunette floating with a pair of enormous wings spread several meters in the air, carrying a girl with black hair and red eyes in his arms. He observed how those guys used a magic circle to reduce the power of their target, in addition to having a numerical advantage. Demons, he thought as he felt their auras. Putting that aside, his attention focused on the girl. Long, wavy blonde hair as well as blue eyes, a light white dress with a black jacket on top that left her cleavage visible, black stockings and brown boots. She looked quite exhausted and had minor injuries. The brunette couldn't help but look at her with concern, before looking at the group of demons seriously. Kurumi, who was clinging to him, could notice the change in the boy's aura. He's upset, she thought a little worried. However, upon seeing the girl's state, she also felt upset. It would be better if they left her alone. He spoke with an almost mortal calm. The beings looked at him with some disbelief when they saw that he was facing them alone, before one of them attacked him with a lightning element spell. "Don't interfere," he exclaimed when executing his attack. Zaz. The brunette only watched the attack seriously, then raised his hand and easily stopped it. Bzz. Bzz. The lightning crackled as it ran across his hand, something the boy watched seriously. Then he looked at his attacker, who was sweating lightly as he saw one of his best attacks being neutralized with ease. His gaze traveled between all the demons in front of him, and then he closed his eyes with visible annoyance. "I see that your master is a coward, sending his servants to do his dirty work, but that doesn't compare to wanting to reincarnate someone against their will. That's something I'm not willing to overlook," he exclaimed, opening his eyes with a wild look while the rays surrounding his body crackled louder, indicating the increase in power. His intense gaze locked onto the subject who attacked him. "I'll give it back to you." And concentrating his power, he manipulated the lightning to wrap around his fist and perform one of the few electrical attacks he knew. Lightning voltage. Then he punched the air in the guy's direction. Pram. A powerful lightning bolt emerged from his fist, impacting the subject. Gap. He had no opportunity to avoid it or protect himself, being struck down mercilessly. The other demons swallowed loudly when they saw this. "I'll repeat it again, leave her alone and get out of this place," he said in an icy voice, causing everyone to chill. On the other hand, the blonde girl was shocked by the turn of events that had just occurred. This guy came out of nowhere seemingly to help her, or at least the expression full of warmth and concern he had when he looked at her briefly told her that. "Eh? What is this?" he asked himself mentally, touching his chest, where his heart was beating strongly. However, an exclamation brought her out of her thoughts. "Damned! What are you waiting for? Kill him," the leader ordered. Several magic circles flashed in anticipation of a barrage of powerful attacks on the boy. She could see how the young man closed his eyes with regret and some irritation, and then raised his palm with which he stopped the attack of the subject who attacked him at the same time that a gun appeared in her in a small flash. All this without letting go of the black-haired girl, who held onto the boy's neck and watched everything calmly. Bang! 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 The sound of several gunshots echoed through the place, as the magic circles were instantly destroyed. This took the demons by surprise, who did not know how to react, until it was too late. Enemy chaser. Everyone opened their eyes when they heard the brunette's voice, so they quickly turned to the origin of the voice, finding the boy standing 5 meters away from them pointing his gun at them, from which several rays of light came out that covered almost his entire face. Vision. Faced with the attack range, everyone carried out evasive maneuvers, however something they did not expect happened. Arg. One of them was hit by an attack before the terrified gaze of the others. Then they realized the nature of the attack. "These things are after us." Arg. Was what one of the beings managed to say before being hit by one of the attacks. It should be said that they were of lightning attribute, so when they were hit they received a powerful discharge. Seeing that the beings were busy fleeing for their physical integrity, the brunette lowered his weapon to head towards the girl. She tensed when she saw him approaching her. Obviously this was noticed by Issei. "Don't worry, I just want to help you," he said, raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture. The blonde looked at him suspiciously, then nodded and relaxed a little when she saw his warm expression again, but without letting her guard down. "Idiot! You trusted yourself," exclaimed one of the beings who managed to get close to the brunette who was accompanying him, who was standing at a safe distance watching everything. The subject had been carried away by the girl's harmless appearance. Poor devil. In response, the brunette pointed his gun at his back without looking and fired. Draconic meteor. A blue fireball emerged from his pistol with speed and hit the subject just half a meter away from reaching Kurumi. Arg. He fell out of combat with serious burns on his body. All this without taking his eyes off the blonde in front of him. The brunette blushed at the boy's protective act, not that she needed it, but she thought it was kind of cute on his part. Plus it had looked great. "Are you okay?" the brunette asked with palpable concern in his voice as his weapon disappeared into shiny particles. The blonde felt like her insides were burning, in addition to her heart beating wildly, something that made her open her eyes in disbelief. Trying to control his body's reaction, he managed to respond with a nod. The boy sighed with relief, putting on a small smile. "Good to know. That means I arrived on time," he said with a more relaxed tone, before searching inside his jacket. The girl tensed at this. Although her heart told her that he wouldn't hurt her, the memories of everyone who came for her and their dishonest acts were still fresh in her mind. "Don't worry, I just want to cure you and for that, I need this." he said as he showed her a small bottle. "These were phoenix tears that I carried everywhere just in case." The brunette opened the small bottle to apply some to the back of his hand, where a small wound was visible. The blonde felt how her wounds were healing, in addition to her energy returning quickly. I see, a barrier," the boy muttered when a light glow surrounded the girl. This must be because his newly recovered energy was being drained again. Concentrating his power, he placed his left hand on the ground. "Don't tell me you used that stupid technique." It was the comment of an exasperated dragon. "Of course not, although the principle is similar," he responded seriously to the dragon. This filled the boosted gear dragon with doubts. With that said, the boy removed his hand from the ground where a magic circle appeared. This was seen by the blonde and the brunette quite closely. "Every barrier is basically a cover. Using my dragon instincts I am able to tear them apart without problems. With my celestial dragon claws," he explained to the dragon with his eyes closed and an expression of great concentration. Drake almost cried with emotion at what his bearer said. "Wild Claw, heavenly harrowing." Naming his new move, he snapped his fingers. Ross. The sound of something being torn apart echoed in the air, and then the magic circles disappeared as they were destroyed. With that action, the blonde stopped feeling her energy drained. That helped make his recovery instantaneous. The girl stood up quite surprised. Whatever the boy had given her was quite effective. He kept the rest of the bottle in his jacket, and then gave the girl an analytical look, making sure she was okay. The blonde felt nervous when she was scanned by the brunette's gaze, but when she didn't notice bad intentions on his part, the feeling of heat returned as well as her heart began to accelerate again. The boy sighed in relief when he saw that everything was in order. "My name is Hyodo Issei, what is yours?" he asked with a kind smile. This did not help the girl's condition at all, as she began to breathe heavily with a marked blush on her cheeks. But before he could respond or the brunette could add anything else, the leader of the demon group appeared right behind the girl with a dagger. "If we can't have you, then you won't belong to anyone else," he exclaimed, dropping his fatal blow aimed at the heart. "Hold." The girl opened her eyes when she noticed a movement behind her, so she turned around only to open her eyes in shock. The subject was on his knees while the brunette held him tightly by his wrist, in whose hand he had a dagger with a violet liquid covering the blade. "Poison." The brunette had a serious expression as he increased the pressure of his grip. "Arg. Damn." The subject grunted with difficulty. "That was a bad decision," Issei said as a light layer of dark purple power surrounded him. The subject began to sweat as he felt the boy's aura grow dangerously. A quick glance at his surroundings and he could see all his companions knocked down on the ground, with only a few remaining conscious and helplessly observing their leader's situation. "Receive this," he muttered, sharpening his gaze as the layer of energy increased more and covered him. "Garuda. Flap." In a quick movement, he threw the unfortunate subject into the sky with both hands, becoming a ray of light that crossed the sky, disappearing into the distance like another star in the night sky. The still conscious demons gulped in terror upon seeing such a movement. "Doki doki. Doki doki." The blonde girl felt her heart beating strongly. This boy had saved her by being careless in letting her guard down, especially because he looked at her with quite a bit of warmth and relief upon seeing her safe and sound. He is the one I've been looking for so long," he thought with some emotion and hope in his blue orbs. Kurumi watched everything with a small smile. The brunette had improved his control by using the power that resided within him. Against all odds, the remaining demons changed their expression from fear to one of fury and began to stand up, something that made him sigh heavily. Zaz. Boom. An object fell right between Issei and the remaining demons. The powerful impact had raised a cloud of dust, which when it dispersed showed its leader unconscious and with several serious injuries. All bravery and fury disappeared from all of them as they took a step back with an expression of absolute terror. "Take your leader and leave, and tell your master to think twice before trying something like this again," he told him with an icy voice that could freeze hell itself. Between two beings they took their leader to disappear in a magic circle, which the brunette memorized just in case. He instinctively turned his gaze to another part of the forest, where a small glow disappeared. "Tsk. Coward," he muttered with total contempt. "That must be the master of those demons." Sighing and calmer, he turned to the girl with a worried expression. Something told her that they wouldn't be the only ones to go after her. "Are you okay?" he asked with slight concern. How many times had I asked him that? "Why yes. Thanks for helping me," the girl answered, a little surprised. Kurumi approached the boy, then clung to his arm without any bad intentions. Unknown to the couple, this did not please the girl in the least. "What's your name?" the boy asked. My name is Tsukiyomi, the girl answered with a slight frown, but still blushing. You're a sekirei, isn't that true? Kurumi asked with a serious expression. This caught the newly identified Tsukiyomi off guard, as she didn't expect anyone to know her race. The brunette watched this with great bewilderment. Yes. I am currently the last sekirei in the world, the blonde confirmed with some distrust. Something that the brunette noticed was a small tinge of pain in his voice, and they could also notice a slight shine of loneliness in his eyes. Leaving that aside, the brunette wanted to get the doubt out of his mind. Tsukiyomi-san. What is a sekirei? The boy asked seriously. He could tell that the girl had a human presence, but there was also something else. The sekirei were a type of fairy warriors, who had a great connection with nature. Kurumi began to speak. This took Tsukiyomi by surprise again. Their combat abilities were something to be feared, however they were a peaceful race. Their abilities were separated into elemental and close combat powers, the former being the most powerful of their species. At least in most cases, since there were certain exceptions, Kurumi explained. This information was absorbed by the brunette quickly, while the blonde had a shocked expression. However, a great internal war was fought, which led the sekirei almost to extinction, the girl said with some regret in her voice. This took the boy by surprise. The blonde just looked down. The few survivors tried to regroup and recover their territories. After the conflict, it was learned that they had been manipulated by a man because there was unimaginable wealth in their home. Although it was of no use to them, the girl continued. The brunette closed his eyes with some regret. The blonde looked at the brunette intently, trying to figure out how she knew all that. The last thing I knew was that the leader of the sekirei and her ashikabi managed to free their lands from that tyrant, but the losses were great. The couple being the only survivors of all that hell, he said with a somewhat darkened face. The boy clenched his fist slightly when he knew the outcome, the extinction of an entire race due to someone's ambitions. Tsukiyomi remained silent, since she didn't know what to think of the brunette having so much information about her race, something that no one knew these days. Sahashi Minato, the ashikabi who survived, someone who did not hesitate to help people as long as the cause was just, someone with a kind and gentle heart, the brunette named. Tsukiyomi widened her eyes at the mention of that name. Asama Miya. The strongest sekirei and only survivor alongside Minato. Someone strict with adherence to the rules, but who did not leave anyone helpless. A great woman and friend, the girl named again. This caught the attention of the blonde and the brunette. Kurumi. Did you? The brunette asked suspiciously. Yes. I met them a long time ago. Miya and Minato were the only ones in their time who showed interest in me as a person, he confirmed wistfully. This surprised both of them. I can deduce that you are a descendant of the two of them, deduced the girl, staring at the blonde. Yes. They were my parents. Before they died they explained to me what I was and the destiny of my species. The blonde confirmed with a sad look. This surprised Kurumi, she certainly didn't see it coming, but this also brought a doubt. It's strange, since the sekirei have a lifespan slightly longer than humans, the brunette explained with doubt in her voice. The brunette paid attention to this. And the blonde looked around 18 years old. My parents sensed that a war was approaching due to the friction between factions, so they built a place where I could live for a longer time. 6 months ago the temporary barrier that protected my home disappeared, so I investigated current customs, in addition to informing myself about the supernatural world to go unnoticed. Unfortunately my skills caught the attention of several groups, he explained. I see. The brunette mused in surprise. The blonde had a tired expression on her face, as well as some fear regarding what had recently happened. The brunette could see it, so he became quite worried. Tsukiyomi-san. Do you have a safe place to rest? The boy asked. The blonde looked at him doubtfully, then denied. The barrier erased my presence from the supernatural world, now that it is gone I can't hide anymore, the girl responded as the heat returned to her body upon seeing the boy's worried look. He crossed his arms while adopting an expression of deep thought. At this, the brunette smiled as she sensed what the boy was thinking. Although in the back of his mind he felt like something was slipping away. The brunette came out of his thoughts to then stare at the blonde, causing the color to rise to his cheeks. Calm down Tsukiyomi. We still don't know if it's really him, she said to herself. Tsukiyomi-san. If you wish, I can talk to Surzek-sama, Michael-sama and Azazel to find a place where you can live in peace, the boy explained with a serious look. This caused the blonde to widen her eyes, unable to believe that the brunette in front of her had said such words. I could also talk about it with Yasaka-san. And old Odin could also be an option, he muttered with a hand on his chin. The blonde felt her heart pounding as she began to breathe heavily. On second thought, Odin is ruled out, he commented with a drop on the back of his neck as he remembered what that old man was like in front of beautiful girls. At least Azazel controlled himself, and Shemhazai was quite professional at his job. Would you do that for me? By a stranger? He asked with a weak voice and vulnerable look. The boy heard her perfectly thanks to his dragon senses, so he drew a doubtful expression, before smiling confidently. All this ignoring Tsukiyomi's state. Sure, why not? I cannot simply sit idly by in this situation. If it is in my hands, it will be a pleasure to help you, said the brunette with total confidence and without a hint of doubt. Those words were enough for him to confirm it. Then. You will accept the responsibility, Tsukiyomi muttered in a low tone. The blonde approached the brunette dangerously with her eyes covered by her hair, while he just looked at the girl's actions in confusion. On the other hand, Kurumi remembered something about the Sekirei, so she opened her eyes enormously when she saw the girl's actions, but when she tried to say something it was too late. Is something wrong, Suki HMP? The boy began to question, to be silenced by the girl's lips. Issei's eyes were wide open at the action on the part of the blonde, who was lost in a sea of sensations. This is so warm. This feeling that runs through my entire body, it is just as Okasan described it. He thought as his body was filled with warmth. Before the surprised gaze of Issei and Kurumi, wings of blue light were born on Tsukiyomi's back. The phenomenon lasted several seconds, until the blonde ended the kiss, resting on the brunette's chest. Recovering from the action, she turned around, separating a couple of meters from the boy. Following this, she turned to look at him. From now on we will be together forever and ever, he pronounced with a beautiful serious expression. The brunette was speechless, especially because he couldn't process what had just happened. Then he felt it. What is this? It's as if I could feel his essence, as if his feelings came and flooded my entire being. I could almost swear that this is, he mentally questioned himself. Love? The dragon completed his thoughts. This obviously surprised him. Drake, do you know what this feeling is due to? He asked the dragon of the boosted gear. That is because a connection was created between you and the girl, a bond so deep that it can only be matched by your bond with the Valkyrie and the bond you have with Ophis, was the dragon's response. This made the brunette open his eyes a little more. Kurumi just sighed. Unlike the boy, she already knew what had happened, but before saying anything, once again her words did not come out in time when a glow emerged from one of Issei's pockets. He looked at his pocket, only to see a flash and a shiny object come out of it and move quickly towards the blonde girl. Tsukiyomi tried to move, but the shiny object was faster, and before she could dodge it reached her and then disappeared upon contact with the girl. This puzzled the three present, before the brunette widened his eyes in disbelief as he now felt the connection with a piece within Tsukiyomi. A rather intense silence reigned in the place, before Kurumi approached both of them and summoned a magic circle under the three of them. This managed to snap the brunette out of his daze and alarmed the girl slightly. We should discuss this at home, it's late and you have school tomorrow, the girl said seriously and then disappeared from the place. Dragon Castle. A somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere reigned in the place. A couple of hours ago, Sona Citri had arrived at the castle to talk to the brunette, but she found the news that he had taken his queen on a date, something that made her feel a little jealous. Of course, he already accepted the fact that he liked the brunette, especially after he had beaten him at chess. She was dressed in a light and casual dress, as well as sandals and light makeup that enhanced her natural beauty. This fact set off alarms in Neru, Kuroka and Valerie, especially because it was added to this that Tsubaki was not accompanying her. On the other hand, Rosswise was not so surprised by this, since the brunette presented his peerage title to Sona Citri, he had seen how she looked at the all for honor mentioned. Although unlike that time when his gaze reflected indecision, now he could see some resolution. For her part, Sona could have retreated long ago and waited for a more opportune moment to make her move, but she didn't want to waste the help her maids had given her this day. Besides, he couldn't allow anyone else to get ahead of him. At this moment, all the girls were in the living room of the castle while they were drinking some tea served by the red-haired maid. Sona was on a couch accompanied by Rosswise and Kuroka. He had exchanged several words with the Valkyrie, but they had not yet addressed the topic regarding the boy. I feel a little uncomfortable, the blonde mage murmured in a low tone. To his surprise, his comment was heard by the closest girl. Me too. I hope Issei-kun arrives soon, the blonde angel commented. As if those words had the ability to govern the facts of life, a circle that everyone recognized shone right in the middle of the room. Three figures emerged from it. A brunette, and a blonde. Hi, hello. We're back, was the greeting of a nervous brunette. They all turned their attention to a certain blonde who was holding his arm possessively. That's what I realize. By the way, I see that there is a new face, Sona spoke scathingly while adjusting her glasses. This took almost everyone by surprise, since from the tone he used it sounded like the claim of a jealous wife. Issei, who are these women? The blonde asked, increasing her grip on the boy's arm. She had used the same tone as Sona when speaking. It should be said that the brunette felt uncomfortable due to the growing tension in the atmosphere. Well, what happens is that wait. Sound? Whoa. You look incredibly pretty. The brunette was going to start explaining what happened, but the appearance of the Citri heiress completely caught his attention. Instantly the brunette lost all seriousness upon hearing the boy's words. Lilinda? Her eyes opened slightly and her face turned red at the comment of the boy, who was looking at her slightly enthralled. Yes, incredibly cute. By the way, what are you doing here? He stated with a small silly smile, before expressing his doubt. Wait a moment, you still haven't told us who she is. The fallen interrupted seriously. The rest agreed to the question, even a recovered Sona, who could still feel her cheeks burning. Well, she is. The boy began, not very sure. However, it was interrupted. I'm his wife. The blonde stated with complete confidence and a certain possessiveness. A deep silence reigned in the place. Huh? It was a unanimous exclamation from the women present. Maya covered her ears at the powerful scream. The brunette had remained with his eyes wide open at the girl's comment. Kurumi, on the other hand, she had a twitch in her eye at such a scandal. She understood that something like that surprised them greatly, so before things got a little messy, she set out to impose order. The girls couldn't believe the words said by the blonde, who was still clinging to the boy, so they were about to start the barrage of questions, but something froze them in place. Issei snapped out of his stupor to swallow hard. Tsukiyomi's forehead was blue with fear as memories of her childhood came to her mind. The others began to sweat profusely. That was due to a certain brunette who was smiling kindly, but at the same time a violet aura surrounded her as a Hanya mask appeared behind her. I hope you're not thinking about bombarding Issei with questions about the subject. He has classes tomorrow and it wouldn't be right for him to miss because he stayed up late, right? He said in a soft and calm tone. This made everyone swallow, then quickly deny. The girl's aura disappeared, as the atmosphere lightened. Issei, go rest because you have school tomorrow and you already missed today, he ordered in a soft but firm tone. The brunette swallowed before nodding, but then a small smile appeared on his face. This caught the girl's attention, who raised an eyebrow in doubt. Taking advantage of the fact that the blonde had released him from her grip due to shock, the boy approached Kurumi, before taking her by the waist and bringing her closer to him. The girl squealed cutely at the sudden act. Today has been a wonderful night. Thanks, Kurumi, he murmured in her ear in a low tone. The brunette could feel the love that each word exuded, so resting her hands on the brunette's chest, she leaned on him while the color flooded her cheeks. This was seen by all the girls present, with several of them being slightly jealous when they saw how close the two boys were. Flash. A magic circle made its way into the living room, from which two figures emerged, one taller than the other. Wow. I didn't think they were still awake. After all, it's almost 1 a.m., the taller figure commented with a male voice. All the girls had tensed up when they saw the circle, except those who recognized the formula of said circle. Tsukiyomi had put herself on guard against a possible attack, but when she felt the level of power of the subject in front of her, she felt small. Now that he realized, some of those present had a power greater than his, Kurumi being the one who was in second place, being surpassed by the newcomer. Azazel-sensei, the brunette muttered in surprise. I see that you don't waste your time. I'm proud of you, son, the fallen one said, raising his thumb with a small confident smile. The couple blushed at what the fallen one said. So why have you come? The boy asked, slowly separating himself from the brunette to face Azazel. Although in return he had taken her hand. Actually, I came for 2 reasons. The first is about the project. It will be ready in a week. Although I had to ask the Agar's house for help, reported the man, who smiled when he saw how close he was with the girl. It seemed that the boy was recovering little by little, and to his pride he did so by forming a harem. Oblivious to Azazel's thoughts, the brunette nodded in understanding, although he was curious about the last thing the fallen one had said. Princess Agar's has the appropriate facilities to advance the project more quickly. By the way, she will keep a couple of replicas, Azazel complimented. Issei nodded again, understanding what the fallen one said and not finding any problem with it. I see. I hope I put them to good use, and to think that I got the idea from a video game, he, the brunette said, laughing a little at the last thing he said. This took Azazel by surprise, but he couldn't help but smile in amusement. The girls only looked at the pair without understanding what they were referring to, except for Rosswise, who helped them with the designs and specifications. When he presented his idea to her, she helped him configure the magical specifications to the device designs so that they would work similar to the original. And what is the second reason? The brunette asked again. The fallen man was unable to answer the boy's question, when the latter felt something gently but firmly surrounding his waist. He lowered his gaze only to meet a pair of dark gray eyes that looked at him with affection and admiration. Lilith-chan? The brunette muttered, somewhat incredulous at seeing the little girl. She just nodded childishly, also remembering what Azazel had suggested. I missed you a lot. Oni-chan, said the copy of Ophis with puppy eyes. Oni-chan. 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 That word was repeated in the brunette's mind, and he felt as if an unknown part of him was awakening. Lilith-tan. My cute little sis. Your Oni-chan missed you too. It was the reaction of a brunette who cried anime style, while he took little Lilith to hug her and rub his cheek with the little girls. This caused a deep silence, with the little girls' childish laughter being the ones that brought everyone present out of their shock, except Azazel, who had a satisfied smile. This was the result of hours of practice under Azazel's supervision. With this you will make Hyodo Issei happy, these were the words of the fallen one when he suggested it to him. The brunette continued with his thing, until he stopped when he felt the gaze of his entire peerage title, Sona and Maya. Slowly he turned towards the girls. They all looked at him with unreadable expressions. Except Tsukiyomi and Naru, who had a confused expression. Siscon muttered an expressionless Rosswise. Siscon, it was Gabriel's turn, who narrowed his gaze. Siscon, this time it had been Griselda, who spoke in a displeased tone. Siscon, Kuroka accused unusually seriously. Siscon, Valerie said in a low but reproachful voice. Siscon, Kurumi said also expressionless. Siscon, Sona expressed harshly and her glasses shining. Siscon, Maya accused this time with disappointment. Siscon, an embarrassed Lefei uttered. Each accusation was like a dagger piercing his chest. His pained gaze turned to the only trio that hadn't pointed him out, being Penemu, Naru, and Tsukiyomi. From what he could tell, the fallen one was saying something to them in a low voice. Then he could see how the confused looks of both blondes changed to one of understanding, surprise, and finally an accusatory one towards the boy. Siscon, Penemu said seriously. Siscon, Naru accused with a look of disappointment. Siscon, was the comment from Tsukiyomi, who looked quite indignant. The boy fell to his knees while a depressive mood surrounded him and he cried comically. No one respects me, he muttered in a defeated tone. I do respect you, he heard a childish voice say. The boy raised his gaze full of excitement to whoever had spoken to him. Oni-chan, Lilith finished saying with a cute smile. That was the final nail in his coffin. Gah. The brunette collapsed while his chibi-version soul escaped from his body. Underworld, Lucifer Castle. Calm down, Surzek-sama, an agitated silver-haired maid could be heard saying. Graphia, let me go. Issei-kun needs me, I can feel it, said the Crimson Satan, quite upset. In the All for Honor mentioned Mao's office, a silver-haired girl was dragging a red-haired man by the foot who was resisting tooth and nail. If Issei-sama was in trouble he would have already communicated, since I suggested it to him, clarified the maid, who did not give in and with a little difficulty returned with the Mao to her desk. It must be said that there were mountains of papers to sign. My Mao sense doesn't lie. Issei-kun needs me. He writhed, trying to escape from the place. With no other options, the silver-haired girl had to tie him to the desk so he could finish his work. Underworld, Demon Headquarters of Foreign Affairs. Get out of the way. A voice exclaimed. Through the corridors of the place, those in charge of security had mobilized in what was known as Code Leviathan, being a quite original name. This happened once a month, when the person in charge of foreign relations got out of control because she was too far from her younger sister, something they were already used to. However, this had happened just 3 days ago and the question was, why was it happening so soon? Seraphal-sama, calm down. A random demon said, only to be turned into a popsicle. My Mao sense tells me that Issei-chan and Surzek-chan need me. If they don't want to face my wrath they will let me pass, he said while pointing his Mahu Shoujo scepter at them in a threatening manner. The person in charge of the security personnel sighed wearily, apparently there was someone else who awakened that problematic side of the Mao. This is problematic, was all he managed to say when he saw how a wave of magic that froze everything in its path was dangerously close to his person. Human world, unknown location. A certain group of people was sitting around a campfire. One of them had the impulse to invoke his sacred sword and leave for a certain part of the underworld, something that his companions noticed when they saw how he directed his hand to the handle of the weapon. Is something wrong, Arthur? An intrigued silver-haired man asked when he saw the man's confused expression when he stopped. I suddenly had the impulse to go to Hyodo Issei's support. Although I don't know why, he responded thoughtfully with a hand on his chin. Oh really? That's strange. The other companion spoke, being a certain monoyokai in Chinese armor. Hyodo Issei. I think I should pay my rival a visit, the silver-haired man said as he looked up at the night sky. They were in what looked like a forest. Ka. I wonder how strong he has become, plus you can take advantage and visit your sister Arthur, Biko laughed scandalously. Certainly, from what Lu Fei told me last time it seems that there are problems between him and Rias Gremmaris group, the blonde said remembering some conversations with his little sister. HMP, then once our mission is finished we will pay a visit to Hyodo Issei. Something tells me that it could be interesting, Valley concluded. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Are you okay, Oni-chan? The little girl asked. A slightly recovered brunette gave him a trembling smile and caressed his head lovingly, to the enjoyment of the small copy of Ophis who had a huge smile on his face. The small copy of Ophis directed his gaze to the girls the brunette lived with, then he was able to recognize someone among the girls present. Mu-chan, he exclaimed as he pounced on the fallen. Penemu was slightly surprised to be easily recognized, before drawing a small smile and caressing the little girl who hugged her waist. This dispelled the awkward atmosphere that had formed, making the girls react. I'm sorry for leaving without warning, Lilith-chan, the named person apologized. It was clearly a nice reunion, except that they forgot someone. It can't be. A stupefied Azazel muttered. The fallen one realized this and sighed with some resignation. Azazel. Long time no see, the cadre-ranked fallen greeted with a calm smile. Azazel looked at her for several seconds in disbelief, until he let out a small laugh. Of all the places, this is the last one I thought I would find you. Penemu, he commented with a small smile. This took Sona, Tsukiyomi, and Maya by surprise. Without a doubt none of them saw it coming. Sona had already seen her a couple of times in the past, and the fact that a cadre-level fallen was in Issei peerage really left her speechless. On the other hand, Maya had never seen her, but she knew about her after learning information about Grigori's cadres, like every demon at a certain age. Tsukiyomi was something similar, since from what he could find out, Penemu was the name of one of the leaders of Grigori, the Fallen Angels organization. For the three of them, it was impressive that someone of their level was in Hyodo Issei's noble title. With a small sigh, Penemu let out her wings, leaving Sona and Maya open-mouthed, surprising Tsukiyomi and impressing Azazel. Phew. I see that reincarnating increased your level, Azazel whistled, really surprised when he saw the 12 black wings behind the girl. The purple-haired girl only scratched her cheek, slightly embarrassed by the situation. Issei. You have my respect, he said, addressing this time the brunette, who blushed when he saw how the fallen raised his thumb. He. The brunette laughed embarrassedly while scratching the back of his neck. Having one of the high command of the T factions among your ranks makes me think about who could be next. Maybe you'll get lucky and Gabriel will agree to join your group, he suggested jokingly. The brunette and some of those present tensed, while others managed to control their reaction and the last ones only raised an eyebrow at this. I mean, who wouldn't want to have her in their group? You know. The most beautiful angel in heaven, he continued talking as he approached the boy and placed an arm over his shoulders. The boy tensed at this and just smiled tensely at the fallen one. That would be something incredible, I admit, the boy said. Azazel, being a fallen with several centuries under his belt, someone intelligent and perceptive, could notice the growing tension in the place, so he raised an eyebrow in intrigue. His eyes fell on a rather tense Griselda. Then on the angel of the group, who smiled innocently and naively, but the fact that he was sweating profusely really caught his attention. He narrowed his eyes before analyzing each one present, noticing the same nervousness in all the girls, although some were perfectly hidden, except for his experienced eyes. Then it all made sense, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the floor as he realized the identity of the angel of the group. Ga. Azazel stuttered as he tremblingly pointed at her. All the girls who knew sighed in resignation. The brunette only managed to massage his neck tiredly. Gabriel. The fallen one was finally able to articulate, while he pointed accusingly at her and took a step back in disbelief. The named one crossed her arms with a slight pout when she was discovered, while 12 golden wings emerged behind her, confirming her identity. Azazel. Seraphim muttered with a slight pout. Wow, I must say that I didn't expect this. Azazel mused, running his hand through his hair, not being able to believe this. If Penemu was surprising, this was totally shocking. Proof of this were the stupefied expressions of Sona Citri, Maya, and the blonde girl dressed in black. I will only tell you that here I am taken into account and my opinion is listened to, Angel said now with a serious face. I see, that explains why Michael looked so exhausted the last time we spoke. I imagine you were in charge of the paperwork, the Fallen deduced with crossed arms. The blonde and the purple-haired girl shuddered at the memory of the common enemy of all factions, including humanity itself. I hope you can keep this a secret, Azazel-sensei, the brunette said with a seriousness that surprised several of those present, but especially Azazel himself. You don't have to ask for it, boy, although later you will tell me how this happened. For the moment I will just tell you, you don't know how much I envy you. As a man you have earned my respect. You have achieved the dream of every fallen angel in Grigori and any man in general, to have the most beautiful angel in heaven at your service, the fallen one said with a small confident smile, before dramatically exclaiming the last thing, to the embarrassment of everyone present. The brunette and the blonde blushed when they realized that those words could be misinterpreted, but before they could express any complaint, a magic circle emerged under the fallen one. Anyway, since I've done what I came to do, I'll say goodbye, we'll see you. Azazel said goodbye before disappearing. An uncomfortable silence reigned in the place. Ni. Oni-chan, Mu-chan, yawn, I'm sleepy, Lilith said while rubbing her eyes. This brought the boy out of his stupor, who smiled softly and approached the fallen, who had lifted the little girl in his arms. Then we should go to sleep. It's already late and I have school tomorrow. The boy said with a warm voice. Come on, I'll tuck you in one of the rooms, Penemu said with a small smile and a slight maternal tone. The brunette felt a small shiver run down his spine. Turning behind him, he could see how some of the girls were watching him darkly. Neru and Valerie looked at him quite angrily. Tsukiyomi was biting a tissue trying to control herself. Gabriel saw him with a kind smile, except that the black aura surrounding her exerted an insane pressure. Sona was surrounded by a small layer of power as she glared at him menacingly. Kuroka watched him predatorily as she licked her lips, muttering something about confirming that he will be a good father or something. Rosswise and Kurumi only had a small twitch on their eyebrow. Luffy, Griselda and Maya simply took a step back, waiting to see what would emerge from this new situation. Penemu only raised one of her eyebrows at everyone's reaction, since she had not made any kind of movement towards the boy, so she did not understand their hostility. Then realization came to him. The scene she starred in with little Lilith and Issei was that of parents about to tuck in their daughter. A huge blush took over his face as he tried to say something in his defense. Anyway. Ignoring the paternal scene from a few seconds ago, Issei. He spoke addressing the boy, at the same time interrupting the fallen's babbling. The brunette only blinked in confusion, before blushing when he understood what the strange atmosphere that had formed after approaching the fallen, who had the little girl in her arms, was about. Controlling her blush, she limited herself to paying attention to what the brunette would say. Tell me, Kurumi, the boy responded as best he could. Take Lilith to your room to rest. You should sleep too, was the order of the queen of the group. The boy nodded and turned to the girl next to him, so that both of them blushed enormously when their eyes met. Clumsily taking Lilith from the girl's arms, the boy went up the stairs straight to the bedrooms. Curiously, the purple-haired girl followed him with a child's blanket taken from nowhere. The brunette and Rossweiss looked at each other before nodding. It should be said that the previous scene brought back the hostile atmosphere, but it was immediately put aside when the Valkyrie spoke up. Kuroka-san, Sona-san, Tsukiyomi-san. Girls meeting now. Rossweiss exclaimed in a commanding voice. Those named were surprised by this, but chose to obey, with Tsukiyomi being the least convinced and to some extent the most distrustful of the small group. Once they disappeared down the stairs, the next to speak was Griselda. I'm going to sleep, see you around, he said as he said goodbye as he headed towards the stairs. Luffy, Gabriel, Valerie and Neru chose to do the same, since the latter three were in a bad mood. Maya just sighed. If this was going to be daily life, then entertaining times were ahead. He smiled softly, surely he was never going to be bored in this house. Arranging a few things that were out of place, he also decided to go rest. Issei's room. The brunette and the purple-haired girl had wrapped up little Lilith, something they did many times in Grigori when the boy came to visit, but it wasn't until now that they could really realize that they looked like a couple with their daughter. Penemu stared as the brunette gently brushed away some hair that was invading the little girl's face, and for a brief moment she imagined what it was like to be married to him. She even swore she saw that Lilith's hair was purple with 2 brown strands framing her face. A huge blush graced her face before she shook her head to get rid of that strange idea. Returning to the scene of the boy, he looked at her before blushing slightly. Something that seemed cute to her as a warm feeling made its way into her chest. Maybe someday, he thought with a small smile. Thanks for accompanying me, the brunette said when he managed to control his blush. Kurumi's words really caught him off guard, as well as giving him strange ideas about it. "Don't worry, it may be custom but it's something that makes me happy," the girl responded with a small calm smile, watching the girl sleep. After that small conversation, an awkward silence reigned in the place. Regarding what Kurumi said, the boy began somewhat unsure. But the girl didn't let him finish. "It's already late and I'm really quite sleepy. See you, good night." Saying this in a somewhat hasty manner, the purple-haired girl fled from the boy's room quickly. Given the girl's reaction, the brunette had a drop on the back of his neck. Putting that aside, and making a mental note to talk to Penemu later in order to avoid any awkward moments, he prepared to go to sleep. Putting on brown sleeping pants and a white t-shirt for greater comfort, he lay down on the bed. He was thankful that it was quite big, in fact it was the same type of bed he had in his old residence. 5 minutes later, fatigue did its thing and he quickly fell asleep next to little Lilith. He didn't realize it, but almost an hour later several figures sneaked into his room to get into his bed and hug him. The next morning, a new day arrived, and in a certain underworld castle a brown-haired teenager began to open its eyes. "Bwah. It's already daylight," he muttered in a low tone, while his eyes became accustomed to the light. He tried to get up, only to feel several extra weights that made it impossible for him to get back into bed. He murmured with some confusion, to direct his gaze towards the rest of the body. At that same moment he felt his throat dry up completely, which prevented him from screaming into heaven. The reason? The sight of 5 beautiful girls sleeping and hugging him was what left him practically speechless, since a couple of them he didn't think were capable of getting so intimately close to him, as far as the bedroom was concerned. Looking at his right arm, he could see a certain Valkyrie sleeping peacefully. They had done this several times, so it was not that shocking and they considered it to some extent normal given the closeness they had gained in their relationship. Looking at her clothing, he could see that she was wearing turquoise blue pajama pants and a pink sleeveless t-shirt that was quite comfortable. Turning his gaze to his left arm, he saw that it was occupied by a certain blonde who had recently joined his team. After seeing the girl's reaction the night before, he could get an idea of how possessive she was, but he still didn't expect her to want to sleep with him. She was wearing a light blue and white sleeping dress. In his lower abdomen, specifically on his right side, was someone who would never, not even in his wildest dreams, think he would find himself in such a situation. And Sona Citri was sleeping peacefully clinging to him. She was the one who looked the least dressed, wearing only small sky blue shorts and a white tank top. Looking at her carefully, he could see her slow breathing and her face, which was free of her usual glasses. At this sight he couldn't help but smile slightly. The girl really looked adorable. On his opposite side was a certain Nekashu, who purred lightly as she clung to him, something that didn't surprise him at all, not like the Citri heiress. She had a white yukata, which looked light and comfortable to the eye. Finally, taking advantage of his chest were certain sleeping dragons, one being the original and another being the copy, both embraced and accommodated without problems. Kurumi in purple pajamas with black dragons and Lilith in her favorite pajamas. When he was able to process this vision, he noticed the soft smiles of all of them, something that made his heart beat strongly. For some reason, "I want them to never stop smiling like that," he thought with a warm look directed at all of them. "It's good to see that the emptiness in your heart is being filled, partner," was the comment of his resident dragon. "What are you talking about, Drake?" the boy asked. "We can talk about that later. I recommend you prepare quickly or you will be late," was Drake's response. The brunette blinked, then saw the clock next to his bed, which showed 7:40 a.m. Shit, he thought, alarmed. He tried to move, but all the girls tightened their grip on him, if that was possible. At this he could only sigh before smiling lightly. "Girls, wake up. I need to get up," the boy spoke softly. The girls stirred, but did not wake up. "Girls, I'm late." The boy spoke again, raising his voice a little. This time he did have the desired response, since one by one they woke up, releasing him in the process. "Good morning, girls," the brunette said, sitting up again until he was sitting on the bed, watching how the all for honor mentioned rubbed their eyes while they stretched little by little. Yawn. "Good morning, Issei," the sleepy Valkyrie said before approaching him and kissing him. This took the boy by surprise, but it still didn't stop him from returning the kiss. The others took the opportunity to shake off the feeling of sleep they still had. Once the kiss ended, they both separated slightly blushing. It should be said that the Valkyrie was already fully awake, while the brunette looked slightly dazed by the gesture. The two looked into each other's eyes with a slight blush, seeing love in each other's eyes, which made them smile warmly. "Good morning, Issei Naya," the Nekashu was the next to claim her lips. Issei could notice that unlike Rosswise, Kuroka was more passionate, demonstrating her Nico Mata instincts in his eyes. On the other hand, the Valkyrie was more shy, but no less firm in showing affection. Once separated, he could notice how in the Nikomata's golden eyes he could see the same feelings that Roswise projected. But before he could analyze what he saw in the feline eyes, his lips were claimed once again, this time by Kurumi. The kiss was innocent and pure, but at the same time determined and full of the girl's deep feelings. Once the gesture was finished, both blushing boys stared at each other. No words were needed, since the other's look said it all. A touch on his cheek caught his attention, so turning slightly he found beautiful violet eyes that looked at him with great warmth. A small smile could be seen on the lips of the blushing girl, who without the usual red-rimmed glasses looked quite beautiful. Although he admitted that the glasses were part of his appeal. Then she grabbed him by both cheeks while bringing her face closer, all without taking her eyes off the boy. Issei-kun. She whispered as the boy felt the tickle of the girl's warm breath caress his lips. No more words were needed. Sona's violet eyes told him more than 1,000 words, so lip-to-lip contact inevitably occurred. He could feel the depth of the girl's feelings, something that left him speechless since he never expected her to have such feelings for him. The kiss was slow and wet, while the brunette took her waist and brought her closer to him, increasing the contact, obtaining in response that Sona surrounded his neck. When they both separated, a blushing Sona smiled in a warm way, which really surprised the boy because of the shine in her eyes, so he made sure to permanently save that image in his mind. Then instinctively, his gaze sought out the last girl in the room, this one being a blonde who looked quite blushing. He noticed a certain insecurity in her attitude, very different from her possessiveness the night before. But unexpectedly she quickly changed her gaze and posture to a determined one. "Good morning, Issei." "No. Dear husband," she said before pulling him and kissing him a little aggressively, although the contact was quite gentle compared to what it really seemed like. Instantly, wings of light emerged from her back, something that surprised all the girls, except for Kurumi, who already had experience with these things. Both boys separated, to stare into each other's eyes. A small smile made its way into the boy's blushing expression, causing the blonde to look away. "Boah. Good morning, Oni-chan," little Lilith said, drawing the attention of the girls and the brunette. The image of a little black-haired girl who was tenderly rubbing her eyes, in addition to wearing dragon pajamas, stole several awe from those present. As for Issei, "Did you sleep well, my kawa iae amuto?" the boy asked, smiling stupidly. Oni-chan is very comfortable," the little black-haired girl responded. This behavior on the boy's part generated a small grimace on the girls' faces, although that faded into the background when Issei gave them a serious and analytical look that made them a little nervous. And it was no wonder, since I did not know what the situation that was occurring this morning was due to. "Partner, you're late," the dragon insisted. The brunette sighed lightly, before smiling lightly. "I had many questions, but the answers could wait. We'll talk about this later, but while," the boy said, before kissing each one briefly, and then quickly getting out of bed. Searching his closet he found what he was looking for, then left the room in a blur. In all that time none of the girls reacted due to the unexpected action, especially Sona and Tsukiyomi. That clock has the wrong time, if I remember correctly it's an hour ahead," Roswise murmured, who was the first to recover, followed by Kuroka and Kurumi. This made the two remaining girls react. "Well, one day he arrives early won't hurt him," Sona responded, taking her glasses from the table that was next to the bed, and then putting them on. "You're right. By the way, Tsukiyomi-san, I need you to accompany me to talk to Luffy. Those wings of light are something striking," Roswise said to begin dragging the named one to a certain magician's room. This was caught off guard, but there was nothing he could do. The others just shrugged before getting out of bed. Kuroka went to her room to change, Kurumi imitated her while holding little Lilith by the hand, and Sona changed with magic before going down to the dining room. Castle bathroom. Almost all the residents were already awake early, which is why Gabriel, Griselda and Penemu were taking a bath, enjoying the hot water on their bodies. They were taking advantage of the time before a certain brunette got up, since they did not want any incident to occur. For their part, Luffy, Neru and Valerie had not yet left their rooms, while Maya was preparing breakfast before going up and waking up Issei. The three of them got out of the water when they noticed that the brunette would soon wake up, but when they were heading to the exit, plam! The sound of the door being thrown open made them stop abruptly. Gabriel blushed enormously as his eyes widened. Griselda was frozen in place with a contorted face as the color rose to her face. Penemu blinked owlishly before a deep blush took over her face. At the door was a certain brunette with a towel in hand, revealing his nakedness to the three women. Before any of them reacted, the boy quickly entered to occupy the shower, all under the gaze of the trio of women, who could not take their eyes off of Issei's worked body. They were surprised that for someone young, his body showed muscle mass at an optimal and attractive level. Issei hurriedly carried out the process of soaping her body, without realizing the show she was giving to the trio of women, who were still standing motionless in the same place. Neither of them said anything as they were distracted by the foam covering the boy's tan skin, not to mention his well-formed chest and marked abdomen. The water cleaned the residue from his body, and the three of them looked down the boy's broad back to his manly rear. The trio blushed at an atomic level without realizing how they were devouring him with their gaze, and a trickle of blood fell from their noses. When the boy had finished, he bolted out of the bathroom repeating only one word. Late, 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 was what they managed to hear. The place remained in a deep and tense silence. No one knew how to react for a long time. Castle dining room. Maya had already served breakfast and some of the girls were already in the dining room. Neru was calmly eating some pancakes with little Lilith, Valerie was having some tea with some biscuits, Rosswise and Sona were enjoying a cup of coffee and some toast with jelly, Kurumi eggs with bacon and a glass of orange juice. Lufei had not yet come down since she was helping Tsukiyomi with a certain peculiarity at the request of the queen of the group. Naya, that smells good, a certain Nekashu purred going down the stairs. Taking her place in the dining room, she helped herself to a large portion of sushi. Without a doubt the red-haired maid had a gift for cooking that everyone appreciated. Normally a group of 3 was formed to cook from time to time, at least previously. Even so, the residents of the castle would wash their clothes and clean their own room to lighten the load on the girl. When Maya was going to go up the stairs to wake up the owner of the castle, he appeared quickly descending past her. Saying a quick good morning, the boy took a cup of coffee which he drank hastily, and then took the toast that Sona had in her hand and that he had bitten earlier. Ios, he murmured graciously with the toast in his mouth and his briefcase in hand, and then disappeared in a magic circle. Those present had a drop on the back of their necks, with the exception of Sona, Lilith, and Kurumi, who continued doing their thing without flinching. Although the Citri girl had blushed when he took her toast and brought it to his mouth right on the side she had already bitten. Something that she interpreted as an indirect kiss, which also reminded her of the events of that morning. Leaving aside the boy's behavior, they continued eating their breakfast in relative calm. Human Mute, Kuo City. Issei appeared in an alley a few blocks from the school, and then left it and hurriedly headed to the campus. He would have arrived in a matter of a couple of minutes, if it weren't for the fact that it seemed strange to him that there was no sign of the Kuo Academy students on the streets. Thinking that perhaps it had taken longer than expected, he took out his cellular device from his pants pocket, only for one of his eyebrows to tremble. 7 a.m. That was the time that appeared on his phone screen. The boy stood in the middle of the street in an uncomfortable silence. Releasing a sigh, he changed his course until he reached a nearby park, where he sat down to kill a little time as it was time to enter the academy. Looking boredly at the sky, he remembered the explanation given by Azazel about the mask. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in sight, the brunette summoned his mask and then put it on. Face art on, was the message once the device was activated, changing the color of his hair to blonde. Well, let's see how I can activate that function, he murmured thoughtfully. Auras change. That's when he felt it. His aura had changed to that of an ordinary human, so he now activated the aura change of his king piece to disguise his identity and stopped being Hyodo Issei. Face art off. His hair color was also returning to normal. He couldn't help but whistle in surprise. That guy really knows how to invent really useful things. He heard the dragon from the boosted gear. It's true, I'll thanks as soon as I see it, the boy said while smiling slightly. Then he realized a slight problem. I see you noticed it too. The dragon spoke again. Yes. Issei muttered expressionlessly with a twitch in his eyebrow that the mask hid. After that a deep silence enveloped the place. Until the boy exploded. Sensei. How the hell do you expect this mask not to show on my face? He exclaimed loudly while raising his fists to the sky. As useful as that function was, not being able to use it in the area of common life took away from its genius. Furtive shadow? It was what appeared on the electronic viewfinder before it happened. The mask shone brightly as its structure changed, which is why the brunette had closed his eyes, even if it was more by instinct, since it didn't really affect him even when the glow was almost direct in his eyes. Once it was all over, he opened his eyes, only to feel a slight weight on the bridge of his nose, different from the covering sensation the mask normally gave him. Directing one of his hands to his face, he was surprised to realize the reason for the new sensation, and that is that the mask had become glasses. Removing them from her face to observe them better, She could see that these were dark blue semi-rimmed glasses, similar to those worn by Tsubaki, the queen of Sona. His lips curved into a wry smile. "Sensei. I don't know how you managed to catch me off guard. But I definitely have to say it. You are incredible," he muttered, closing his eyes without erasing his smile. The dragon of the boosted gear had a drop on the back of his neck, without a doubt that fallen angel achieved radical mood swings in its wearer. Putting his glasses back on, he noted how comfortable they were. "Now I just have to wait for the right moment to go to the academy," he murmured more calmly. Now he could go unnoticed by Rias and the others. He was thankful that they had not searched for him before, since his dragon aura was still easy to identify even though he had disguised it. As soon as the boy closed his eyes, he relaxed on the bench he occupied, only to stand up abruptly while his eyes widened at a certain vision that came to him fully. This was of a certain blonde angel, a certain exorcist and a certain fallen angel naked in the bathroom. Remembering their wet bodies, he couldn't stop his face and cheeks from turning red. "I already said that you were slow, but I didn't think that much," the dragon said in a mocking tone. The brunette didn't answer him, as he was too busy dealing with the image etched in his mind, as he dropped back onto the bench. The curves that defined Gabriel's body made him look beautiful and attractive, even though he had altered it to look like an 18-year-old girl. The perfect shape of her breasts crowned with pink nipples, her flat belly, her wide hips and long legs, not to mention that area jealously guarded by the seraph, showing a little blonde color. On the other hand, Griselda had a body with impressive measurements comparable to Gabriel's true shape, which her nun's dress used to hide, in addition to the fact that her civilian clothes did not do her justice. At home she wore loose-fitting clothes and business-style pants, as well as light sandals. The exorcist had large, firm breasts with pale pink nipples, her flat belly with slightly visible muscles, with drops of water running down it and giving it a sensual touch. Wide hips and shapely legs, visibly looking a little more athletic than the other two. This could be due to the fact that until a month ago she was an active exorcist, so she maintained her physical shape unlike Gabriel and Penemu. He could also see a certain area in detail, which was surrounded by blonde, although a little more platinum than Gabriel's blonde tone. Lastly there was Penemu. Even though his body had also been altered until he looked 18 years old like Gabriel, his body was overflowing with sensuality from every pore, and being wet didn't help at all. Although maybe it was because she was a fallen angel. Her breasts were firm and had nipples of a pretty pink color, matching the size and shape of the young Gabriel, a flat stomach and wide hips, long and shapely legs. Like the other two, he could see her intimate area perfectly, which was adorned with a purple stain like her hair. No doubt the colors of that area on the trio matched the color of her hair. All three had pale white skin that looked smooth and soft. The red color that covered his face deepened as he expelled steam, forming a cloud above his head. It must be said that the poor boy summoned all his strength not to faint from the shock, and what a shock. "Ha ha ha. You really are someone very lucky, seeing the three of them totally naked and staying alive, although I wonder how you would have reacted if you kept your perversion," the dragon said, amused. The boy quickly shook his head, trying to get that stimulating image out of his mind, but it had been permanently recorded. Most likely, he suffered a level 7 nosebleed before flying away and then being unconscious, the boy responded in better condition, but still blushing. "Ha ha ha." The dragon laughed, amused. "The most likely thing is that a beating awaits me when I return home," said the brunette with a slight shiver. "Well, let's hope you survive what's coming." They were the dragon's words of support. The boy just smiled tensely. "Thanks for your support, Drake," the boy said. "Whenever you want, partner," the dragon responded. "Although if I die, I will die happy," he thought, remembering the image of the trio of women again. "They are very beautiful." "That's a fact," he said in a sincere tone with a small smile. Underworld, Dragon Castle. In the castle's dining room, a certain trio of girls blushed out of nowhere, as a small shy smile made its way onto their beautiful faces. They still had what happened this morning in mind, so they were now debating how to look at the brunette in the face, as well as how they could react in his presence. They knew that it was not their fault, since when they entered the castle dining room they heard Rosswise and Sona commenting on the clock incident to Tsukiyomi. At that moment she had a box wrapped in a handkerchief in her hands while receiving instructions from the Valkyrie. "Is something wrong with you three?" Lu Fei asked when noticing the reaction of Gabriel, Griselda, and Penemu. She was sitting at the table across from the three while eating her breakfast, so the shy smiles and blushes did not go unnoticed by her. "Nothing," they exclaimed at the same time. The magician was startled by the tone used by them. This caught the attention of the others present, making them a little more nervous as they all gave them questioning and analytical looks. "Ahem. I mean, it's nothing you should worry about," Griselda said in the most normal way she could. Yes, don't worry Fei-chan, Gabriel spoke this time while moving his hand disinterestedly. The fallen only returned to her breakfast with a slightly bored expression, although inside she was sweating profusely. The blonde blinked, before shrugging her shoulders and paying attention to the blonde Sekirei who was once again receiving Rosweiss instructions. The others had also returned to their business. It was close, they thought, in sync with a feeling of relief. They continued with their breakfast, they would think about it later. Kuo City, Park. A couple of minutes later, the boy proceeded to get up from the bench when he felt several human presences moving in a certain direction. It should be said that it was the same fate as his. He started walking towards one of the exits of the park. As soon as he reached the streets of the city, he saw several students in the academy uniform. The brunette joined the crowd of students as he walked in a relaxed and unhurried manner, until a scene caught his attention. "Come on darling, why don't you stay with us, we're going to have a lot of fun," a guy who looked like a gang member was speaking, accompanied by 4 other guys who dressed the same. Piercings, tattoos and leather clothing were predominant in their clothing. They had 2 young girls in Kuo uniforms surrounding them. What caught his attention most about that scene was that he knew both of them quite well. "You better let us go, I don't want to have to hurt them," said one of the 2 girls, this one being a brunette. She had a holster in her hands, indicating to the brunette that she had her shurnai at hand. Despite that, she was worried when she saw her pink-haired companion, since she was unprotected unlike the brunette. The being smiled mockingly at the girl's words. "Ha ha ha. You don't even believe that," said another of the beings. "Don't resist, don't force us to have to use unnecessary force," said the first guy who spoke. The brunette could see how several students were leaving the place, the girls with fear, the boys with a certain helplessness and frustration. The quintet of beings looked quite physically strong, this intimidated anyone without a doubt. Issei noticed a drop of sweat run down the brunette's cheek. Her eyes widened slightly as the first subject extended his hand towards the girl. She tensed as she grabbed the handle shurnai protruding from the sheath. Demonstrating her kendo skills, the brunette moved quickly trying to attack the guy's head. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw how he caught his weapon without any difficulty. "Don't be surprised, I practiced kendo in high school. Besides, your speed is not a big deal," he said with an arrogant smile. The brunette could only grunt in frustration when the subject directed his free hand towards her neck. Her companion was praying in a low voice that someone would help them. "Did you not listen to the lady? She said to leave them alone," a voice said suddenly. The girl duo widened their eyes at the new voice. The beings only clicked their tongues, apparently there was some brave man who wanted to play the hero. Everyone turned their gaze towards the person who spoke. The girls drew a surprised expression when they saw a certain familiar brunette. He smiled kindly at them, before looking at the subject who had the brunette's shurnai immobilized and hardening his gaze for a few seconds. "Murayama, Kate, are you okay?" he asked, relaxing his features, drawing a serious expression in return. "Hyodo, what do you think you're doing? Must the brown-haired girl known as... These guys are too much for you. Any guy is too much for you," the pink-haired girl named Kate corrected herself. At this, the brunette had a drop on the back of his neck. "Do you have such a bad image of me? I better forget that," he thought with a small twitch in his eye. The beings looked at him with total arrogance as they approached him and then surrounded him. "But what do we have here? A poor devil wants to be the hero of the day," said one of them mockingly. "It looks like someone wants to get beaten up," another spoke, cracking his knuckles. "Don't be too hard on him, since I also want to teach him a couple of things," ordered the one holding the brown-haired girl's shurnai. "Don't worry boss, we'll treat you very well," another guy responded, smiling ecstatically. "Your time has come, for eyes," the last of them muttered with a cold expression. The brunette just adjusted his glasses calmly, before drawing a small, presumptuous smile. "Do you think you can?" he asked, looking at them with disdain. None of them took the boy's comment well, so uttering a battle cry they all pounced on him. Some spectators already assumed that the brunette would receive a beating. However, nothing prepared them for what followed. Feeling an attack from behind, the boy moved to his left, seeing a fist pass close to his face. The guy behind him narrowed his eyes when he missed the blow, only to feel a huge pain in his abdomen. When he was going to look down to see the reason for it, everything became dark for him. Another subject turned quickly, gaining momentum from the turn, and he kicked the brunette straight to the chin. Before he could hit him, the brunette disappeared from his sight, only to feel how he lost his footing and flew into the air to crash into something. Then he felt a tremendous pain in his stomach and everything went dark. The 2 girls and the leader of the small gang opened their eyes in surprise at what the boy had done. He had stuck his elbow in the stomach of the guy who had hit him from behind, and then hit him in the face with the back of his fist without removing his elbow from the guy's stomach. When he saw the guy in front of him turn and raise his leg, he waited long enough to sweep his supporting leg and leave him spinning wildly in the air, so he grabbed his foot before he fell to the ground to pull him hard. And crashed into the guy he had knocked out first, who was just beginning to fall. The brunette lowered his head to avoid a tie around his neck, and then fell back to the ground when a kick passed centimeters from his cheek on his left side, taking advantage and digging his elbow into the stomach of the second subject who attacked him, the who was still conscious but knocked down along with his companion. Rolling on the ground, he escaped the impact of a heel, to quickly get up and protect himself from a right hand using his forearm. Taking a small jump back, the brunette distanced himself. "Damn." One of the two beings in front of him growled as he looked out of the corner of his eye at his unconscious companions. "You will regret having even been born after we finished with you," the other subject added in a voice devoid of emotion, causing chills to several spectators. "Unfortunately for you, my skills, strength and reflexes are far from the level of a human. It is even difficult for me to stop myself and not seriously hurt you," the boy thought calmly. The next thing he saw was the pair of beings in front of him generating a double lariat on his person. The brunette threw his briefcase into the air and dodged the double attack by crouching, to drive both fists into the stomachs of the beings, leaving him out of combat. Instant. The brunette was holding both guys by the stomach, since both had collapsed with the boy's fists in that place. Yari, it seems that they have learned their lesson," he muttered in a carefree tone. "Careful!" exclaimed a pair of female voices belonging to Murayama and Kates. The boy could not react in time, until he felt the impact on his face and heard the terrified exclamation of the crowd that saw such events. The leader of the gang members had delivered a powerful punch that hit the boy's left cheek, turning his face a little due to the enormous force contained in the blow. The brunette and the pink-haired girl had looked away, feeling partly guilty because the boy had gotten involved in trying to help them. The guy kept a serious expression, as he felt like he had hit a wall. "If that's all you can do, you've disappointed me," the brunette said as his glasses shone and only his left eye was visible, which had sharpened dangerously. Not wanting to waste any more time, he decided to finish it quickly. In one quick movement, the brunette lifted him off the ground, hitting his chin with the palm of his hand, so that while in the air he would deliver a blow to his stomach, before taking him by the neck and impacting him against the hard concrete. The guy had been left blank and out of combat. This caused an enormous silence to reign in the place. The brunette released the subject and stood up, then adjusted his glasses and then raised his arm in the air to catch his briefcase. "Waha!" several students exclaimed with joy. That gang bothered them every day when they went to the academy. What made it more difficult to avoid them was that they were always changing places, so they were totally unpredictable. The small crowd that was there all dispersed, returning to the path to Kuo Academy, sending respectful glances at the boy before leaving. Everyone was quite surprised since they knew him as a member of the perverted Kuo trio. However, he had put aside his attitude and taken his studies seriously, something that they thought was a miracle, and they wondered what made him change. Now it didn't bother them to feel respect for him, at least the men, since the women had a certain distrust of him. For his part, the brunette approached the pair of girls with a calm step. "Are you okay?" he asked kindly. The somewhat suspicious girls nodded. "What was all that, Hyodo?" the brunette asked sharply. "Self-defense classes," the boy responded automatically. "That explains everything, since it is not normal for you to look so great," the girl said mercilessly while putting away her shurnai. The boy had a drop on the back of his neck from the crudeness of his words. "Anyway, don't expect us to thanks, this is more of a small retribution for the times you spied on us at the club," the brunette said, pointing harshly at him. "Don't worry, I didn't expect it, I just did it because it was the right thing to do and because I could do it," the boy responded in a friendly tone. The pink-haired girl just watched everything in silence since she didn't know what to think about this whole situation. With that said, the trio resumed their path to the academy. They were in deep silence. It was then that the girls noticed the boy's current appearance. Her hair was longer, which was tied in a low ponytail that fell over her left shoulder. His features had become more defined, which gave him a very noticeable touch of maturity, which made him look more manly. The glasses gave him a certain presence and air of seriousness. He wore his uniform correctly, which defined a good physical structure. He wore black dress shoes, different from the sneakers he wore before. He certainly seemed like a different person now. Some girls who were walking near the trio also noticed the changes in the boy. The men felt respect and a certain envy when they noticed the boy's well-worked physique. Now they understood why he was able to knock out those guys. When they were one block from the educational campus, the attention of all the men was captured by a beautiful girl. This one was blonde with blue eyes. Curiously, she looked foreign. She was dressed as a housewife with an apron included, her hair combed in a bun held with chopsticks, giving her the appearance of the ideal Japanese wife. She seemed to be waiting for someone, as she had an unmistakable lunchbox in her hands. Then they could see how his face visibly lit up as he looked in a certain direction. "Tsukiyomi? What are you doing here?" the brunette asked when he was a couple of meters from the blushing girl. She had suppressed her emotion at the sight, mostly because of her pride. Although upon seeing the exaggerated number of girls who attended Issei school, he began to regret his decision. "You forgot your bento." "Anata," she said while blushing a little more and looking away from the boy. "Anata." Everyone exclaimed, dumbfounded. Without a doubt, no one expected this. Both boys ignored this. "I see, thanks, I appreciate it very much, and I'm sorry for causing you so much inconvenience," said the brunette, taking the blonde's hands with everything and bento. This action made her blush more, but she still reacted quickly to the boy's words. "No. I mean, it's normal to bring you lunch, after all I'm your wife and it's my duty to serve you, Anata," was the response from a blushing Tsukiyomi, who puffed out her chest with pride when saying wife, and then looked at him with affection and a certain shame at calling him that in front of so many people. Although at the same time he made it clear that the boy was no longer available. The brunette was thrown off balance by such a response, however an enormous warmouth took over his chest at that moment. Unaware of his knowledge, everyone who managed to hear the conversation was still petrified with shock. And it was no wonder. That blonde girl was Hyodo Issei's wife. But without a doubt the most affected were the female population. Well, now it was discovered that the boy had gotten married. Perhaps that was the reason for the enormous change in the boy's attitude. "I would like to kiss her, but her wings would draw a lot of attention," he thought, looking at the girl's angelic face, and then resting his gaze on Tsukiyomi's pink lips. Beep beep. The ringing of a phone brought him out of his trance, to feel his device vibrate in his pocket. He quickly took it out and read the newly received message. "I have taken care of Tsukiyomi-san's problem, so there will be no problems if he kisses her in public. I hope for a reward, Issei-sama. Luffy." It was the content of the message. The brunette smiled hugely before putting his phone away. Then his gaze fell on the girl's blushing face again. "Is something wrong?" Tsukiyomi asked when he saw the shine in the boy's eyes. "No. I was just thinking of giving you a small reward for your effort," the boy declared. This made the girl nervous, but she couldn't say a word when she felt pressure on her lips. The girls blushed enormously while the men cried at the brunette's fate. Murayama had taken out his phone and taken a couple of photos of the couple holding hands, but now he didn't waste the opportunity and took photos from various angles of the moment. This was worth gold, and possibly the journalism club would pay well for the photos. The blonde reacted after a couple of seconds to surround Issei's neck and deepen the kiss. Some of the girls squealed with excitement upon seeing this. The men were already planning to make life miserable for Issei. Several minutes passed before they separated. This was because they took slight breaths to lengthen the act. Both looked into each other's eyes. This confirmed what the girl said, since she saw him with love, and the boy did the same. "I have to go or I'll be late. We'll see you at home," Issei said as he caressed the girl's cheek. She had a shy smile. She looked happy. "Hi." And immediately he left the place. The boy followed her with his gaze, while drawing a soft and warm smile. This made several girls present blush. Once the girl disappeared from sight, the boy resumed his path to the academy. All the spectators had questions, but they left them for later since it was getting late. The students resumed their path while they sent incredulous looks at the boy. The brunette had already reached the entrance. Then he noticed two familiar people who came out to meet him. "Issei-kun," said a blonde with a mole under his eye. "Issei-senpai," a certain blonde vampire hidden behind the blonde Bishonen muttered. The brunette stopped in front of both of them, looking at them with a neutral expression. "Kiba, Gasper, it's been a while," the boy greeted without flinching. Chapter 5. Friends and Reactions. Kuo Academy main entrance. The brunette saw in front of him the Gremory Knight and the vampire carrying Baylor. The blonde saw him with a certain regret and slight helplessness, but he could also see relief and how a weight disappeared from his shoulders. Little vampire was hiding behind him, but he could see some relief in his eyes. A tense silence saturated the atmosphere. For their part, the students did not pay any attention to them because they still had the recent events regarding Issei in their minds. This included the female population, who did not even notice their prince. The blonde took a step towards the brunette, before bowing. "I'm sorry, Issei-kun. I'm sorry I wasn't there all this time," he began to speak while closing his eyes tightly. The brunette was caught off guard by the Gremory Knight's action. I failed you as a partner and friend. I thought that being with the girls would be fine while I concentrated on my exams, but when I heard that they were in a relationship with someone else I knew I had made a serious mistake. The knight continued speaking with guilt. In his voice, Issei changed from a surprised expression to a soft expression. He could notice the sincerity in the blonde's words. I wanted to look for you, but Rie-sama made me fulfill all the contracts that I postponed in order to study, consuming all my time, the blonde said with a tense voice. As he was going to continue speaking, Kiba felt a hand on his shoulder. He opened his eyes and looked up, meeting the soft gaze of the brunette, who smiled with warmth worthy of a great friend, almost brother. Don't worry, I know you were busy and you barely had time, but at least you showed that you cared about me, the brunette said, showing him his cell phone, where he had several messages from the blonde, which stopped arriving more than a month ago. The blonde opened his eyes at this, so he couldn't help but feel moved by the brunette's words. The tears fell without being able to stop them. Issei-kun, you really are a great friend. I swear by my sword that I will never leave you alone again. My best friend, he swore silently while wiping his tears with his forearm. Seeing this, the little blonde dared to speak. Issei-senpai, didn't you read the emails I sent you? Little Dampire asked, joining the conversation. Being with his senpai, he had nothing to fear, so he seemed safer. The All for Honor mentioned blinked doubtfully at this. Kiba just listened. Gasper had already told him about that before. Issei checked his phone again, so he quickly opened his email inbox. You have 907 unread messages, appeared on your screen as the message sound began to play repeatedly. Issei and Kiba had a huge drop on the back of their necks when they saw this. Checking the first message, he could see that the date was 2 months ago, a month after Gasper joined the soccer club. I'm sorry, I haven't opened my email in a while. The boy muttered with a nervous smile. The little blonde denied. No. It's my fault for not being braver and looking for you personally, the Dampire spoke, quite discouraged. The brunette smiled before patting her head. Don't worry, that's already forgotten, he said in a soft tone. The trio remained silent, before they realized that almost all the students had already entered, becoming one of the last to enter. Good heavens. I have to get to my class. Kiba, take this, we'll talk later, he said excitedly, before handing the blonde a paper with a magic circle printed on it. Raising a hand in farewell, the boy ran towards the educational campus. Kiba and Gasper stood there, watching the brunette disappear through the door of the building. The blonde Bishonen returned his gaze to the paper given by the boy. Hyodo-senpai, will you tell Rie-sama about this? The Dampire asked with a lot of doubt and insecurity. The blonde didn't respond right away, but closed his eyes to give himself a break. Then he opened them and looked at the little blonde. No, even though Rie-sama is our master and saved me, Issei-kun is my best friend and always supported me in everything since the Excalibur incident. He would never forgive me for betraying his trust, the blonde answered while his gaze shifted. She became totally serious. In response, little Dampire smiled. Let's go to class. After school we will talk to Issei-kun, the blonde said. The Dampire nodded for the two to walk towards the main building. But seriously, Gasper, more than 700 messages? Asked an incredulous Kiba. And without further ado they went to their respective classrooms. Hallways of Kuo Academy. The brunette walked calmly to his classroom, not feeling the teacher's aura. He knew that he had not yet arrived at the classroom. Are you sure, partner? The dragon asked in a serious tone. Of course. I've seen that manga several times, I can't be wrong, and I've already mastered 2 of them, the brunette answered with confidence. Let me remind you that lightning voltage exploded in your face the first time you tried it, and when you did the Garuda flap, the stone statue you used to practice almost fell on you. Drake mentioned. The brunette felt a slight chill, remembering how he had to drop to the ground before the almost 100-kilogram statue fell on top of him. You should stop trying manga techniques, no matter how incredible they seem. The dragon suggested, although he really hesitated a bit since the brunette proved capable of learning them. Drake. How did we get to this conversation? He asked when he realized that point. It was when I asked you why you gave that seal to the Gremry Knight. Do you know that I could report it to the redhead? The dragon said in a serious tone. The brunette just closed his eyes with a small smile. I don't believe it, I could see it in his eyes. I also trust him, was the brunette's response. The dragon smiled. He already knew that the blonde Gremry and the little Dampire would not betray him, since he could see the silent oath in the knight's eyes, and Gasper respected his senpai more than the redhead. Without further ado, he walked the rest of the way in silence. When he arrived at his classroom, he could notice the hustle and bustle of the place, attributing it to the teacher's absence. Without further ado, he entered the living room, while a drop appeared on the back of his neck when he saw some incredulous glances towards him. He was able to identify two reasons for this. Some opened their eyes when they understood that today he was submitting his activity report as well as taking a test, since due to his grades he was exempt from coming to class every day. This thanks to the help of a certain redhead. Others looked him up and down, clearly surprised by his new, more formal and serious appearance. "You, traitor!" a couple of voices exclaimed. The brunette blinked before seeing a pair of fists approach his face. With great skill, he managed to grab the wrist of a certain bald man to stop his fist, then he only limited himself to moving his head slightly to avoid the other blow that a boy with glasses had thrown. "Woo, calm down," the brunette said, slightly surprised at such a reception. The rest of the students watched the trio of young men carefully, being surprised that Issei had some self-defense skills, while those who saw the incident with those guys showed a lesser degree of surprise. "Issei, could you explain? What is it about you already having a wife?" the bald man exclaimed while crying profusely. The brunette had a drop on the back of his neck for such a claim. You sure do ichi things with your wife at night. I will never forgive you," the one with glasses exclaimed, pointing accusingly at him. The girls made faces of disgust at that comment. The men mentally cursed the brunette, while those who could see the beautiful blonde had nosebleeds remembering her voluptuous body that was visible through her clothes. "Damn lucky one," thought all the men in general. The whole class already assumed that the boy would affirm what the other pervert said to show off. But they didn't expect the following. "Matsuda, Motohama, never talk like that about Tsukiyomi again, I ask you as a friend," the brunette mused in a calm and serious tone. The entire class remained in total silence and with confused expressions. This was due to the dark and heavy look the boy was giving the pair of perverts. They froze completely terrified, seeing that the brunette was waiting for an answer. They both swallowed loudly before nodding with difficulty. "I appreciate it," the boy said, softening his gaze, while he put his hand on both boys' shoulders to calm them down. Following this he proceeded to sit in his place. The place felt a little uncomfortable since they never expected something like that from Hyodo Issei. The brunette sighed somewhat tiredly before taking out a small book with the title Etiquette Lessons on the cover. This surprised his classmates more, but it also helped reduce the tension in the atmosphere. Everything returned to normal when one of the men in the classroom spoke out loud. "What kind of friends are you?" he complained to his two companions, pointing at them in an accusatory manner. They saw him with some shame. The brunette had looked away from his reading to see this. It seemed that before he entered the classroom and the little incident with Matsuda and Motohama happened, those boys were having an argument. "It's true, you play terrible friend, and it's not to be pessimistic, but I highly doubt that your idea will work," said one of the boys with a serious look. This made Issei raise an eyebrow, especially when he noticed how the first one who had spoken held an acoustic guitar in his hands. Messy black hair, brown eyes, and a slim build. If he remembered correctly, her name was Urara Ken. Where had I heard that last name? For some reason his face seemed familiar. "It doesn't matter. I will take the risk to get Minami-chan back," the boy exclaimed decisively. The other boy just looked at him with. The brunette remembered that the boy with the guitar had a relationship with one of his classmates. Out of inertia he looked for her, finding her 3 seats from his place in the same row, specifically next to the window. Black hair and matching red eyes. She was one of the prettiest girls in the room, with a good body with breasts the ideal size for any boy, a C-cup if he wasn't mistaken, and pronounced hips. She was kind and sweet, but when she got angry she was quite intimidating. His name was Murasaki Minami. She kept her gaze towards the window, ignoring everything else. She could also see how her friends looked at her with slight pity, implying that they knew what had happened between the two of them. However, the next comment made him open his eyes in disbelief. "Why don't you ask Hyodo for advice?" said that unmistakable female voice. He immediately got up from his seat. "Kiryu," he exclaimed with reproach and nervousness. The girl didn't even look at him and approached the boy. "You already heard that Hyodo has a wife, I'm sure she will have no problem helping you with your problem," he said with a malicious smile. Those words caused an awkward silence, since none of those present were getting used to the idea of Hyodo Issei having a wife, a beautiful wife, by the way. However, a certain pair saw the opportunity to get revenge on the brunette for getting a girl before them. "It's true, Issei once told us that he used to play the guitar, why don't you ask him to play something for you?" a certain pervert with glasses suggested with evil in his voice. His bald companion nodded seriously, while inside he was dying of laughter when he saw the shocked expression on the brunette's face. They had both made fun of him in the past when he made that comment, and they didn't believe him, remembering that they knew that this was a great opportunity to humiliate the brunette in front of the girls. This made the boy named Ken open his eyes, sending a pleading look to the brunette. For his part, the brunette inwardly cursed his friends. He already knew why they were doing it, something that made him feel slightly annoyed. But he couldn't blame them entirely. In his time he would have done the same to either of them. Hyodo. Please, the boy begged. The brunette simply sighed, before closing his book to put it in his briefcase and then extending his hand asking for the instrument. The boy's face lit up, and he approached the brunette and handed it to him without any problem. The girl, who had heard everything, just looked at them out of the corner of her eye, intrigued about what the former pervert could do. Kiryu just smiled wolfishly before taking out his phone and starting to record. While all this was happening, a certain duo of girls watched everything in silence, since they still had a hard time understanding how the brunette had changed in such a short time. If the improvement in their grades and the abandonment of their perverted behavior had surprised them, what happened that morning took the prize as event of the year. Remembering the beautiful blonde and the look they both gave each other. It was hard for them to admit it, but it was good love. They both came out of their stupor when they saw the brunette with glasses take out her phone, so they approached her with curiosity. "What are you doing, Aika-san?" the pink-haired girl asked. "Something that I can upload to the network." He, this will be worth gold," he muttered with a small malicious laugh. Kate and Murayama blinked in doubt, but upon hearing the word gold, the brunette of the duo took out her phone and imitated the girl with glasses. He. Murayama laughed with yen symbols in his eyes. The pink-haired girl had a drop on the back of her neck when she saw this. Back with the brunette, he sat at his desk while strumming a note. A somewhat off-key sound could be heard. This caused light laughter in the men and a certain look of sadness in the women. The now perverted duo high-fived when they saw that, without a doubt their plan was a success. For his part, the brunette simply ignored them, taking out his phone and looking for a certain application that he had installed a long time ago. Once he found what he was looking for, he opened the application, which was an instrument tuner. Then he put his phone next to him while he began to pluck each string under the curious gaze of everyone. He repeated the process while adjusting the pitch of each one. The owner of the instrument understood what the brunette was doing and was embarrassed. Apparently the guitar was out of tune and he didn't notice it. After finishing tuning the musical instrument, the brunette put away his phone and strummed the chord again. Unlike the first time, this time it sounded in the right tone. This caused slight embarrassment to the women, since they did not think that the boy could know anything about music and they believed that he only wanted to show off for them. The perverted pair cursed silently, since what the boy said a long time ago seemed to be true, something that frustrated their plans. It seemed like they couldn't humiliate him in this regard. "Urara-san, I remember that Murasaka-san and you met at a maid cafe where you went almost every day. You said that ever since you saw her at the entrance of the place you wanted to know more about her," the brunette mentioned while adjusting his clothes, glasses, and then stared at the boy. He looked away totally embarrassed. He remembered that he always talked to his friends about having fallen in love with the most beautiful girl in the world. He did it with so much emotion that he didn't realize that he was saying it out loud and the whole class was listening to him. His surprise was greater when there were changes in the groups, and he was stunned when he saw her enter the classroom, since she had been transferred to this class. Thanks to that, he was able to advance in his relationship with her, reaching courtship several months ago. The girl continued to look at the window, so no one could see her huge blush. Her friends told her what the boy said out loud, something that filled her with shame, but that internally made her happy knowing that he always thought of her. "Well, I know what to play," he said and then closed his eyes and concentrated. Issei well remembered the lyrics of that song that he heard at the time and added to his favorites. He knew the chords since it was scheduled for the festival. Besides, that deep-thinking pose looked quite attractive to women, being complemented by the boy's glasses. Unnoticed by everyone, the nails on his right hand grew a little so that he could play comfortably. Nodding to himself, the brunette opened his eyes and began. The brunette began with a slow arpeggio, as he began to hum in a low and deep tone. The girls were easily carried away by the tune of his voice and the sound of the guitar. The boy's voice sounded incredible, that's what they could tell. The sound of the guitar was ideal, at least to his ears, since no one knew about music, except the boy who owned the guitar. Thanks to the fact that English was a statutory subject in school, everyone could understand the lyrics easily, whether to a greater or lesser extent. The girl had closed her eyes as she lost herself in memories, remembering how the boy visited the cafe where she worked and sent her occasional glances, not having the courage to try anything else. Once her shift ended late at night, she noticed how he followed her at a safe distance. At first she felt nervous about it, but then she began to feel safe when she noticed the boy's warm gaze as she arrived home, before for it to disappear. After much thought the realization came to him, since he only did it on the days when he returned home late, so he realized his true intentions and couldn't help but think how cute that was. Encouraged by her friends, she had begun to send him light smiles dedicated only to him, something that although it killed her with embarrassment, she hoped would be enough for the boy to dare to talk to her. The brunette had changed the arpeggio to a strum, while he was the center of attention among his companions. Kiryu was still recording, no doubt he would show this at the music club with the others. For their part, Murayama and Keitase were open-mouthed, not expecting the brunette to have that talent. The brunette could already imagine the good pay that the journalism club could give her for such top-notch material, although it would not require much as it was something related to the academy, but her friend and president of said club would idolize her for getting such an exclusive. This was what was needed to attract readers to the school newspaper, which had recently been lacking good articles. Improvising as best he could, the brunette did an acoustic guitar solo that left more than one with their mouths open. The boy was quite shocked by the song. He could really describe several things he experienced with the girl he loved. For her part, the girl kept her eyes closed, feeling how the lyrics reached the depths of her heart, while the idea of forgiving the boy made its way into her mind. Once the song ended, the place fell silent. Nobody dared to speak. Something that made the brunette nervous. Then the reaction was immediate. "Waha!" was the exclamation of astonishment before the boys approached the brunette to congratulate him for such a great performance. Even the girls approached him without hesitation. Issei just rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed by phrases like "It was amazing," "You're our hero," "You're the man," or "Now I respect you" from the boys. The girls only congratulated him for doing something with his life, and some occasionally scolded him slightly for always acting like a pervert and not sharing his talent with anyone. Then everyone asked him to sing another one, something that caught him off guard, but thinking about it, this was something he should have seen coming. "Well, I don't have a problem with it," the boy said, scratching his cheek, slightly embarrassed. Taking a breath of air, he thought about what the next song would be. When he realized that there were two girls recording the moment, he smiled faintly. This was too convenient. I already knew what to play next. The original song has piano. I hope you like this improvisation on acoustic guitar, he said with a small smile. The arpeggio did not wait. Demonstrating his talent, the boy played the instrument fluently, enthralling them with his music. The plucking that replaced the piano began, and the boy's voice was heard. The lyrics were like a bucket of cold water for the couple. They didn't know why, but they both looked at each other while tears fell from their eyes. The rest of the girls felt the depth of the words, while one or another remembered old romantic relationships. The boys also experienced a certain feeling of nostalgia. Without anyone noticing, the boy named Ken was already in front of Minami. Without the need for words and feelings afloat, the girl threw herself into the boy's arms while he hugged her tightly to feel her warmth. They both got lost in each other's warmth, while the boy whispered things in her ear and the girl clung closer to him. Oblivious to them, everyone surrounded the brunette while he continued with his performance. Some girls were crying because of the sadness of said lyrics, as were some boys, who tried to appear tough. For his part, Kiryu kept recording the moment, but from the beginning his smile had wavered and now he didn't know how to feel. Murayama and Keitase were blowing their noses with a handkerchief. While the former was muttering something that sounded like "stupid Hyodo" and "I'm not crying" without stopping recording, the other was complaining something about "I won't forgive you for making me cry" or something similar. The men couldn't stop staring at the brunette, the fingers of his left hand moving on the neck of the guitar and his right hand arpeggiating or pulling the strings to produce the sound required in the song. Then he changed from arpeggio to strumming. The boy kept his eyes closed, imprinting his feelings on the song, which is why he did not realize that a couple of girls were already looking at him with heart-shaped eyes. For some reason, this song seemed very convenient to a certain brunette with glasses. Then she managed to notice a small and almost invisible malicious smile on Issei's face. And then he understood. He had to bite his lip to keep from laughing. He never thought that the brunette could be so heartless, in a good way. I wonder what face they will make when they see this, Kiryu asked himself mentally, thinking about a certain supernatural group to which his friends belonged. At this point, the female population already saw the boy with different eyes, recognizing that the perverted beast no longer existed. This filled the girls with peace of mind, but they also began to respect the boy for his radical change. Some of them began to admire the boy's wife since she was able to tame him and get him back on the right path, what was expected of the ideal Japanese wife. With a few last arpeggios the song ended. The brunette opened his eyes, only to have a drop on the back of his neck as he saw the scene in front of him. This was divided into two types of scene. In the first one, some girls were blowing their noses while others had dreamy glances in their direction. In the second, all the men looked at him with respect, as if he were some kind of war hero who risked his life on the battlefield. Shaking his head, the brunette approached the couple who now seemed closer. He had felt the teacher's aura approaching the classroom, so the brunette returned the guitar to the boy named Ken, who was holding the black-haired girl's hand. "It seems that your problem is solved," he said with a small smile. In response, the boy smiled brightly as he nodded, at the same time that the black-haired girl blushed. "Thanks, Hyodo, without you I wouldn't have been able to do it. Now I will never forget our anniversary again," the boy said with a nervous smile. The brunette almost turned his back when he knew the reason why the girl was angry. "I would say it's a silly reason, but I know that there are girls for whom an anniversary is extremely special, something that as men we must take into account and do everything possible not to disappoint them and make them happy," he thought with a small smile. He remembered that Rosswise was on that list in the first weeks of their relationship, due to his inexperience, which he had already overcome to a certain extent. Now they would celebrate their anniversary every year as they normally do and not every week like the white-haired girl did in the beginning. The boy had surprised her with a private dinner by candlelight the first time. The brunette had done it on the balcony of his room as it was the largest in the castle because he was the owner, the last time being the dinner in Italy. Who celebrated a week-long anniversary? Although seeing the girl's radiant smile was worth his effort and he wouldn't mind doing it again. For some unknown reason, the female population looked at the boy with utmost respect. Minami included. At that moment the door opened and the professor entered. A man of apparent 25 years old with tanned skin, short tousled white hair and an athletic build. "Please take a seat," the professor said as he put his portfolio on the desk. Everyone took their place. Sasagawa-sensei, the brunette approached. "Hyodo-kun. Is today the day?" the teacher asked with a small smile. He was extremely proud of his student, who had worked hard to prove himself, leaving his reprehensible behavior behind to take the reins of his life seriously. This was the kind of student that motivated him to teach. Someone with the will to excel. The brunette nodded as he handed him a dossier with several pages inside. The professor opened it and leafed through it with great interest. Giving a nod, he proceeded to take out a paper from his desk and sign it. "You know where to go," he said, extending the document with a small smile. The brunette took it and then extended his hand. "Thanks, sensei," the boy said. The teacher reciprocated the gesture to make with the handshake. "Work hard and go far, Hyodo-kun," the teacher said with a look of pride. The brunette nodded and taking his briefcase he headed out of the classroom. Once he was gone, the class continued. "Very well, open your textbook to page 35, he said as he began to write on the blackboard. Teacher's room. The brunette had arrived at the staff room. He calmly knocked on the door. It opened, revealing a young woman of apparent 19 years old, with dark blue hair and black eyes, quite attractive. She was wearing a skirt and jacket, black stockings and sneakers, her hair in a high ponytail and glasses. "Mikoto-sensei," the brunette greeted. "Oh, is it you, Hyodo-kun? Are you coming for the test?" the woman asked kindly. The boy nodded as he handed him the document. The woman adjusted her glasses while she leafed through the signature on the document certifying her for the exam. Nodding, he fixed his gaze on the boy. "Come in, Hyodo-kun," the woman said with a small smile allowing him entry. Upon entering he could see other teachers in the place, reviewing tests, papers, preparing their classes or making notes on anything. Sighing lightly he prepared for the test. On a desk there was a sheet of paper and a chair to sit on, while the young teacher motioned for him to take a seat. Following the order, the boy had in front of him an exam with which he was already familiar. "You can start," the teacher said. Taking his pencil, the brunette began to answer the questions without problems. Occult Research Club building. At this time, the Gremory and Ravel group was meeting at the request of their king and leader, Rias Gremory. Everyone except their current president and a certain brunette with pigtails were present, excluding a certain former pawn and a certain former rook from the group. "Well, all that remains is for Sona to arrive and I will tell you the information that Onisama gave me yesterday," said the redhead sitting at the desk. The rest nodded. They were quite doubtful about what kind of information the presence of two of the three kings in charge of the city required. They were even seriously thinking about some kind of large-scale problem like the Kokobile and Excalibur incident or the Gitkao's Brigade Magi's attack on Kuo Academy a while ago. Or perhaps something much worse. They put their thoughts aside when the door was knocked. "Go ahead," the redhead conceded. Entering the room of the occult club, Sona Citri and her entourage made an appearance. Instantly the redhead noticed something different about her childhood friend, although she wasn't sure what it was. In addition to the strange atmosphere among the members of the Citri group, the most striking thing was the strange smile on the girls, which was somewhere between funny and malicious. He shook his head to ignore all this. The topic they would talk about required all possible seriousness. Rias, the brunette, greeted calmly. Sona, welcome, the redhead responded with a smile. The rest remained silent. So what did you want to talk about? Sona asked with quite interest. Yesterday Onisama gave me information about Spectra Phantom, the redhead answered quite seriously. The Citri heiress only raised an eyebrow. What kind of information? She asked, full of doubt. She was intrigued about the kind of information Surzex had given her about the brunette's alter ego. As the only response, Rias handed him a dossier with a crest printed on it. She recognized it as the Red Emperor Dragon House crest that Issei was currently wearing. Taking the dossier, he proceeded to read the contents. I see, although let me tell you that I already knew some things here. He clarified with a slight blush. That comment earned sly looks from her servants. This left Rias quite perplexed, but she let it pass as a minor topic that she could deal with later. What kind of information appears there, Rias-senpai? Tsubasa Yura, rower of Sona, asked curiously. She also wanted to know how much they knew about the boy. The redhead shook her head, then looked at whoever asked the question. Well, this goes like this, Rias began. Name: Spectra Phantom. Race: Dragon. Status: Supreme Class Demon. Title: Great King. Peerage: in the process of formation, 15 occupied pieces. Designated area: Human World, Kuo City, Japan. Extra information: his set of pieces is special since he cannot be reincarnated as a demon, so adopting his own particularity, these new pieces provide the recipient with the benefits of reincarnation without altering his essence beyond certain specifications. He has in his possession an unknown, sacred gear, something not seen before in a race other than human or part human. Skills: manipulation of the elements of fire and lightning, magic at a basic level as well as special counterattack magic. He is capable of using the sword at a respectable level as well as hand-to-hand combat, which is his forte. Known relationships: unknown. Current residence: Underworld. That was the information recited by Rias. Those present, or at least the Gremory group, processed the information carefully. Akeno showed a serious expression, remembering the all for honor mentioned subject. For some reason his presence made her uneasy. Zenobia remained with a thoughtful expression. Koneko had stopped eating her sweets when she remembered the slightly wild and abrasive aura of the masked man. Her instincts told her that she did not want to have him as an enemy. Ravel still remembered the robotic irises on the boy's mask. It really made her hair stand on end. For their part, Kiba and Gasper had tensed slightly when they saw the crest in the dossier, recognizing it as the crest that appeared on the paper that the brunette gave them. This made them come to a conclusion, one that almost left them petrified. With that in mind, they both looked at each other with the same idea running through their heads. Later they would confirm if their suspicions were true, since contrary to the girls' feelings, from the first meeting they felt a certain familiarity with that masked blonde. Luckily, his reaction went unnoticed by everyone, except for Sona, who already had an idea of what was happening with the men of the Gremory group. So, this Spectra is a supreme class demon? Zenobia asked when she had processed the information given by her king. Yes, as the information that Onisama provided me says, he is a supreme class demon. Although he is not a demon, the redhead confirmed. Everyone nodded without asking questions about the last part, since Spectra himself had clarified it for them at the time. Well, if that's all, then I'll leave, Sona announced, heading towards the exit. For the seriousness shown by Rias, the topic was somewhat disappointing since more was expected of her. Although he couldn't blame her, if she wasn't aware of what was really happening she would also give a lot of priority to even the little information about someone unknown in her territory. Wait, didn't you say you knew more about Spectra? The redhead exclaimed, hoping to know more about the mysterious character. The brunette stopped, then looked at her out of the corner of her eye. What I said was some things here I already knew, since I noticed that the report has information that I didn't know, the brunette clarified. This caused the redhead to become slightly embarrassed. Giving a meaningful look to both men from the Gremory group, Sona left the site with her group. The room was silent for a couple of minutes, until it was broken by the redhead. Okay, Akeno and I are leaving, inform Asia and Irina what happened here, Rias ordered. The rest nodded, but before Rias got up from her desk the door was opened by an agitated Asia and Irina. Rias Onisama. You should see this, the blonde mused while showing her cellular device. After the first period. The first period had just ended, and the brunette was heading to the music club room. Meh, I'm bored, the brunette muttered, walking through the hallways of the institution with his hands in his pockets. He walked somewhat lazily. The exam had been quite easy with his current academic level and he had no problems obtaining the highest grade. Hyodo, he heard someone say. Turning his gaze, he could see the former student council approaching him and the one who had spoken to him was Pawn Citri. Saji, how are you? The brunette greeted, raising his hand with a friendly smile. Then his gaze turned to King Citri. However, before he could speak to him, he was caught in a necklock by the blonde Citri. You! How dare you lay your hands on Sona-sama? Said a tearful Saji while applying pressure. The brunette could only stammer something incomprehensible in response, being unable to speak due to the powerful grip of which he was a victim. Saji, a totally blushing Sona reprimanded. This all originated when the girls approached their king this morning and questioned her about what had happened the previous afternoon, when she visited the brunette at his residence. Sona refused to answer at first, but pressure from her servants brought her to a breaking point. Flashback. The Citri heiress is seen surrounded by her handmaidens, Tsubaki included. They were in the student council room, taking advantage of the fact that the current president was not present when she was called early by Rias. He also requested the presence of her and her peerage, but Rias could wait for the moment. Now she had to think about how to get out of the embarrassing interrogation. So what happened? Did you propose to Hyodo-kun? Ruruko asked with eyes shining with excitement and a dreamy aura surrounding her. Ruruko, the man is supposed to take the initiative, the braided brunette named Rhea debated. That doesn't mean that women can't take the initiative from time to time, you should know that, the knight, Tomo, spoke. But still, it is more than evident that Hyodo-kun took the step, said this time the white-haired girl named Momo. Well, I can't argue with you about that, the work turned out better than I expected, Tomo mused reflectively. They had helped in Sona's image, which although it was nothing exaggerated, she really looked beautiful and natural. They remembered that when they finished they called their partner, Pawn, to give their opinion. As soon as he saw her he fainted with a nosebleed, confirming that Hyodo Issei would not have a chance. During the conversation between her servants, Sona turned bright red on her face while a twitch could be seen in her right eye. I say they even slept together, Tsubaki said this time, while making a motion of joining her index fingers. Eh? They exclaimed scandalized. After the brunette's comment, they imagined those two in a dark room lit by candles and a bed covered in rose petals. All complemented by a sensual Sona wearing provocative underwear, who, lying on the bed, motioned with her index finger to a brunette who looked at her with a certain lust darkening his gaze, while she slowly took off her yukata. Kaya. They reacted with their faces blushing and holding their cheeks. So Sona, did you sleep with him? Tsubaki asked evilly. She did it as a joke, knowing beforehand how serious her king was, so these types of questions and insinuations would embarrass her greatly. The others knew this too. After all, that would never happen. Sona had her fists clenched as she closed her eyes and a vein throbbed in her temple, until she couldn't take it anymore. The serious and stoic Sona Citri exploded. Yeah. I slept with Issei. Any problem? She exclaimed completely red and out of her mind. That left the entire room in a crude silence, since none of those present expected it, which was demonstrated by the stupefied face that they all showed before becoming completely petrified in their place. A noise at the door caught the attention of an agitated Sona, who turned her gaze to that place to find the men of the group and a certain Shinigami. Saji kept a neutral expression. Rugal showed his doubt about the situation with a raised eyebrow. Little Benia's eyes were wide open, while her face turned completely red. Then it happened. Flush. Pawn, Citri was sent flying due to a huge nosebleed. Sona blinked in doubt, before understanding the context of the words he used and what her queen was truly suggesting. Not that way. He exclaimed with a completely red face, which would make a tomato pale in terms of color. Flashback end. When the girls had recovered from the shock, she explained to them that they had only slept together and that nothing else had happened. That calmed the waters, although they all smiled a mischievous smile that gave him chills. When Saji regained consciousness he didn't say anything, he even seemed calm. This was something that caused some uncertainty in the girls. Back to current time. Saji had just released the brunette, who was rubbing his slightly sore throat. Momo and Ruruko had to force him to let go of Issei, while Sona removed her glasses and massaged the bridge of her nose tiredly. The mischievous smiles of her servants did not help at all, which had not left their faces since the incident in the morning. Right now the blonde stood in front of Issei while adopting a completely serious posture. The brunette instantly imitated him and faced him. The tension increased, several of them were even tempted to intervene, but something prevented them. I'm just warning you, you hurt my king, and I will burn you to the bones with the flames of Vritra, said the blonde Citri, sharpening his gaze. The cold and heavy tone made everyone have a chill running down their spine. The brunette was not intimidated in the slightest, even his gaze became dark. You have my word, I will never allow you to shed a single tear, unless it is of joy and happiness. Even if I have to give my life for it. I will protect the people I love no matter the cost, the brunette responded with a tone deep. Those present felt chills again due to the dangerous tone of Issei. On the other hand, Sona felt her heart beating wildly, as she placed her hands on her chest, which she felt filled with great warmth. Rias. You lost something too valuable and irreplaceable, something that now that I have it, I won't lose it for anything in the world, the brunette thought with a tender smile. Without her realizing it, she was looking at the brunette with a sparkle of love in her eyes. This was noticed by her servants, and they couldn't help but smile for their king. The blonde nodded satisfied with the answer, and then relaxed. The brunette also relaxed, causing the tense atmosphere to disappear little by little. Hyodo. Saji suddenly spoke with his eyes covered by his hair. The brunette just looked at him with doubt. You don't know how I envy you. Look how to win Sona-sama's heart, arg. I don't know how the hell I can respect you if I hate you deeply, Saji claimed with cascades of anime tears while shaking him by the shoulders like a rag. This caused a drop on the back of everyone's neck. And a huge blush on Sona, by the way. Once, Pawn, Citri calmed down, he released the brunette before going to a corner and drawing circles on the ground with a depressing aura surrounding him. Being ignored by everyone, his depressive state increased further. Breathing deeply, the girl managed to control the color in her cheeks so she could address the boy again. Anyway, Issei-kun. We just wanted to tell you that Lucifer-sama informed Rias about Spectra. Sona said with her usual serious expression. The boy nodded with a similar expression. He already sensed that at some point Surzex would talk to Rias about the new demon in charge of the city, all as part of his cover. Although he had no problem facing Rias and the girls, at this time when he was adapting to his new life and status, he preferred not to deal with the Gremory heiress. I see, thanks for informing me, he thanked with a small smile. Then everyone noticed. Hyodo, since when do you wear glasses? Saji asked with doubt marked all over his face. When had he recovered and laid aside Issei? That was a good question. For her part, Sona instantly blushed again, since the boy looked very good with them on now that his face projected maturity and seriousness. The brunette just adjusted his glasses and looked at them with a sly smile. Azazel-sensei's gift had more secrets than I thought, was the boy's simple response. This caused everyone to blink in confusion. Now that I notice it. Issei-kun, your aura feels totally human, but its essence is not yours, Sona pointed out seriously as she analyzed him carefully with her gaze. That's right, the mask that Azazel-sensei gave me allows me to change my aura to any race, while my king, peace disguises what remains of my essence to stop being Hyodo Issei and being an ordinary human, he explained briefly. This earned a gasp of surprise from everyone present, while Sona gave a small smile. This is very convenient, don't you think? Explained the Citri heiress while adjusting her glasses, which were shining, preventing her from seeing her eyes, with the mischievous and dark smile being the only thing visible. All his servants swallowed at this. Issei felt a slight emotion when he saw her smile like that. Something told him that the Citri heiress's next words would be the chorus of the angels. Why do you say that, Sona? The brunette asked in a calm but at the same time expectant tone. Because now that they start looking for you, they will no longer feel your aura in the slightest and they will not investigate the dragon aura that you previously possessed. That will make them feel a certain despair and guilt, despite being my dear friend, Rias needs to learn from your mistakes, and this will be a great help, he said, raising his phone to show certain content. This was a slow-paced video. He quickly recognized the video as one of the ones Kiryu and Murayama recorded the morning of that day. I was really surprised to see it. As I said, it's quite convenient, said the girl with her eyes already visible and a serious expression. After the girls' meeting he had last night, his neutral attitude towards Rias was a little affected. His admiration for the brunette had also grown, as had his feelings for him, since he showed that he would not let himself be defeated by anything. Issei looked at her with a soft smile. Apparently she didn't mind the small action taken towards the redhead by singing that song. Although he wasn't sure if it would affect Rias or she would just take it as something unimportant. Well, either way it was something that no longer mattered to him. So the brunette just shrugged his shoulders. Then Sona remembered something very important. Issei-kun, I haven't told you, but yesterday I spoke with Rias and found out why she acted that way. That's because, the girl began. I wanted to have a normal relationship, without having to do with the Gremory clan or anything related to the supernatural, Possibly I also wanted to gain more experience on a romantic level to ensure our relationship in the future, and then compensate me for any collateral damage that I suffered due to their decisions. Is that so? The boy finished saying with a bored look while he cleaned his ear with his little finger. It should be said that Sona and Tsubaki were left with confused expressions, out of touch and totally speechless. They opened and closed their mouths trying to articulate something, but they couldn't. The shock had been too much for them. The female members of the Citri group blinked in confusion, before giving way to disbelief since they did not expect something like this from the redhead and company, but it was enough to see the expression of their king to realize that it was a maid. They instantly thought that it was the stupidest thing they had ever heard and that only an idiot would think like that, something hard to believe coming from Rias Gremory. The two men in the group simply held the boy's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie and camaraderie. The brunette looked at them doubtfully, meeting strong glances accompanied by small smiles from the duo. Issei smiled back. That expression was not one of sorrow or pity. It was friends saying, "We know you're strong, but remember we're here to support you." Once the gesture was finished, the brunette turned his gaze to Sona, who was beginning to react. "Kohao." The girl managed to articulate when she came out of her impression. The boy crossed his arms, looking at the ground vaguely. "Well," the boy began. The Citri girls just watched in silence, admiring the boy's mental strength, who managed to keep going even though he had hit rock bottom. Besides, they were enormously surprised that he could know what the redhead had in mind. The boys looked at him with respect. Admired the boy's tenacity to not stay in the past, but above all, not to hold any grudge against those who hurt him. Sona and Tsubaki looked at him attentively, interested in knowing how he came to such a correct conclusion. Days after going through the ritual I began to wonder why that was. So Rosswise and I began to express our ideas and doubts. And after 20 minutes we came to that conclusion, the boy said simply and plainly. This made the girls feel a little uncomfortable, since they did not expect that in a short time he would be able to decipher Rias Gremory's way of thinking. Seeing everyone's incredulous expressions, he spoke again. "As I said in the meeting, she is just a teenager with a great responsibility on her back, in addition to the fact that here in Kuo she lives a life quite far from the Gremory clan. By taking that into account we were able to deduce what was going through her mind," the brunette explained, adjusting his glasses. That explanation left more than one person quite thoughtful. Rias was only in charge of taking care of her part of the territory, so her relationship with the supernatural was very little, being limited to eliminating vagrant demons. Sona nodded in understanding. Putting it that way, it was not difficult to reach such a conclusion. "But I clarify, the credit belongs to Rose-chan. Without her I would not have been able to reach that conclusion," he added when he saw the looks full of admiration directed at him. His understanding of female thought was still far from fully understanding them, but at least he did to some extent. "Anyway, I'll be in the club room. I'll wait for you guys," he spoke calmly, addressing the members of the band. "Hi Bucho," they responded in an amused tone. One of the brunette's eyebrows trembled. Since Rosswise agreed to be the teacher in charge of the club, the brunette became its president, something that took him by surprise and was used by the boys to embarrass him from time to time since it bothered him to be called that. Giving a sigh of resignation, he decided to ignore this, and then approached Sona with a small smile. The girl raised an eyebrow when she saw him approach her until they were both face to face, without noticing how her cheeks were turning pink. "I'll wait for you at home, there are still things we need to discuss." "Sona," the brunette said, while pronouncing the girl's name in a soft tone. The brunette blushed a lot, especially when she felt the boy's hands on her waist. But before she could react, she felt herself being lifted off the ground. "Ep!" He squealed cutely while holding on to the boy's forearms as a reflex. All his peerage saw this with shocked looks, not believing the boy's audacity. "Kaya! Put me down right now. Issei!" The brunette screamed as she moved in the air. The brunette smiled gracefully, watching with amusement this unusual behavior on the part of the brunette. A couple of seconds later, she stopped moving and instead looked at him with a death glare. Or at least she tried to, since her flushed face and slight pout made her look too adorable. Needless to say, at this point we had just lost Saji, who was lying face down on the ground, as a pool of blood widened beneath him. This was a scene too much for his weak heart. They both looked into each other's eyes, while the brunette slowly lowered her until his forehead met hers. Then he placed her on the ground gently, while she put her hands on the brunette's chest. "That's better, forget the Kuan, after all," the boy said without leaving her. They both continued looking into each other's eyes. The brunette understood what he meant, then she noticed how he was closing the distance. "Issei," she whispered, feeling the boy's warm breath. Kiss. Lip-to-lip contact occurred. They were both lost in the moment. Sona removed her hands from the male chest to surround him by the neck. Issei held her a little tighter to him as he circled her waist. At this point, the peerage of Sona already had their jaws on the ground and their eyes wide. For his part, Saji was still in the world of unconsciousness. The gesture lasted for more than a minute, taking a breath between the kiss a couple of times to lengthen it as much as possible. When they broke apart, they both stared at each other, both blushing and wearing small smiles. The boy let go of her and the brunette also separated from him. "See you later, Sona," the brunette said softly before continuing his way through the hallways. "Yes. See you, Issei," Sona said slightly absently. This had taken her by surprise, not that it was bad and she really enjoyed it, but she still wasn't completely used to the affection of a couple. Although they still had to argue about this, it was clear that the brunette belonged to him. The smile he had on his face had not been erased even when the boy got lost in the hallways of the academy. Breaking out of his reverie, he turned to find his petrified peerage. A huge blush covered his face instantly as steam came out of his head and formed a cloud over it. He had forgotten they were there. The shame was too much for her. "Hyodo Issei," she exclaimed, totally embarrassed and with slight tears forming in her eyes while clenching her fists. The scream reached the ears of the brunette. A small nervous smile formed on his face. He. "It seems I'll have problems later," he laughed nervously. "That is if you manage to save yourself from the angel, the fallen and the exorcist." The dragon spoke. "As I said. If I die, I will die happy," the boy declared calmly. The image of the threesome in the bathroom and the recent moment with Sona came to his mind. "Either you are very brave or you are suicidal," the dragon declared with a drop on the back of his neck. "I guess a little of both," the brunette mused, smiling falsely. The drop on the back of the dragon's neck increased in size at the response. "By the way, Drake, what did you mean by saying that the emptiness in my heart is filling?" the brunette asked very seriously. He had already arrived at the music club. "We will discuss that after your talk with your women," said the dragon. This comment almost made the brunette stumble. Composing himself, he entered the club room and then lay down on a son for all, which he had arranged for more comfort. The boy's face was red at the dragon's comment, but he hadn't said anything to deny it. I thought you would deny it or at least say that you are not a pervert," Drake said. "I am not a pervert, at least not anymore, and if I'm going to be with multiple women it's because things have happened like that. It's lucky that girls I feel a certain attraction for have feelings for me," the upset and blushing boy clarified. Ha. "Perverted or not, how, Securite, your destiny is to have a harem. Although your original intentions of wanting to do Ichi things with your girls has changed, I'm glad that your heart is still intact, partner. You are the best bearer I could have ever had." It was the dragon's comment. "Thanks, Drake. It's true, now my goal is to make them happy. And those who arrive later, if more appear," the boy said, smiling slightly, murmuring the last part with anxiety and doubt. "Believe me, they will," Drake added flatly and with a touch of cynicism. The boy had a drop on the back of his neck at the comment. Sitting back on the couch, he took out a manga from his portfolio, which he began to leaf through until he found what he was looking for. "Drake, can we do this technique?" the brunette asked, seeing the drawing on a certain page. He remembered the anime perfectly, so he had a slight idea of what to do, but he wanted to confirm it with his inner resident. Maybe. You should first learn everything about lightning and then also manipulate light, since they are the main components of the attack," the dragon answered seriously. The brunette nodded, he had also thought about that. "You could ask that cadre for help," Drake suggested. "Yuri right, I had forgotten that lightning is Baraquil-san's specialty," Issei commented in realization. Its bearer had quite interesting ideas. Copying attacks from manga and anime was strange, but he couldn't deny that humans had quite an imagination. Even though he had previously had somewhat dangerous incidents trying them, he couldn't help but be curious about how this would all turn out. "I just hope I don't have to change carriers so soon," he thought with a drop on the back of his neck. He still remembered how that 100-kilo statue almost fell on him, only for Issei to exchange it for a 200-kilo one. You never know if you will encounter an opponent that is quite heavy and difficult to lift. It is better to make sure not to deal with unpleasant surprises, the brunette said confidently. It seemed that its wearer was attracted to dangerous situations. Proof of this were the previous comments that arose after the encounter with the Citri girl. For his part, the brunette released another issue of the same manga, in which he found another attack that was worth it. "For this one I will have to contact Riser-san. The help of his queen will be quite essential if I want to master it," he commented, seeing said technique. He kept in mind that he didn't have many techniques, not that he needed a large number, but having the right ability to overcome certain situations would be of great help. With Rosswise he had changed the dress break and created an elemental offensive move, which he modified to break the barrier when he rescued Tsukiyomi. He had also taught him elemental magical attacks, lightning and fire being the main ones, while wind and ice were rather secondary. Also between Rosswise and Luffy they managed to make him master Gram Demolition, in addition to having another magical ability, which he kept as an ace up his sleeve for an opportune moment. Unfortunately, Gram Demolition had a ridiculous range, with its maximum range being barely 1 meter. Thanks to Luffy, who got the pair of magic pistols, that range increased. Without them, that ability could only be used in close-range combat, being possible thanks to his hand-to-hand combat skills that he perfected with the help of Gabriel and Kuroka. Although that wouldn't help him much with long-range fighters. Without his evil piece, he couldn't use his old moves like Crimson Cardinal and Triana, so he needed options. Mastering Kurumi's power was also a goal. Perhaps she could create a variant of her Balance Breaker, since she currently couldn't use it lightly, at least when she was Spectra Phantom. Thanks to the artificial, sacred gear that Azazel gave him, he could use his split ability without attracting attention, and he had not yet tested his Penetrate ability that penetrated any defense. Now that he thought about it, his defenses against magic were quite high with such abilities. When he could master the power of Ophis and Great Red within him, then he would be on par with the so-called super demons, remembering that with his Dragon Drive he cornered RageRevan, who was on par with Surzex and Ajuka. With his current power level he could give a fight to a Mao, although Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub were still out of his league. Falbium Asmodeus was lazy, but his intellectual level made him dangerous. Seraphal Leviathan, I wasn't too sure about it. I highly doubted I could win against the latter two, but I could fight both of them. If he could put it in simple terms, his total power was equivalent to that of Graphia Lucifuge. Yes, now that I thought about it, this level was the closest. The difference between the two was experience, which Graphia had plenty of. He still remembered that in his lonely days he went to the Tannin territory to distract himself with a little training. Thanks to his current power he was able to survive the former Dragon King at full power. A shiver ran down his spine as he remembered the true flair of Meteor Blaze Dragon, Tannin. It really did justice to that nickname. That time he ended up with several burns and some broken bones. Tannin sported a scar across his left eye made by the power of Ascalon, as well as a healed burn on his right shoulder and another scar on his lower abdomen where he was able to land his last blow before falling unconscious. At first he felt bad for leaving marks on the old dragon's body, but he said it didn't matter and he couldn't remember the last time he had fun fighting a worthy opponent. Little hatchling, you have really grown since the first time you came here. I am proud to call you a true dragon. You are someone worthy of bearing the title of Securite, Hyodo Issei, said the former Dragon King with a smile full of pride when the brunette was already awake. He remembered that when he woke up, he found himself completely cured thanks to Rosswise, who had arrived looking for him because he had not seen him in the residence for a couple of weeks, witnessing part of the great battle. She was surprised by the state of the two of them, and finding out that it was a fight that lasted 3 consecutive days surprised her even more, and at the same time worried her. She had seen him drown his pain and repress it, worrying her quite a bit since he was hurting himself by doing so, but she didn't know how to help him due to her inexperience in dealing with the opposite gender. I can see how your heart is crying, boy. You needed to get out the pain that you have refused to express. You know you can trust us, said the former Dragon King, looking at him softly and with a fatherly tone, very rare for him. Then he understood. Tannin was able to see what was in his heart and helped him vent so he could express his true feelings. His gaze fell on the Valkyrie. There he could notice the helplessness and sadness in her wet eyes, remembering several moments together and how on many occasions she seemed to want to say something but in the end she couldn't, understanding that this situation also hurt her. Want to help him, but don't know how to do it. Rose-chan. Gomen. He muttered before hugging the girl. It was then that for the first time he cried for abandoning Rias and the girls. Rosswise had never seen him in such a deteriorated state. There she was able to realize all the pain that he had hidden in the depths of his soul, which he had kept silent until now, but thanks to Tannin he was finally able to get it out of his heart. She couldn't avoid looking with immense gratitude at the former Dragon King while he comforted the brunette who was crying into his chest with his warm hug. Take care of him, little one, never leave him alone or his life will end. The dragon spoke with a soft look directed at the couple. Is something wrong, partner? The celestial dragon asked when he saw the small smile of the boy who had his eyes closed. The dragon's voice brought him back from his memories. It's nothing, I just remembered old times on the mountain of Old Tannin, he responded without erasing the nostalgic smile he had. I see. The dragon responded. He could realize the feeling of nostalgia that flooded the brunette. The brunette remembered that since then the closeness between the two was closer, although he was still affected by Rias and the girls, having Rosswise helped him make his situation more bearable. He also noticed that Ophis, Kuroka and Lufei always stayed with him when the latter were not on missions with Valley. Despite everything, he had his limits and the moment came when he couldn't take it anymore. Well, that was already past history. Anyway, I'll take advantage of the fact that the girls and Saji haven't arrived to make a to-do list, he said while taking out a notebook and a pen from his briefcase. The dragon paid attention to this. First, I must speak with Lord Gremory and Lady Venelana about the engagement with Rias. They only know that I have distanced myself from their daughter, so they have no idea of the details, he mentioned out loud as he began to write. The dragon remembered that a few days before the brunette hit rock bottom, Grafia had told Issei exactly the same thing, that they thought it was a small misunderstanding and that things would be fixed soon. Obviously things changed. Not that it would have been so easy for the boy to forgive them in the beginning, but now he no longer had anything to forgive. Second, meet with Lady Phoenix to clarify the matter of Ravel, he listed it again before writing it down in the notebook. After day 0 he was able to realize the Phoenix clan's intentions and Ravel's true feelings. Now that didn't matter. Third, have a conversation with Tuji-san, he listed again. He did not want to have misunderstandings with him since he appreciated him, since he was always kind to him when he played with Irina in his childhood. Fourth, invite my parents to dinner so they can meet Rosswise. And the girls, the boy wrote down again. This was something I had been thinking about these days. He wanted to spend a day in the company of his family and for all the people important to him to coexist. Will you do it in that order? The dragon asked curiously. Not really, I just wrote down my pending matters like this since that's the order in which I remembered them, the boy clarified, putting the things in his briefcase. Following that, he took his phone out of his pocket and took some headphones that were on a nearby table where they placed the laptop that served as a console. Plugging it in, he prepared to kill time listening to music. Issei just made himself as comfortable as possible on the couch while using his arms as a pillow and let himself be carried away by the sound in the headphones. Building of the Occult Research Club. Rias Gremory was quite tense. She was currently in the occult club since she had no desire to return to her classes. If anything, she would ask Sona for her notes, who was in the same room as her. From the window he looked at the school campus with a thoughtful and serious expression. He still remembered what his bishop showed him, and he certainly had mixed feelings. Flashback. The redhead watched the pair of girls at the door, who were breathing slightly heavily, as if they had run a long distance in a short time. What's happening, Asya, Irina? Why do they look like that? Rias asked with quite a few doubts and a feeling in her chest. She could notice some uneasiness in the pair of girls. Rias-san, we have news from Issei-kun, was the comment of a serious Irina, who was already breathing normally. This caught the attention of Rias, Akeno, Zenobia, Koneko and Ravel, who widened their eyes in surprise as they were caught off guard. Kiba and Gasper didn't say anything, but they were both worried about their friend. Did you find out where Issei is? He asked with some hope of knowing the whereabouts of his pawn and having some talk with him. However, to his disappointment they both denied it before approaching his desk. We heard a rumor that is spreading throughout the school, so we went to Murayama-san and Keitei-san to confirm it for us, the blonde explained. They both said that the rumors are true since they were witnesses of what happened and Ika-chan confirmed it to us because Issei-kun went to class today, but unfortunately he had left before we arrived, the brunette finished explaining. Of pigtails. This killed the hopes of everyone present to be able to talk to the brunette. Then Ravel realized something. What rumors are they talking about? She asked, quite interested. This caught everyone's attention since they also noticed that detail. It is said that this morning Issei-kun had a fight with some guys who were bothering some Kuo Academy students. And that he left them out of action so that the authorities could take action on the matter, was the brunette's response. This caused enormous interest in the others. It is also said that his wife brought Issei-san lunch. They say that she is very beautiful and that they looked very in love, Asya said this time with a grimace of disgust that was very rare for her. This caused a general discomfort in the girls, who made a grimace similar to that of the former nun. Kiba and Gasper remained silent. The knight was reading a book while calmly drinking a cup of tea and the Dampire was playing with his portable console that was connected to headphones to ignore the atmosphere that was forming. They both witnessed the moment Asya described, and were glad that their friend found someone who loved him unconditionally. Kiba recognized the blonde's look since he used to see it on the face of Tasuka, the other survivor of the Yu Sacred Sword project. Remembering that she was still a 12-year-old girl made him slightly embarrassed, but he was able to hide it. Every time he was with her he kept telling himself that he wasn't a lolicon. But it seemed that fate was against him. Although thinking about it, in 4 or 5 more years she might cheer up, if she still had those feelings. Gasper was also happy for his senpai. It was clear that both of them maintained something stronger and firmer than what he had with Rias and the others, a much deeper and unbreakable bond. If only I knew. Returning to the girls, they had a bad taste in their mouths after what Asya said. I see, what else did you find out, Asya? The redhead asked once she processed what her bishop said. Hi, after hearing that we went to Murayama-san and Keitei-san to find out if it was true. They confirmed it to us since they were the students that Issei-san helped, said the former nun. They also witnessed the moment when Issei-kuen's wife arrived. And they saw them kiss in front of all the students, the brunette said with discomfort in her chest. This caused great tension in the environment. This also confirmed what Issei's parents said. Then Kiryu-san approached us and showed us a video where Issei-san appears, the blonde spoke again. This caught everyone's attention instantly. Kiba only watched them out of the corner of his eye, amused by the situation. Knowing now that the boy was out of reach of the girls he felt calmer. Gasper spent everything focused on his game. The blonde handed her phone to the redhead, who searched for the file, finding it easily. They had all settled on the Son for alls in the place, leaving the device on the coffee table for greater comfort. Using a spell she learned a long time ago from Rosswise, Akeno created a holographic image of the phone screen, to comfortably watch the video. Then he started playing it. Video. The girls could see the brunette standing at his desk with a guitar in hand. Instantly everyone could notice the obvious changes in the boy. Now her hair looked longer, which was tied in a low ponytail that fell in front over her left shoulder. His face looked more defined and manly, leaving behind the image of a teenager, giving him the appearance of a young and attractive man. His eyes showed seriousness behind those semi-rimmed glasses that looked quite good on him. They could also notice that his uniform fit his body, which showed that he was in shape, in addition to the fact that he dressed neatly and correctly. They all felt their hearts pounding as their cheeks turned pink at the man in front of their eyes. They never imagined that the brunette could look this manly. Kiba and Gasper also noticed his appearance, which they ignored when they spoke earlier in the day, both admitting that he looked good and healthy. What are you doing, Aika-san? They heard Keitei's unmistakable voice. Something that I can upload to the network. He, this will be worth gold. They heard the answer from the girl with glasses. That told them that the one recording was Kiryu Aika. Then they saw the boy playing the musical instrument. They all grimaced at the bad sound they heard, they even managed to hear some laughter in the background sound of the video. That made them feel angry, that they dared to make fun of the brunette. It wasn't his fault that he didn't know how to play any musical instrument, after all, his interests lay elsewhere. Only Asya and Irina kept their expression serious, since they had seen part of the video in advance and knew what was coming. Then they saw him take out his phone and search for something on it. When he found it, he placed it next to him and began to play each string several times, while turning the pegs in one direction. They weren't very sure, but it seemed like he was tuning the strings if they weren't mistaken. They vaguely remembered the guys in the band doing it from time to time. That was something they tended to ignore since they preferred to use their time with them in another way. The answer came when the brunette put away his phone and returned to playing the instrument. This time the sound was much more harmonious. They even heard some clicks of the tongue in disagreement from some of the men. Urara-san, I remember that you and Murasaka-san met at a maid cafe where you went almost every day. You said that since you saw her at the entrance of the place you wanted to know more about her, they heard the brunette say. They all shuddered at the tone of voice, being deeper and more serious than before, but at the same time calm and refreshing. However, the most surprised were Rias and Akeno, since the last name mentioned by the brunette was that of Kaido-sensei and Ryuzuki, who were brothers. Now that they thought about it, they remembered that their youngest brother was in 3rd year after skipping a year thanks to his academic excellence, holding 3rd place in the general table. Then they could see him near the brunette while he looked quite embarrassed by his words, confirming that he was indeed the younger brother of Kaido-sensei and Ryuzuki. Well, I know what to play, they heard the brunette mutter, who closed his eyes as a sign of concentration. They were grateful that the video was recorded in high definition, since it did not lose quality when enlarged with the spell. They saw him nod to himself while he arranged his fingers to form a note, at least that was what they intuited since they didn't know much about music. Issei began to play the strings, achieving a harmonious sound, while humming in a deep voice. When he started singing, the girls felt their skin crawl when they heard his voice. At the same time, everyone was left with their mouths open at the boy's incredible and attractive voice, while they felt their hearts tremble. Most compared it to what they felt when they heard the boys play, and it really couldn't be compared due to the impact of knowing that the brunette had that hidden talent. I didn't know Issei-kun could sing that well, Akeno said without taking her eyes off the video. Me neither, it's the first time I've heard him sing, replied the redhead. Thanks to their demonic side, everyone was able to understand the song fluently and without problems. Issei-sama is incredible, the phoenix mused with admiration in her eyes. Yeah, Koneko nodded as her Nikomata features came out without realizing it. She moved her tail and ears, letting herself be carried away by the boy's voice. Asia and Zenovia were surprised since the lyrics described the situation about the couple well. They had heard Murasaka-san's story from a mutual friend they had with the girl, which is why they were aware of this fact. Irina vaguely remembered that when they were children they both made a promise to create a rock band together like the one they showed on TV. It seemed the boy had kept his promise after all. The men in the group had been pleasantly surprised, their friend undoubtedly knew how to surprise them from time to time. Issei changed the arpeggio to a strum, and then performed an acoustic guitar solo. The girls dedicated themselves to enjoying the show, momentarily forgetting about everything else. When the song had finished, they could see how silence reigned in the video, something quite predictable regarding the situation. Waha. They could see how all the brunette's classmates approached the embarrassed boy to congratulate him, even the women approached him with gentle smiles, something that bothered them slightly. Then they heard the request to play another song. Internally they wanted me to accept, fearing that the video would end there. They could see how the brunette showed a surprised expression, before smiling slightly. They all blushed without realizing it at the boy's gesture. Well, I don't have a problem with it, they heard him respond as he scratched his cheek in a gesture of slight embarrassment. They all gasped in victory, not knowing what was coming next. The original song has piano, I hope you like this improvisation on acoustic guitar, they heard him say in that tone that they considered almost seductive. With that said, the boy began to play, nothing different from the previous song, then he began to sing. Upon hearing the first lines, everyone was brought back to reality in the crudest way. The daydream and magic of the moment were left behind, only to feel his heart shrink at such words and phrases. At this point, and without them realizing it, tears began to roll down the cheeks of all the girls in the club. Koneko's ears were kept low, showing her mood. They all continued watching the video without looking away, feeling how their hearts began to hurt. Then the boy started strumming, giving the song more power. Stanza. I remember little things, you hardly ever do. Tell me why, I don't know why it's over. The most affected were Rias and Akeno, since they remembered Sona's words and remembered that they never spoke to the brunette to explain the reason for their actions so as not to worry or hurt him. I remember shooting stars, the walk we took that night. I hope your wish came true, mine betrayed me. That last sentence pierced the hearts of everyone without exception. You let my hand go and you fake a smile for me. I have a feeling you don't know what to do. I look deep in your eyes, hesitate a while. Why are you crying? Kiba kept a serious face, while inside he denied the girls' actions. He really didn't understand why they acted like that if they were now with those boys. With those actions they only showed him that they had lost all rights over Issei. This part of the song deeply hit those who had a relationship with the band members, feeling it like an indirect claim from the boy they loved. It was then that they felt the moisture on their faces and knew something was terribly wrong. They definitely realized that all their actions could have hurt the boy, so they had to find him to clarify the misunderstanding that they could have caused without intention. Hope made its way into their hearts, he couldn't have forgotten them and they highly doubted he could hate them. That made them breathe easier and undo the feeling of guilt that had overwhelmed them at the beginning. They were sure that by being able to talk to him they could make him understand that his current relationship with the boys was to make him happy in the long future that awaited them together. It had certainly been a good scare for them. They watched him play the last notes of the song. Then he opened his eyes, which he had kept closed for almost the entire song. They could see how he drew a nervous smile, and they could also hear some whimpers indicating that several boys and girls were affected by the lyrics of that song just like them. Watching how the video ended, they all wiped their tears with disposable tissues that were in a box placed comfortably on the table. Where had it come from? No idea. Once they felt calmer, the redhead spoke up. Girls, finding Issei has become our highest priority, he declared with a serious expression. Hi, they exclaimed in unison. They all wore expressions of determination, as they were willing to find a suitable place for him. Kiba only shook his head slightly while smiling fakely. It seemed that even though the song struck a chord with all of them, the final part made them feel like everything was okay. He had a drop on the back of his neck at such a childish deduction on the part of all of them. It was clear to him that Issei did it with the intention of making them see the consequences of their mistakes, so that in the near future they would not make them again and would not lose the people they loved like they did with him. As a man he could see it in her eyes. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Gasper, he remained focused on his game, but he could see him denying with quite a bit of disappointment. Yes, I am also deeply disappointed in them. I never thought they would make a mistake of this magnitude. Let's just hope that the emotional blow of losing Issei-kun doesn't leave them completely devastated, he thought with disappointment and concern for them. With those last thoughts he closed his book and got up from the couch, being imitated by Gasper, who was still playing on his laptop. This caught the attention of all the girls. "Hyodo, are you leaving?" the redhead asked. "Hi Ria-sama, Gasper-kun and I are returning to our class," the blonde Bishinen said before heading to the door. "Okay. Hyodo," the redhead called. The named man stopped and turned to look at his mistress. Gasper, who was next to him, also stopped, putting away his console on the spot. "If you find out anything about Issei-kun, let us know," Rias asked with a slightly pleading look. "Hi Ria-sama," he conceded before continuing on his way to the exit. An awkward silence reigned in the place after that. This was broken by the reincarnated angel. "We must also return to our classes, Ria-san. If we find out anything else about Issei-kun we will call her," said the brunette with pigtails as she stood up next to Asya and Zenobia. Ria smiled weakly at them in response. "Don't worry Ria-sama, we will find him and clarify all this," the knight said with a serious look, trying to convey confidence to the redhead. Although she didn't have much confidence in finding him either, since it seemed that the brunette didn't want to be found, and the situation of not attending classes seemed to be too convenient. Leaving her doubts behind, the blue-haired girl followed Asya and Irina, who were already practically at the door about to leave. Ravel and Koneko also stood up ready to leave the room. "We must also return to classes, don't worry about Issei-sama, we will find him," the phoenix said, quite convinced. The little Nekashu nodded expressionlessly before the two left the room. The place remained in a deep silence, with the redhead and her queen being the only ones who remained in the place. "Akeno, do you think we can find him?" the redhead asked with an indecipherable expression. The brunette was not surprised by such a question, even she had that doubt in mind. "I don't know, Rias. The only thing I'm clear about is that when I find it I will clarify everything that has happened. I don't want you to get wrong ideas about our relationship with Kaido-sensei," was the brunette's response. The redhead didn't say anything, she just got up from the couch and went to the window. She watched the campus in silence for a couple of minutes. "Shall we return, Rias?" the brunette asked, breaking the silence. "You go, Akeno, I don't feel like going to class," the girl responded. The brunette nodded before heading to the door, where she stopped. "What do I tell Kaido-sensei? Remember that we have a date with him after school," he reminded him of that commitment. The redhead was silent for a couple of seconds. "Our plans have not changed, I just need to think a little. Tell him that we will be there without fail," Rias responded without taking her eyes off the outside. Akeno nodded before leaving the place. Flashback end. "Issei," he muttered absent-mindedly. Although there was hope that everything would return to normal, something told her that not everything would turn out as she expected. "I just hoped I wasn't wrong." Journalism club. A girl with black hair and golden eyes looked dumbfounded at the images her friend had obtained. This is," he said with a trembling voice. "Hard to believe, right?" A certain brunette spoke with a small mocking smile. The other girl didn't say anything, not being able to believe this new information. "I know that 3 weeks ago you wrote an article about how Hyodo Issei had reformed and become an outstanding student. Now you can write about the real reason for such a change. What do you say, Motoko-chan?" the brunette asked with a confident smile. "What do I say? Obviously yes, we are talking about the news of the year. We would only need one interview with Hyodo to have the best article in the entire school year," the girl said with anxiety and excitement in her eyes. "The last one will be difficult, since he doesn't show up very often. But I'll ask Aika-san, she was close to him in the last month, maybe she knows where to find him," the brunette explained. "Oh Murayama-chan. That's why you're my best friend," the girl exclaimed with anime tears falling from her eyes as she hugged her. Yes, I know I'm incredible, but could you let me go? I can't breathe," the girl said, turning slightly blue before the other girl's strong grip. After school, the brunette walked absent-mindedly through the streets of Kuo. He had fallen asleep listening to music for an hour before the others arrived for daily rehearsal. They had discussed the repertoire of songs they would play at the festival, and thinking about the time each band would have, they separated the list to give more priority to certain songs. The concert lasted a couple of hours with only 2 bands, so I had to prepare in case other bands showed up and not have any setbacks at the time of the event. He also remembered that the boys commented on the video that Kiryu showed them, although everyone had already seen it thanks to Sona. Now that I thought about it, how did he get it? Or rather, when did you meet Kiryu? Well, I would ask him later. The brunette with glasses had also asked him to meet with a girl named Shinomiya Motoko. Apparently she was the president of the journalism club and had requested an interview with him. This filled him with doubts, but possibly it was due to what happened in the morning. Since he always had the first periods free, he saw no problem in meeting with the girl, although thinking about the type of questions to which he would be subjected made him sweat slightly, but he could also use that to his advantage and make it clear that he wasn't a pervert in every sense of the word. It wasn't that he cared that much about his reputation, but the fact that he wasn't treated as a pervert was refreshing in his opinion. Leaving those thoughts aside, the brunette continued his walk. He really felt calmer now that he could pass for any human. Azazel's invention was quite practical. Reviewing in his mind the skills displayed by this one, he couldn't help but list them. First, it was able to analyze its environment and give it precise data about it. Second, he could analyze the enemy's power and reach. Third, it could detect barriers that were hidden from view. Fourth, he synchronized with his abilities to execute them with a simple mental command. Fifth, he masked his aura so he could go unnoticed. Sixth, he was able to give him detailed information on the women's measurements. The latter really filled him with shame, but he did not deny that it really aroused some curiosity in him. He shook his head quickly. I couldn't go back to those days where I was a total pervert obsessed with breasts. There really are still consequences, huh? He muttered with a sad smile. You're wrong, partner, that's not it. He heard the dragon say. What do you mean, Drake? He asked his internal resident. Your perversion disappeared. What you feel are the manly impulses of a young adult. It has nothing to do with your old self. This is part of human nature. If I'm not mistaken, you are curious about the female body, but you still maintain the respect for the opposite gender so as not to do nonsense. The dragon briefly explained. This left the boy thoughtful. I see, so that's it. Although anyway I'm used to having naked women around me, he remembered with a small dissatisfied grimace. Rias and the others slept naked with him almost always. Maybe, but the current you doesn't process the idea of sleeping with a naked girl next to you in the same way. Drake said in a solemn tone. The brunette had to admit that Drake was right. He wouldn't feel very comfortable with it. He instantly felt shame come when he remembered the scene from this morning, in addition to imagining exactly what Drake said, imagining all the girls naked. He quickly denied it with extreme shame and a red face. See, that's what I mean, the dragon said with an amused tone. He truly enjoyed the life free from perversions on the part of his bearer. Although she really thought the boy didn't count her. He was grateful to Ophis and the others for not letting him fall into the darkness, or at this point his life would be quite deteriorated by the dragon's curse that he suffered when falling. Continuing on his way, the brunette passed in front of a store where they sold motorcycles. Remembering a few students who had scooters to get around faster, and I was certainly a little curious about driving one of them. Maybe one day, he thought as he saw the two-wheeled vehicles that were displayed to attract customers, before continuing on his way carelessly. Arriving at the Kuo Park and taking advantage of the empty space, Issei disappeared in a magical circle. If he had stayed a couple more minutes, he would have encountered a red-haired woman and a black-haired woman walking arm in arm with a young Kuo teacher. They cut their way through the park to reach a small cafe where they could have privacy to enjoy their date. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The brunette had arrived at the main door of his domain, feeling a little nervous about the possible reaction of a certain trio. He also had some anxiety about what Rosswise and the girls had to tell him. Flush. A pair of magic circles appeared behind him. Sugoi, she heard two male voices say, one more childish than the other. Turning his head, he could see Sona accompanied by Tsubaki, as well as Kiba and Gasper with expressions of total astonishment as they saw the imposing building in front of them. Although it did not compare to Castles Gremory, Phoenix and Citri, his home showed grandeur, which surpassed his old residence in the human world. The gloomy appearance of the site did not detract from the beauty of the building. The large garden with different flowers and the central fountain with a pair of dragons with outstretched wings was quite striking. For some reason the pair found this place comfortable. They also noticed that they were in the underworld when looking at the sky, understanding why they could not feel his presence in the city when they tried to look for him. Sona, Tsubaki, the boy greeted with a nod. The Citri heiress nodded in response, although he could see a hardened look directed at him, which was lost in effect due to the slight blush on the girl's cheeks. Issei-sama, the black-haired girl greeted respectfully. This caught the attention of the other duo present. Tsubaki-san, formalism is not necessary unless the moment requires it, the brunette said in a friendly tone. Hi, Issei-san, the girl responded with a small smile. The brunette nodded with a small smile, then looked at the other duo. Kiba, Gasper, he approached them to greet them. To the knight with a handshake and a pat on the shoulder, and to the vampire caressing his head. I know you have questions, but you will have your answers once we get inside, he said when he saw the expression on the boys' faces. Then together with Sona he began to walk towards the castle. Both male members of the Gremory entourage instantly noticed a certain closeness between Sona and Issei, but shrugging their shoulders they both decided not to think about it and followed the pair. Come on, Shinra-senpai, the knight said, extending his hand in the direction of the black-haired girl. She blushed slightly but accepted the Gremory knight's hand. They walked behind Gasper, who looked at the castle with admiration while following Sona and Issei, who were talking calmly. Kiba-kun is holding my hand. Kaya. She thought internally excited while on the outside she maintained her neutral expression, which was adorned by a great blush. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr that. The girl said in an expressionless manner. He. Sarah Falsama is someone very peculiar, the brunette mused, laughing lightly when thinking about the eccentric Mao Leviathan. They put their conversation aside when the huge door was opened by a certain red-haired maid. Welcome home Issei-sama, the girl pronounced with a bow. I'm back Maya-chan, the boy responded with a small smile. Again he made a mental note to talk to the girl later so she could relax a little, at least a couple of days a week. Since the other men present were behind him, he couldn't notice the duo's shocked expressions when his suspicions were coming true. They recognized the maid as Spectra Phantom's personal maid. At the same time they felt several presences inside the castle, among which they were able to recognize the masked man's companions at the meeting with Rias and Sona. Gasper felt intimidated by the powerful auras, but at the same time he was excited to feel the aura of a certain damp IRE. He now knew where Valerie was and hoped to visit her more often. Tsubaki felt how the Gremmery Knight had tensed, so she became worried. The blonde felt his hand being squeezed slightly, so he looked to his right, meeting the reassuring gaze of Queen Citri. The blonde smiled gratefully for the gesture, which he returned. Arigato Shinra-senpai, he muttered in a low tone. It's nothing Kiba-kun, but call me Tsubaki. Just Tsubaki, the girl answered, slightly embarrassed. This caught the blonde's attention, as he was able to appreciate the black-haired woman's features at first glance, noting that she was actually quite beautiful. Okay. Tsubaki, the blonde said with a small blush. This simple fact earned a beautiful smile from the girl, which left him completely disarmed, and without knowing how to react, he chose to look away while his blush increased. Without anyone realizing it, this brief interaction was noticed by the brunette and the brunette, so they both smiled. It seemed that Queen Citri had made a breakthrough upon being noticed by the knight. Congratulations Tsubaki, I hope you can soon tell him what you feel, Sona thought, smiling slightly. It seems that Kiba finally has an interest in the female gender. Sniffs grow up so fast, Issei thought while wiping away a tear of pride. Gasper had sneaked into the castle, so he missed the scene. Ahem, what do you think if we go in? The brunette said with a small sly look and a cheeky smile. This filled the duo with immense shame, who only managed to follow the other couple into the castle. Kiba absently looked at his surroundings to hide his embarrassment. Tsubaki keeping her gaze down trying to hide her red face. When they both arrived at the castle hall, the blonde knight couldn't help but be surprised, since it was similar to the one at the Hyodo residence. Two stairs that coincided in the center just above a door, which he managed to identify as an elevator, with a pair of ice sculptures in the shape of chibi dragons in the corners, something that caught the blonde's attention, especially because they showed no signs of melting. The elevator is used to go to upper floors, but since we are going to the second floor we will not need it, please follow me, said the red-haired maid who was accompanying them. At this the couple blinked, realizing that Issei and Sona had disappeared. Apparently they were more focused on hiding their shame. They both looked at each other slightly before nodding and following the maid up the stairs. Castle living room. For Tsubaki it was not so different from the previous time she visited the brunette accompanying her, King, although the difference was seeing a certain blonde that she had not seen before. For his part, Kiba confirmed his suspicions when he saw the girls at the meeting. Hyodo Issei was Spectra Phantom. The brunette was talking to a certain black-haired woman with red eyes, who was in front of a group of 4 girls that he quickly identified, although his attention was focused on a certain silver head that he had not seen for a long time. Roswise-sensei? The Gremmery Knight pronounced with great doubt. Roswise looked at the blonde who had spoken to her and smiled in response. Yudo-kun, long time no see, the Valkyrie greeted with a friendly smile. Gasper was sitting next to Valerie while they were both talking. They occupied one of the 3 sewn for alls in the place. These were arranged in a way that represented the 3 sides of a square, leaving a space to access and sit comfortably, with a table in the center of the formation. Well, we will discuss this a little later, for the moment we must attend to our guests, the brunette said to the brunette, who nodded without problems. The others nodded as well, before getting comfortable. Due to the size of the main room, the sewn-for-alls were large enough so that 5 people could accommodate them without problems, while the rest of the room was occupied by a small bar with a bar and some chairs. There were also 2 doors, one for the dining room and kitchen and another that showed the stairs to go to the upper floors. They had entered through a 3rd door, which gave access to a hallway that led to the lower floor where the hall was and to the elevator, where you could go to all the floors including the lower one. All the girls occupied various places on the sewn-for-alls, while the brunette stood in the free space. On the right were Griselda, Gabriel, Penemu, Lufei, Neru and Lilith sitting on the cadre's lap. In the center were Valerie, Gasper, Kiba and Tsubaki. On the left were Kurumi, Rosswise, Tsukiyomi, Sona and Kuroka. Kiba, Gasper, welcome to my home. The Dragon Castle, the brunette began to speak, extending his arms. Those mentioned stood up and made a small bow. Something inside them noticed how the brunette's aura changed unexpectedly, giving them the feeling of being in front of someone of a higher status. Then they remembered that Spectra was a supreme class demon. Well, I know you have a lot of questions, so go ahead, you can ask me whatever you want, he conceded as a certain redhead arrived from the kitchen. In his hands he carried a tray with a teapot and several cups, also some sandwiches. Issei-kun, have you left the Gremory clan? The blonde knight asked with a serious expression. The brunette crossed his arms before answering. Yes, I am no longer the pawn of Rias Gremory. Due to my achievements in the war I was promoted a month ago, the boy confirmed. I see, so Rosswise-sensei too? Kiba asked again, looking at the Valkyrie. The all for honor mention nodded with a small smile. That's right, I requested an exchange of pieces with the Gremory clan, this was granted to me by Mao Surzek's Lucifer-sama, the brunette answered, diverting the boy's attention to him. The blonde nodded to himself as he digested the information. The maid gave the visitors a cup of tea which they kindly accepted. Issei-senpai, are all of them your servants? Little Dampire asked before putting a pastry in his mouth. This caught the attention of the blonde, who studied each one of those present while drinking from his cup of tea, seeing someone quite familiar to him. Yes. You met some of them when I met with Rias and Sona. By now you must have already deduced that I am Spectra Phantom, the brunette confirmed, adding the last thing in a serious tone. Both men from the Gremory group nodded with serious looks. From the first meeting we felt a quite familiar sensation, explained the blonde knight, placing his tea on the coffee table. When Ria-sama informed us that Surzek-sama gave her information about Spectra, we saw in the dossier the same crest as the one in the brochure you gave us, Gasper contributed this time. The brunette nodded with a small smile. A magic circle appeared above him, then slowly descended, covering him and changing his appearance. In front of the duo of Gremory men was no longer the brunette, now there was Spectra Phantom. I see. Kiba muttered, looking him up and down. Long, messy blonde hair with a lock slightly covering his left eye, his red clothing and black pants as well as his mask. He removed it from his face, revealing fiery red eyes that were quite penetrating and expressive. Honestly, even without the mask, I highly doubt that anyone from the Gremory group will recognize you, the knight said with a small, amused smile. I know, now I will introduce you to the rest of my peerage, the now red-eyed man said while securing the mask at his waist. A certain quintet of girls had a slight blush on their faces at the boy's appearance, even though it was just appearance they couldn't help it, since he was the boy they loved and that made him even more attractive. The thought of having a child with that appearance crossed Tsukiyomi's mind, causing her face to turn completely red. This was not difficult to imagine due to the features, blonde and with hair similar to that of the boy, although his eyes could be blue or gold, he shook his head from those thoughts, at the moment he had other things to deal with. Well, you know Kurumi, my queen, Issei spoke, directing his hand to the named one. She gave a small nod to the guests. My bishop, Valerie, pointing to the Dampire next to him. She greeted, raising her hand. My knight, Neru, he pointed to the revived blonde. She just puffed out her chest with pride. Kiba made a mental note to ask him for a friendly duel later. My rook, Kuroka, he pointed to the Nekashu. Nyahaha, long time no see, prince, the girl commented with amusement. Yes. It's been a while, the knight responded, smiling tensely. He still couldn't get used to the girl's way of being. My personal maid, Maya, he pointed to the maid next to him. It made a respectful bow. It's a pleasure, he said professionally. The pleasure is ours, both Gremory responded, bowing slightly. Now, my other, bishop, Rosswise, he pointed to the Valkyrie. Hyodo-kun, Gasper-kun, the girl greeted. This really surprised both Gremory. Is she a bishop like me? Gasper asked, really surprised by that information. That's right, with the magical improvement of the piece his abilities increased greatly compared to when he was with Rias, the boy responded. Both men from the Gremory group opened their eyes a little wider. They had processed the Valkyrie thing without problems. What really shocked them slightly was hearing the boy say his mistress's name so naturally, but at the same time the tone used was totally blank. This showed that he did not have any kind of feelings for her, nor did he notice resentment or any negative feelings towards her. The same thing happened with Kuroka. Although her magical abilities are extraordinary, she has combat skills reinforced with magic and senjutsu that fit more with the rook piece, he added, exposing that piece of information. The named girl felt slight embarrassment at being praised out of nowhere for her abilities, especially for being Issei who said it. This explanation brought the pair of boys out of their stupor, who just nodded, processing all the information received so far. My other rook, Breach-on, he pointed to the angel. She smiled kindly as she raised her hand. It was then that they both noticed the presence of little Lilith, who was on the lap of a purple-haired girl next to the one called Breach-on, who raised her hand in greeting when noticed by the boys. Although it wasn't difficult for them to accept the knowledge that she was with Issei. They knew of the little girl's attachment to him for a long time, a trait she shared with Ophis. My other knight, Griselda. She is with me thanks to an agreement with Gabriel-sama, he explained briefly in anticipation of the question the knight planned to ask. He lowered his hand when he got the answer to his question. Knowing in advance that the piece did not change her nature, it was understandable that Seraph had no problems giving up her Queen of Hearts to the Red Eye. No one noticed the all-for-honor-mentioned girl's small pout. She was already used to being called Gabriel or Breach-on by the brunette and the others, feeling comfortable with the familiar treatment she had in this place. My pawns, Lufei, he pointed to the magician. She raised her hand friendly. Musa-chan, he pointed to the fallen. The purple-haired girl who had Lilith on her lap only nodded in greeting. And finally, the newest member of the group, Tsukiyomi, he said pointing to the blonde. A pleasure, Hyodo Tsukiyomi, Issei's wife, the blonde proudly introduced herself. This caught the duo of boys off guard. They thought that they only had a dating relationship and that what the girl said at the doors of the academy was to make a clear point. Hyodo Issei is not available. They hadn't missed the look of respect from the Kuo girls towards their friend, possibly arising from the incident they had heard about from Asia and Irina. We still need to clarify that, Tsu-chan, said the boy with a drop on the back of his neck. Tsu-chan, she exclaimed, embarrassed and blushing at the nickname. The Red Eye smiled warmly at him. Yes, Tsu-chan. That way I show that we are close, the boy answered, amused. HMP. That's obvious, and since I'm your legal wife you can call me that, the girl declared, crossing her arms under her breasts, looking in another direction with a red face. Kiba smiled at this scene. Gasper noted that they were all good people and that his senpai was in good hands. By the way, Issei-kun, I notice your aura, but it's human, Kiba mentioned with seriousness in his voice. For his part, the named man smiled mysteriously as he returned to normal and the mask returned to its glasses form that the boy put on. Well, that's because these glasses allow me to disguise my aura. Currently my aura is that of a dragon since my demonic part disappeared when I stopped being Rias's servant, the boy explained, adjusting his glasses. The blonde Bishonen nodded in understanding. He was quite surprised by the brunette's addition, thanks to that the girls couldn't locate him no matter how much they wanted to. Well, that answers all my doubts. Although I'm surprised that Roswai-sensei is with you, the blonde said, exposing that point. She, like you, was attentive to me. When she returned from Asgard she was with me when I received my pieces, so I asked her to be part of my peerage. As you see, she accepted, something that makes me immensely happy, was the response of the boy, smiling warmly. The comment earned a small blush from the named. This caught Kiba's attention, and it didn't take long for him to connect the dots and come up with a deduction. Don't tell me that you are, he said with slight shock. Yes, we are both a couple. I also have a relationship with Kurumi. Plus there is a matter that I must clarify, so possibly the number of girls will increase, the boy confirmed with a tense smile on his face. This earned a blush from Sona, Tsukiyomi, and Kuroka. This did surprise the young knight, especially because of Sona's reaction, partly understanding why she knew about this before and why she was here. Remembering the look he gave her at the occult club. She knew that both men in the group were aware of what was happening with the brunette. I see, he said, slightly affected by such information. I hope I have answered all your questions, the brunette said, smiling more relaxed. Yes, Gasper, and I can be calmer knowing that you are fine, was the blonde knight's response. As Yudo-senpai said, we are glad that you are well, besides that Valerie is with you, that calms me down a lot, although I was not that worried since when I saw her again I noticed how happy she looked. Now I see that it is thanks to Issei-senpai." The vampire spoke this time with a cheerful smile. This comment caused the all for honor mention to become quite embarrassed. "Gasper," he claimed with a red face. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'll make sure that beautiful smile never leaves your face," declared the brunette with a thumbs up. This caused the vampire to cover her face in complete embarrassment, but internally happy to hear those words. Gasper drew a big smile at his senpai's words. He knew that Valerie would be safe with him. "Issei, I think we should discuss a certain matter," Kurumi said, standing up with the other four. "It's true, Kiba, Gasper. Can you excuse me for a moment?" The brunette spoke, addressing the Gremory Knight and the transvestite vampire. "Sure, don't worry Issei-kun," the boy responded. Gasper just nodded with a childish smile. The brunette sent a significant look to a certain trio, who blushed when he understood the hint. "We must talk." They already sensed that a talk with the boy awaited them. They had that idea in mind, not wanting to have clumsy situations that could affect trust with the boy, in addition to meaning having risks in some nearby mission. Following that, the boy headed to the stairs with the quintet of girls heading to his room. The rest remained in deep silence. "Naru-san. I would accept a little sparring," the blonde knight offered. The one named smiled predatorily. "Just what I was thinking," he responded, standing up and leading the blonde to the training room. He really needed to distract himself while his master was settling his affairs. Chapter 6. Filling your heart, sharing your fall. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The blonde Gremory Knight had followed Issei's knight to the training room for a friendly sparring match. Kiba was slightly nervous, as he could feel his instincts telling him that the girl was someone he could not underestimate, something difficult to believe due to her delicate build. He was sure that his friend had not joined her to his peerage title only because of her beauty, but because of her skill. They were now facing each other as they both held European swords in their hands. Made of wood. "This duel will be using only our sword skills. Are you okay with that, boy?" the girl asked with a serious expression. "I have no problem. I really feel excited to face Issei-kun's knight," the blonde responded with a small smile. The knight of the Hyodo group smiled back before adopting an expression of utmost concentration. At that moment the other members of the group arrived with Gasper. "It seems like this is going to get interesting," Griselda mused with a small smile. "Kiba-san is a first-rate swordsman. I'm sure it will be a great duel," Lufei added with a small smile. The blonde Gremory was pretty close to being able to give his brother a decent fight. No doubt in a couple more years he could get Arthur to get serious if the boy kept improving like this. The boy has survived some pretty tough opponents. "Everyone in the DXD group is serious rivals," Penemu mentioned, taking a seat on a stone for all against the wall. From that place you could see the entire field. It was placed there so that everyone could see the flaws in Issei's training in order to correct them, and it was also more comfortable when observing the training. Gabriel only drank a soda while watching the two knights studying each other without breaking his battle stance. Valerie was talking to Gasper in a low voice so as not to bother those watching the fight. The vampire pair did not want to be left alone in the room, so they both followed the others. "I have seen his skills firsthand. Young Hyodo is very good," Gabriel said with a friendly smile, seeing the growing tension on the battlefield. "Yes, Kiba-kun is incredible," Tsubaki said with a small smile and a slight blush. This earned sly looks from the other girls. Tsubaki noticed the girls' looks and felt extremely embarrassed. The only ones to have obvious confusion on their faces were Gasper and Lilith. "Oh," Lilith muttered as she slammed her fist into her palm. It seems he had discovered something. "The Citri girl is in love with Oni-chan's friend," she said with a face of realization. This caused the others to laugh quietly, and Tsubaki turned into a tomato because she was so red. On the battlefield, Kiba observed Naru's posture and was surprised to see no openings to attack. Naru also had the same problem. Although she could see a couple of openings, they were kept to a minimum. No doubt the boy knew about them and was prepared to protect himself from any attack at these points. The blonde smiled pleased. When the brunette tested his skills firsthand, it showed that he was not high enough to force her to get serious, at least not yet. Although he had to admit that his master had given him a couple of scares when he tested his abilities personally, but nothing more. Griselda was a great warrior with great skill, but he had not been able to challenge her to a duel due to everything that had happened in the short time he had been in the group. Besides, she was still getting used to being alive again and preferred to enjoy a little of the tranquility that was available to her. Both blondes sharpened their gaze before disappearing from sight. Pock! The wooden swords rang with each clash, resisting by having special runes so as not to break under the harsh treatment. The girls easily saw the exchange of thrusts, cuts and the occasional physical blow. Valerie and Gasper were the ones who had a bit of trouble keeping up with the speed of both knights, while Lu Fei had used a spell on herself to not miss the duel. Tsubaki watched the blonde Gremory enthralled, who defended himself with a small smile of excitement. This was seen by Penemu and Gabriel, who smiled at the girl-in-love aspect of the usually stoic Queen Sona Citri. In one movement, both Boken brushed Kiba and Neru's cheeks, causing a light superficial scratch. That only ignited the competitive side of both knights. Issei's room. The brunette was sitting on the floor of his room while resting his back on his bed. He stood with one leg extended and the other bent, looking relaxed but also showing a slightly serious expression, looking expectantly at the quintet of girls in front of him. "So, will you tell me what's happening?" the boy asked in a soft but firm tone. The girls, who were sitting Seiza in a semicircle, looked at each other and then nodded. Then it was Roswise who spoke. "You see Issei, we have all talked to clarify some things." The girl began to speak. Flashback. 5 girls are seen sitting on the bed in the room to be comfortable, and because there were not seats for everyone in that place. The room was a certain Valkyrie's. "I have called you here to discuss your feelings for Issei." The Valkyrie began with a serious face. This caught Kuroka, Sona and Tsukiyomi off guard. None of them expected this from Roswise. "First of all, I want to clarify something," he said when he saw how the Nekashu and Tsukiyomi were going to say something while Sona looked down in shame. This caught the attention of the 3, who, overcoming their initial surprise, looked at her with doubt. Tsukiyomi-san doesn't know it, but Issei suffered a betrayal that almost killed him by girls who said they loved him. He explained with a dull look. This made Kuroka feel bad as she remembered that her little sister lost a good man over stupid things. Sona squeezed her skirt slightly because of the idiocy that Rias committed due to her childishness and immaturity. Tsukiyomi blinked in confusion at what the white-haired girl said, but still frowned slightly. The worst of all is that he would slowly die. In loneliness and pain without them noticing, said an affected Kurumi. Sona opened her eyes at such words. Unfortunately for her, the brunette was right, since she doubted that Rias would notice the boy's state until it was too late. Kuroka looked away in pain. Without a doubt that was the worst of deaths. Tsukiyomi put a hand on his chest. Those words hurt him a lot. "So Kurumi-sama, and I want to hear what you have to say. If you really love Issei or just feel gratitude, friendship or admiration towards him," the white-haired girl said, looking at them seriously. This left the trio speechless. 2 of them understood perfectly why the white-haired girl did all this. To be honest, they would do the same thing if they were in her place. For her part, the blonde debated internally, since the idea of sharing the boy made her uncomfortable, but there was also the fact that he already had a relationship with 2 girls. Roswise and Kurumi remained silent, watching as each of them meditated on their words silently. Then one of them looked up, which had a certain gleam of determination. "Well, honestly, this does not change my plans. I had already accepted that I have fallen in love with Hyodo Issei." Sona began to speak. The Valkyrie and the red-eyed brunette looked at her, waiting for her to continue. "At first I felt admiration for her dedication and effort, even though her motives were not entirely pure," the girl explained with a stoic face. Both girls understood what he meant and suppressed a small smile at the memory of when the brunette wanted to be the harem king. The other 2 were just listening. One in confusion and one with understanding. "Then I started to feel jealous of him, since he had done what I couldn't. He managed to solve Ria's problems with me being her best friend, her engagement with Riser and the problems of her servants, plus he was a great addition to your peerage," the girl continued speaking. This surprised Roswise. He never expected that feeling from the Citri heiress. The others just continued listening. "But after a while that changed. I began to see the real Issei, the one who puts his friends and loved ones above all else, the one who always stands up again and again in order to defend what is right, someone who, despite his great power, he remains humble," the girl spoke, while her eyes acquired a special shine. Roswise and Kurumi put on a small smile. Even someone like Sona was captivated by those qualities of Issei, that showed that he was someone special. "When I realized that I was starting to see him with different eyes, obviously I immediately denied it. He already had a lot of problems with girls and I didn't want to deal with Rias. But then I saw how Rias was starting to leave him aside. That's why I wanted to get closer and give him my support, but I forced myself to stay on the sidelines, asking the boys to be with him in my place," the girl continued talking. The brunette's official girlfriends noticed how the shine disappeared from his eyes. "Then one day the boys told me about Issei's change. It was when I waited for him in the music club room. That was when I knew what Rias caused. I also felt enormously confused when I saw the change in him, but at the same time I felt relieved to see that his essence was still there and the shine had returned to him," the girl said. A blush was visible on the girl's cheeks as her features softened. The idea of approaching him crossed my mind again, but at the same time I felt insecure because I had no experience in sentimental matters, especially because of everything he had just gone through. Anyway, Issei is everything I was looking for in a boy and I decided to be with him. I just needed to see if I could pass my test. Sona said with a blush when she mentioned that the brunette's qualities were what she was looking for in a boy. The girls blinked at the last thing he said. He had to prove to be better than me at chess, although to be honest I had already decided to break my own rule, but then, the day of the meeting with Rias it happened, Issei-kun beat me at chess and the few doubts I had they dissipated. Sona explained, adopting a firm posture, but still blushing. Kurumi remembered that day and how Issei worked hard to give Sona a good challenge. Rosswise was surprised by such events, that the brunette passed Sona's last test without knowing it. She also noticed how a unique glow appeared in Sona's eyes, the same one Kurumi had before dating the boy and the same one she saw in the mirror after spending time with Issei. I love Hyodo Issei. And I want to stay by his side from now on, Sona finished while showing an expression that Rosswise had not seen in her and that he did not expect to see in her. Eyes shining brightly giving off great warmth, a small soft smile and an illuminated face. The expression of a girl in love. The other two girls processed what the brunette with glasses said and made their decision. Sona Citri. I can see that your feelings are true. I for one have no problems with you having a relationship with Issei, Kurumi spoke with a small smile. I agree with Kurumi-sama, Sona-san. I can see that you really love him. So please take care of him. Rosswise said smiling kindly. Sona smiled gratefully, she was still blushing from what she said but she didn't regret it. The next to say something was Tsukiyomi. The others looked at her expectantly, making her a little nervous. Since I was little, Oka-san talked to me about finding my soulmate, someone who cared about my well-being. I don't know Ayanada very much. I only know that he is the one, the girl said, quite blushing. Kurumi understood it, she saw several times how the Sekirei found their other half. Ayanada is my ashikabi. She cared about me, helped me, and protected me when I needed it, all without knowing me or asking for anything in return. We Sekirei are looking for someone like that to be our ashikabi, the girl said with a soft expression on his face. The others were surprised by the way she spoke, leaving behind her proud demeanor and becoming a pretty girl, although they were also confused about ashikabi and Sekirei. Then his expression became determined and took on a glow just like Sona's moments ago. And it doesn't matter if I have to share. As long as Anada is happy, then I will be happy, the girl exclaimed with slight embarrassment. Rosswise smiled, apparently what the blonde felt for Issei was stronger than her own pride. On the other hand, Kurumi already expected it, so she just nodded with her eyes closed and a small smile. Sona cleaned her glasses with a handkerchief while a tiny smile took over her lips. She had that same idea in mind, she was sure that next to the brunette she could be happy. Kuroka let out a small sigh, her turn had come, she just hoped she didn't mess it up. I know everything about your species. I know that what you feel for Issei is pure and sincere, a deep bond that connects your feelings for the rest of your lives. You have my approval, the brunette said, smiling softly. I don't understand some things you said, but I can see that you are sincere. I have no problems with you being with Issei, the white-haired girl agreed kindly. This visibly pleased the blonde who smiled dreamily. Coming to her senses, the blonde shook her head and recomposed her posture, crossing her arms proudly. It's natural, after all the duty of a wife is to ensure the happiness of her beloved husband. She said, looking away. The others had a drop on the back of their necks at the girl's reaction. A single thought crossed everyone's minds. Tsundere, they thought in synchronicity. Once the moment passed, everyone looked doubtfully at the last girl in the room. Naya. This is uncomfortable, Kuroka muttered, slightly intimidated, especially by Kurumi's serious look. The girls remained impassive at the comment. Letting out a sigh, the girl thought about her next words. Well, Issei is a dragon. Specifically one of the two celestial dragons. When Valley rejected me to repopulate my species, my second choice was Issei. The Nekashu began with a totally serious expression. This earned a small glow from Rosswise and Sona, but they both calmed down instantly. Kurumi and surprisingly Tsukiyomi preferred to finish listening to the girl. You know. I'm grateful that Valley rejected me. Issei has proven to be the most incredible person. And the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, the girl's eyes became soft. The others were really surprised to see the tender expression on Kuroka's face, different from her usual mischievous flirtation or cat-like sensuality. He defended my little sister from everything and helped her with her trauma, that earned him points. Then I started to get to know him and when he had my trust I told him what happened when I became a vagrant demon. He said that I was a good cat. Although somewhat naughty. the girl said, slightly embarrassed. The others listened attentively, watching with surprise how Kuroka became vulnerable every second when talking about the brunette, showing that side of what she really was, a girl. He has accepted me as I am, without hesitation. My heart tells me that he is not only a candidate to procreate and revive my species. He has to be my partner for life. Onagai. I only ask for the opportunity to be with him, the girl said with her forehead on the floor before Kurumi and Roswise. They were taken by surprise by the Nekashi's act. Sona and Tsukiyomi opened their eyes when they saw the plea, which came from the bottom of their hearts. Something that everyone noticed. Kuroka. You have changed since you joined the Dikau's brigade. That is because you are in love. That is understandable since I have fallen in love myself, Kurumi said in a soft tone. The girl continued in the same position without looking up. Kuroka-san. Please, make Issei happy with us, Roswise said, smiling sincerely. The Nekashu opened her eyes somewhat in disbelief, feeling how they became slightly moist. Drying herself with the sleeve of her kimono, she stood up and gave them all a sincere smile. Let's get along from now on. Ne, he pronounced cutely. This surprised everyone, thinking that she had a side like that was something unthinkable, until now. Well, since we have clarified this, there are other things we should discuss, the white-haired girl said with a more relaxed expression. Flashback end. The brunette's eyes were wide open at the explanation. After that we only talked to get to know each other better, Sona finished saying. They had spoken in turns, sharing their thoughts from those moments with the boy. Issei remained silent, thinking about what he had heard. Issei. We don't want that to be repeated, that's why we won't act like them, Roswise said with a firm look. This caught the boy's attention completely. Then the white-haired woman approached him and kissed him softly while surrounding his neck. The brunette could feel the depth of the act and the feelings they transmitted, it was so warm. Then they separated, to look into each other's eyes briefly. His cheek was gently caressed by someone else, forcing him to look away from that turquoise blue, focusing on a pair of bright rubies. From this moment on we make it clear to you, Kurumi said this time with a serious tone while looking at him warmly. She repeated what the Valkyrie had done, she kissed him. Issei had a sensation just as intense and deep as with Roswise, but at the same time different and with its own warmth. When they separated their gazes connected, then a new touch on the cheek caught his attention. Now he saw warm amber eyes that conveyed deep affection. We will never leave you alone, Kuroka said with a soft expression that made her look beautiful in his eyes. Like her predecessors, she claimed the boy's lips gently. The contact gave the brunette a sensation in his chest that he still couldn't identify, but that made him feel good. Moments later they separated. As if it were a necessity, they both looked into each other's eyes, repeating the action from the previous times. The soft touch of silky fingers took place on his cheek. Delicate and inexperienced was the feeling they conveyed. And yes, there were those beautiful violet eyes, free of the glass that used to cover them, but that did not diminish their beauty in any way. Our heart is yours, Sona said now with a serene face, which was adorned with a small smile. His heart beat loudly, like every time before. They both closed the distance at the same time, feeling the softness and warmth of intimate contact. The same feeling from the previous times reappeared in his chest, becoming more and more intense and lasting. Slowly separating, both connected gazes full of feelings. A timid touch was the next to catch his attention. The blushing and embarrassed blonde clumsily caressed her cheek. She looked at him slightly submissive, slightly dominant. So from today, keep these words in your heart. Tsukiyomi completed with a slight blush, but without looking away from him. Taking a deep breath, the girl smiled beautifully before kissing him. He could feel the girl's pure and sincere feelings, partly because of their connection and partly because they were on the surface. Feelings filled his chest, staying there this time, despite being separated. Then the five of them were in his field of vision. We love you, Issei, they said in unison. Those words made him open his eyes, and then the brunette understood. I see, this is what Drake meant when he said that the emptiness in my heart was filling again, he thought as he felt light tears run down his face. The warmth he felt overwhelmed him completely and covered him like a soft blanket on a cold and stormy night. The girls were slightly worried when they saw the tears running down his cheeks, but the smile that spread across the brunette's face calmed them down a little. Roswise. Kurumi. Sona. Tsukiyomi. Kuroka. He pronounced their names softly, full of affection. And love. They blushed when they felt the affection printed in the boy's voice. I love them too. Please take care of this poor dragon who doesn't know what he did to deserve them, he said while placing one knee on the ground, lowering his head and placing his right hand over his heart. They felt their chest fill with an intense feeling, but at the same time gentle and serene when they saw the boys act. At that moment they felt the impulse to hug him and stay that way for the rest of their lives. But before anyone else could say or do anything, it happened. Unexpectedly the boy's left hand flashed, right where the boosted gear jewel should be. The boy looked at his hand in surprise, then a magic circle emerged from it and remained suspended in front of the boy. "What's happening? Drake?" the boy exclaimed with concern. The girls looked at the magic circle with interest and some fear for the boy. Except one of them. "That's," the Valkyrie muttered, opening her eyes in shock. This caught the attention of the others, but they couldn't ask anything when they heard a certain entity speak. "Calm down, it's not dangerous at all," said the dragon sealed in the gauntlet. "I see, for a moment I was scared," the brunette said, holding his chest in relief. If Drake said it was nothing dangerous then I believed him, although I had many doubts when recognizing the magic circle. "So what happens with that magic circle, Issei?" Kurumi asked doubtfully. The girls looked at him expectantly, waiting for his response. "This is the magic circle I used for the ritual when I became a Detenryu," the brunette answered seriously. This surprised everyone. Carefully analyzing the circle, they noticed 8 small circles designed around its circumference, showing a flame inside each one. What also caught his attention was that all the flames were gray and dead except for one turquoise one, which looked alive and bright as it burned brightly. "This is a representation of my partner's heart," the dragon explained out loud so that everyone could hear it. Then they watched with fascination as one of the flames began to burn again and took on a purple hue with a dark touch that vibrated strongly. The next one turned aqua blue with white touches, burning again. Another flame regained life and its color changed to aqua blue with touches of silver. Then another one burned again while changing to a blue-green color. They were all colors full of life, very beautiful. The dead flames were the feelings that my partner had for Rias Gremory and the others. All that remained was a void in his heart after the ritual, but when you declared that you loved him and he reciprocated, that void was filled by new feelings. The dragon explained. The girls blushed at the meaning of it, and they also related each color of flame to each of them. Roswise, turquoise blue. Kurumi, purple with dark touches. Sona, blue with white touches. Tsukiyomi, blue with silver touches. Kuroka, green with blue tones. "That's all you need to know, partner, I'm happy for you," the dragon said, so that then the circle disappeared and the greenish glow in his hand went out. An uncomfortable silence took over the place. After a couple of minutes, this dissipated by the boy's next words. "I think it's time to see the others, they should know this," the brunette said, smiling slightly. He stood up and helped each one to get back on their feet. The girls shared the smile. It seems that the brunette was not affected by others knowing about their relationship, something that they saw positively. "But first," he said, drawing everyone's attention. He summoned his boosted gear, something that filled everyone with doubts. "When Lefei arrived, I asked him to help me master a spell that I found a long time ago in the castle library. Even with his help it was not easy to learn it, but I finally managed it," he explained while his look became serious. The girls watched fascinated as the magic circle appeared again, but this time it was smaller than the previous time. Then a spark broke off from each flame in the circle and began to grow, forming replicas of the circle's flames. These were floating in front of each one of them in their respective color. "Aura's control. Creation," Issei murmured in a low voice, but everyone could hear him. The multicolored flames began to increase their brightness, beginning to change shape before the surprised gaze of the girls. In front of Roswise, a silver bracelet was formed with the mark of a dragon head engraved in several places. What stood out most was that between each engraving a small turquoise jewel was embedded. In front of Kurumi was a gold bracelet with infinity-shaped engravings in several parts. It contained a purple jewel with dark tones. In front of Sona, a pair of silver brooches were formed in the shape of twin dolphins with a small blue inlay and another clear one like crystal in what were the eyes of each pair. In front of Tsukiyomi, a golden ring formed with a crystal jewel with a hint of deep blue in the center. In front of Kuroka was a black choker with a golden bell, which gave off a blue-green glow from its slot at intervals. They all showed faces full of doubt and fascination at what was happening. "These items are made from my aura. It is a representation of my soul and a reminder of what I feel for you," the brunette began to speak. The bracelets glowed before appearing on Roswise and Kurumi's right wrist. The barrettes were fixed into Sona's hair on both sides of her head, replacing the previous ones that were simple barrettes. The ring clung to the ring finger of Tsukiyomi's left hand. The bell was already on Kuroka's neck. They all felt an instant connection, feeling the boy's aura surround them momentarily before disappearing. Still, they could feel a certain warmth running through their bodies. "The form it took was in accordance with the preferences of your subconscious, but the meaning is the same, and like you, I also carry something," he said, raising his right hand. They could see how on each finger of her hand there was a golden ring. They also noticed that each of the rings had a jewel the color of each one's flame. A huge blush took over each of their faces, as this was by far the most romantic thing they could have imagined coming from the boy. The brunette smiled when he saw this. Roswise and Kurumi saw their bracelets with a tender look. Sona closed her eyes and smiling in the same way, she gently felt the clips in her hair. Tsukiyomi looked at the ring in her hand, smiling with a huge blush, and Kuroka took the bell around her neck in her hands with a shy expression. Despite being made of my aura, their energy signature is blank, so no one will notice that they are magical items made with my Dragantine power, plus each one has a hidden ability taken from each one's own power. The brunette explained, seeing them with affection. They stopped admiring their jewelry and stared at him warmly. Roswise was the first to approach him. She placed her forehead against the boy's as they looked into each other's eyes. "I've already told you, I love you, my dragon knight," the Valkyrie said before wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. Issei took her by the waist to increase the closeness between them. The others just watched calmly and with a small smile as the gesture of affection ended. When they both separated, the white-haired woman took a step back. The next one to approach was Kurumi. "Issei. Thanks, for everything you do for me and for loving me as I love you," he said with a small smile. She put her hands on his chest and leaned against him. He closed his eyes for a moment, taking in the boy's masculine aroma, and then looked up and met the brunette's golden eyes. She put her arms around his neck and kissed him, imprinting her feelings on the gesture. The brunette took her waist and brought her close to him to feel her warm mouth. After that they separated, the brunette backed away as did the white-haired girl. Sona was the next to approach him. "Only you provoke this feeling in my heart. I don't fully understand love, but I want to understand it with the person I love, from now on and forever," the girl said, looking slightly vulnerable. The boy smiled softly at her words. She made it clear that she was not Rias and that she would not make her mistakes. He approached her, noticing her slight nervousness. She laughed internally. It seemed that the courage she mustered to confess her feelings for him was about to end, returning to being the Sona Citri who was ashamed of everything that involved love and its public displays. He directed his hand to her cheek and caressed it gently. He felt her sigh lightly as she let herself go and closed her eyes. He approached slowly and joined his lips with Sona's. As a reflex, the girl surrounded his neck to deepen the act, while he grabbed her waist. When they separated, his face turned red, but a cute shy smile adorned his face. "Sona is quite cute," the boy thought, somewhat blushing at the image of the girl. Shaking her head, Sona stepped back, yielding her turn. This time it was Kuroka who approached him, but she didn't say anything and simply clung to him in a hug that the boy reciprocated. This confused the brunette a little, then he noticed it. Kuroka purred as she tightened her embrace. "Thanks for accepting me, thanks for listening to me, thanks for letting me stay with you. Thanks for loving me. I love you, that's all my heart tells me to say," he said in a whisper in her ear. The others couldn't hear his words, something that made them raise an eyebrow in curiosity. The brunette widened his eyes upon hearing the slight fragile tone in which the girl spoke. This reminded him a little of Akeno and her two faces, the shy one and the sensual one. The difference is that the Nekashu was making her feelings for him clear from the beginning. The boy smiled warmly and lovingly rubbed one of his ears. "Naya!" the girl exclaimed, separating from him a little embarrassed. The brunette blinked in slight disbelief, before smiling in amusement, making the girl blush more. The others saw this without believing it. They could not conceive this behavior in someone who used to be quite naughty and libertine. They had already gotten the idea that Kuroka was not capable of feeling shame. They were wrong. Issei approached the girl who was looking down while her hands clung tightly to her kimono. Taking her chin, he made her look up and look into his eyes. "That Naya sounded deadly mo," the brunette said with an amused smile. Steam was coming out of the Nekashu's ears from how embarrassed she was. Her eyes widened when she felt him gently claim her lips. Her eyes closed and she circled his neck shyly, making the brunette smile between the kiss. Moments later they separated, the girl looking down with a shy smile and a blush. Taking a step back, he gave way to the last girl. The blonde approached him with a slightly embarrassed face, but you could see determination in her eyes. "Why, you are my husband, and although I cannot be your only wife, I will love you now and forever," she said before taking him by his shirt and pulling him towards her. Just like that morning, the contact was aggressive, but contrary to what anyone might believe, it was soft and gentle. The gesture lasted quite a while as they took a breath in the middle of the kiss a couple of times, something that several of them did for their enjoyment. When they separated, the blonde looked away a little embarrassed, but the brunette could see a small smile on her lips. "It's time to go," he said in a soft tone. The girls nodded and they all headed to the exit of the room. Castle living room. When the brunette and the girls arrived at the room, they found it empty. "It seems they went somewhere else," said the brunette, feeling the presence of the other residents in another section of the castle. Shrugging his shoulders, he took a seat on a couch, being imitated by the others who sat next to him. A comfortable silence formed, but the brunette remembered something regarding his recent girlfriend and pawn. "Tsuchan, please explain to me that he is an ashikabi and his relationship with the sekirei," he asked, smiling kindly at the blonde sekirei. She nodded, slightly blushing at the way he called her. "Well, an ashikabi is," the blonde began to explain. Training room. A pair of blonde knights were staring at each other. The pair looked quite exhausted, with slight scratches on various parts of their body and sweating profusely. A smile on everyone's face. "You're a very good boy, I had a lot of fun in this duel," the girl said without losing her smile. "Same thing, now I know why you are Issei-kun's knight," the blonde responded politely. The blonde smiled a little more at the comment. "It's better to leave it here," Neru said, relaxing his posture. "I agree, another day we can continue," the blonde supported the idea, abandoning his combat pose. The spectators were satisfied after the duel, which proved to be of a high level. "I see why the boy is better than Zenobia," Griselda commented, smiling with her eyes closed. "He has better technique than her, especially in speed, which is the trait of a knight," Gabriel said in agreement. "Zenobia excels in power, but if you can't even touch your target there's no point," the nun added with a small grimace. The others did not say anything, despite having noticed some discontent in the exorcist when she mentioned the other knight, Gremory. When they arrived with the others, both blondes received a pair of towels from the damp IRE, who received thanks from the knights. It seems that Issei-kun has already finished his business, Queen Citri muttered as she felt the auras of the brunette and her mistress in the room. Penemu, Griselda and Gabriel tensed slightly, but chose not to extend the wait any longer. "Then come on, I'm sure you have something important to say," Kiba said, heading to the mentioned place. Tsubaki stood up from the couch and stood next to the Gremory male as she offered him a drink which the distressed knight gratefully received. It seems that girl is on the right track," Neru said, nodding in approval. "And to think that he got a blush from the boy, I honestly once thought that his tastes were different," Penemu said with slight astonishment in her eyes. "Well, it seems you were wrong," Griselda commented, somewhat amused. The fallen just snorted and, leaving the zone for all, she retreated just like the blonde and the brunette Citri. "Come on Gasper," next was Valerie. "Hi," the little blonde responded before following her. Only 3 people remained in the place. "I think I'll continue my reading there," said Lu Fei, closing the book he had opened in mid-morning. She wasn't very attracted to that kind of thing. The Seraphim and his Queen of Hearts looked at each other briefly before following the rest. Castle living room. The brunette had just listened to Tsukiyomi's explanation about the sekirei and their ashikabi. He was surprised at the bond that united him with the girl, being something that could not be broken by anything, being a couple for life. He had explained that in ancient times an ashikabi could have more than one sekirei. His old self would have fantasized about that piece of information without a doubt. "You certainly have some rather unusual servants," said the Citri heiress, looking at him with an amused smile. These gestures were nothing new to him. Since she began to call him Issei-kun when she found out about his courtship with Rias, she demonstrated expressions and ways of speaking beyond Sona Citri, the heir of the Citri clan. She demonstrated the behavior of a normal girl. That side of Sona always seemed cute to him, in addition to making him feel comfortable. "Well, I guess I've been at the right time and place every time," the boy dismissed as he scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed. The aspect of his opportunity piece, when searching for qualified members for his peerage, was something that the brunette still considered too convenient. "You know Issei, I have a doubt about that," the girl said, adjusting her glasses. The boy turned his attention to him upon hearing him say that. Everyone knows that the reincarnation process takes into account the power of the King, so the question here is, how did you reincarnate Seraph Gabriel and Cadre Penemu using a single piece? The girl asked with a serious expression. The sound of something falling to the ground caught everyone's attention. In one of the doors stood Kiba with a shocked expression. He had just entered the room when he heard Sona's words, dropping his drink in shock. Next to him was Tsubaki with an expression equal to that of the Gremory Knight. Right behind them, Gasper showed a look of astonishment. He had managed to hear the question too. The brunette put his hand on the back of his neck. He really wasn't going to reveal that information to Kiba and Gasper so soon. "You better take a seat, there are really things that I haven't told some of you and I wouldn't want to repeat the whole explanation again," the brunette said with a resigned smile. They settled on a zone for all, so that the other members of the Hyodo group could later enter. The fallen one was the first to notice the tense atmosphere in the room. "Is something wrong?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Take a seat and you'll know." The boy responded in a serious tone, but at the same time soft. The rest, those who followed the fallen, also showed confusion, but imitated the purple-haired girl when they saw the brunette's expression. The way of distribution was the same as last time, except that Issei had taken Kurumi's place as she sat on his lap. Lilith pouted a little at this. The first zone for all was occupied by Griselda, Gabriel, Penemu with Lilith on her lap, Lufei, and Neru. The one in the center was occupied by Valerie, Gasper, Kiba, and Tsubaki. The last one was occupied by Kuroka, Rosswise, Issei with Kurumi sitting on his lap, Sona, and Tsukiyomi. The brunette could have taken the free place next to Valerie, but Kurumi and Rosswise didn't let him. "Well, first of all I want to announce that from now on I have a relationship with Sona, Tsukiyomi, and Kuroka. Adding to this my relationship with Rosswise and Kurumi," the boy said smiling with a small blush. This took most of them by surprise. They did not expect it to happen so soon, but they still congratulated their king and the girls. Maya, who had arrived at that time and heard what her master said, also congratulated him. Kiba also congratulated his friend, as did Gasper, who was happy to see his senpai happy. "Since I have announced this, I must clarify some things before answering Sona's question," he said with unusual seriousness. The atmosphere changed from festive to more tense. "No one else apart from my peerage title knows, but the identity of Brielle-chan, my rook, is Gabriel, one of the 4 seraphim of heaven," the brunette said seriously. Despite having heard it before, Kiba, Gasper and Tsubaki showed expressions full of astonishment. All confirmed when the girl stood up and exposed her 12 golden wings. "My pawn, Musa-chan, is actually Penemu, one of Grigori's cadres," he spoke again in a serious tone. The all for honor mention did the same as the blonde, and standing up with Lilith in her arms she exposed her 12 black wings. This really seemed out of logic to the trio, who were unaware of all this. For 2 members of the high command among the T factions to join the boy's peerage title was unthinkable. "Now, the reason why I was able to reincarnate them is something that may be too shocking for you," the brunette said as his gaze became extremely serious. Sona, Tsubaki, Kiba and Gasper were really overwhelmed by the boy's expression. What was it that could make Hyodo Issei have that kind of expression? Tsukiyomi was also confused by all this. "The true identity of my queen, Tokisaki Kurumi," the brunette began without changing his expression. The boys swallowed unknowingly, feeling the tension in the air. "The dragon goddess of infinity. Ophis Gabriel," he concluded by dropping the bomb. The brunette let her aura be felt, which was identical to that of little Lilith, who was sitting on Penemu's lap. A deadly silence spread throughout the room, which was accompanied by the expected reactions from Issei. Kiba's eyes widened as he tensed. Tsubaki with a completely distraught expression, clinging tightly to the blonde knight's arm. Gasper was petrified in place. Tsukiyomi showing complete disbelief in her gaze. Sona. She just took off her glasses and massaged the bridge of her nose. It seemed that she was assimilating the news better than the other 4, but her trembling hands and the drop of sweat running down her temples showed that she was also shocked. The residents of the place simply remained silent, waiting for the 5 people to finish assimilating such revealing news. The silence lasted for several minutes. Kiba, Tsubaki and Gasper still did not react, and Sona remained with her arms crossed and eyes closed. This showed deep reflection. Tsukiyomi stared at the brunette for several seconds, then crossed her arms and showed a serious posture. Now she understood why she felt slight familiarity with her. As a child she saw her once when she visited her parents, although the brunette did not notice her presence as she was protected by a small barrier created by her parents, this to protect her from a possible enemy that was approaching her position and who turned out to be a gothic lowly. A couple of minutes later there was a reaction. The Citri heiress opened her eyes and fixed her intense gaze on the brunette. "As?" the girl asked. This brought his queen and the men of the Gremory clan out of their stupefaction, who looked at the brunette eagerly for the answer. However, the answer came from Kurumi herself. "I asked him," the red-eyed girl responded. This confused Sona and the others. "A while ago I had left to go to the dimensional gap. When I returned I noticed that Issei's aura had changed. He had fallen and became a Tenryu," the girl spoke with a tone of sadness. The brunette surrounded her abdomen and gently pressed her against him in a gesture of comfort. The gesture paid off, as Kurumi changed her sad expression into a small blush and a shy expression. "And since he was always interested in me, I wanted to stay by his side, so he explained to me about the opportunity piece, and I felt that it was my opportunity," the blushing girl explained. This clarified a few things, except Sona's doubt. Reducing my power and assimilating the queen piece was nothing to me. After all, the one who has the king piece is Issei. Kurumi said with a slightly amused smile. Sona opened her eyes as she understood where this was all going. And thanks to the fact that Issei's body contains your power and that of Great Red, it was much easier to reincarnate. Also, since you are his queen and representative of his power, reincarnating beings of the seraphim level with a single piece is possible. The Citri heiress finished deducing. In response, Kurumi smiled pleased. The members of Issei's peerage instantly understood a doubt that assailed their minds at some point. Those who had that knowledge regarding the evil piece once wondered how Issei could reincarnate high-level beings with a single piece. Then, remembering that they were not the classic pieces but a prototype with great secrets, they thought that this was the possible answer. It seems that their deductions were erroneous and they were embarrassed to let that detail pass when they learned the identity of their queen. I see. That makes sense, Tsubaki said, adjusting her glasses a little more resolutely. Kiba just smiled with resignation. With the brunette, many things were possible. Proof of this was the incident with Shikigami in the battle against Loki. Gasper just shrugged his shoulders, thinking about it carefully. Ophis wanting to be with her senpai was something with a high probability of happening, including being part of her peerage. Sona gave a small smile. Issei really was special. I have a doubt, Tsukiyomi said, raising his hand to make himself noticed. This gained everyone's attention. What is fall? He asked with great seriousness. Everyone noticed how the brunette closed his eyes heavily. Rosswise also tensed. The blonde began to question whether it was a good idea to have asked that. Well, Tsuchan, when a dragon falls in love and is later betrayed by the person he loves, his power turns against him. His power poisons him, gradually reducing his life, the boy began to explain seriously. Kiba and Gasper were paying attention to this revelation with serious expressions. I was in love with several girls, who professed affection for me, but due to their immaturity I was abandoned by them without even giving me a reason. His gaze acquired an expression of deep disappointment. This made the blonde look upset, but she continued listening to the brunette's explanation in silence. Because of this and because there was more than one couple, the effect of that curse was stronger and my power would have killed me in just over 6 months, maybe less time, he explained, closing his eyes. Everyone who didn't know about this opened their eyes wide. Drake told me that there was a way out of this curse, however, no other dragon has wanted to take this opportunity out of spite and pride. I must admit that for a few moments my pride blinded me and I was about to succumb to the curse, abandoning the will to live. He said, smiling laconically. Everyone held their breath hearing him speak like that. Rosswise, Kurumi, Sona, Kuroka and Tsukiyomi felt their hearts shake in fear at his words. Rosswise, Kurumi, Kuroka and Luffei were the reasons that made me reconsider my options. They were always with me during my abandonment and reminded me that there were people who cared, so I couldn't let them suffer because of my death. Thus, with that new motivation I was able to move forward, Issei finished saying. This calmed several of those present and the Gremory males. I see. You still haven't told us what the ritual consisted of, Sona pointed out with concern. She had noticed Rosswise's reaction and it worried her. Before the brunette could respond, a glow appeared on the back of his left hand and a voice was heard. The ritual consisted of expelling from his body all corruption caused by the feelings of betrayal that he harbored in his heart, incredibly that also applied to his perversion, said the dragon. Everyone was caught off guard by that. They did not wait for the heavenly dragon to join the conversation. His unrequited and betrayed love was a poison to him and must be eliminated, although he also took Rias Gremory's evil piece in the process. No wonder, the ritual got rid of everything that had to do with them. The dragon completed explaining. This caused quite a surprise. After all, the extraction of your demonic pieces meant death, except for the exchange of pieces. Wow, without a doubt that ritual has its advantages, was Penemu's comment. He instantly felt that it was an inappropriate comment. Rosswise shrank in place, remembering the boy's state when he arrived. The brunette closed his eyes solemnly as he remembered, hell. A process that lasted 2 hours. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. The dragon commented. A deep and heavy silence fell on the place with those words. Well, I guess the doubts have been completely dissolved, was the brunette's comment, changing the subject. Unfortunately for him, the tension in the place grew even more. Issei. I want to know why you refuse to talk about the ritual. You don't even bring up the subject with us, Kurumi said very seriously, looking at him out of the corner of her eye. I feel a little left out being the last one to arrive, you know. No matter how bad it is, I want to know more about you, was the comment of a serious Tsukiyomi. The brunette hesitated when he heard the girls talk to him that way. Issei, I know it can bring back bad memories and experiences. But please, trust us, was Sona's contribution with a pleading look. The brunette felt reluctant to give in. He did not want his point of view regarding the Gremory entourage to change drastically, generating unnecessary friction. But I also knew that one day they would want to know what happened that day. Good heavens. I didn't think this day would come so soon, at most in a couple of decades, he thought, quite pressured. He noticed the look of his entire peerage title, which silently expressed the same request. He felt Kurumi, who was in his lap, squeeze his hands, which surrounded the girl's abdomen. If you want us to trust you, you must do the same, Gabriel commented with a soft look. Those last movements were too much for him. Ha 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 ha. It seems you lost a partner, don't worry. I'll just show you the gates of hell. The dragon laughed, and then said the last thing, trying to calm him down. The brunette sighed, standing up and leaving Kurumi where he was previously sitting. Issei paced around the room while rubbing his neck in worry. It is not something that I would like you to experience, especially because I would not like you to harbor resentments towards the Gremory group. Despite everything that happened, your inexperience and immaturity were the true causes of this situation, he said with total sincerity and openly showing your concern. The girls kept their gaze firm, demonstrating their posture. Kiba and Gasper gave him serious and determined looks. Then he knew it. 10 seconds Drake, no more. He said, giving up. He really didn't want them to feel what he felt that time. But he couldn't do anything to change their minds. All the girls softened their gaze. Rosswise was not very convinced, but she wanted to know even a little what Rias Gremory did to her boyfriend. Kiba and Gasper wanted to understand more about the brunette and his position regarding the occult club group. I'm sorry, partner, but if they want to understand your position, it will have to last long enough for them to fully assimilate what you had to endure for 2 hours, during which time you didn't make a single moan. Was the dragon's response. The brunette opened his eyes in alarm at what the dragon said. A huge magic circle appeared on the floor of the room, completely covering it with a pink aura. The brunette's girlfriends recognized him instantly. Whoever does not want to feel this, it would be better to leave the room. The dragon announced in a serious tone. Nobody moved from their place. Maya? Lilith? Even Tsubaki? He muttered in disbelief when he saw those mentioned remain in their place. As your personal maid, it is my duty to remain at your side. Issei-sama, said the red-haired maid with a small smile. I want to always be with Oni-chan. I want to feel what you felt and know what is in Oni-chan's heart, the little girl answered decisively. As you are my King's partner, it is my duty to serve you. On the other hand, you are the one who conquered Sona's heart. As her friend, it is my duty to know what kind of person you are, and this is a great opportunity to prove it. It may be a cheap excuse, but I really want to see how far that determination of yours went, said the brunette Citri with a small smile. Sona smiled gratefully at her, queen, at her words. The brunette was disarmed by such a response. The iron gaze of everyone present did not help at all. Resigned, he closed his eyes with a small defeated smile. Then, feel pain. Drake said darkly. Despite having mentally prepared themselves for any unpleasant surprise, all of them opened their eyes as an indescribable pain coursed through their bodies. Kurumi's eyes were wide open. This was something that even she considered hellish. Rosswise had her eyes closed and an expression of extreme pain. The thought that her boyfriend resisted this for 2 hours broke her soul. Kuroka trembled in pain as she looked at the boy with mixed emotions. Respect, sadness, understanding, and deep love. Tsukiyomi showed an expression of great effort, trying to overcome the horrible feeling. If her lover could endure this for 2 hours, then she would show that these few seconds were nothing. Sona clenched her teeth in an effort to control her trembling body, feeling how every cell in her body hurt horribly. The members of his peerage also did the same to endure such a feeling. Valerie felt like she was losing consciousness in moments, but the pain prevented it and brought her back to her senses, hugging herself and squeezing her shoulders to support herself. Gabriel had his eyes closed as slight tears formed in his eyes. She never thought she would experience such a level of pain in her existence. The thought of enduring this for 2 hours made her shudder. Griselda bit her lip as she endured what she considered torture. Her gaze remained on the brunette, managing to understand why the boy refused to share his feelings with them. Neru kept a neutral expression as he resisted the pain, but his completely white-fisted hands gave credence to the fact that he was doing everything possible to control himself in the face of such a sensation. Penemu was also looking at the brunette while he trembled and clung to the Son for all, trying to overcome such a horrible feeling. His pupils were dilated and he pursed his lips to keep from screaming in pain. Lufei cried silently as she hugged herself. She never expected that the person she admired the most would have to suffer something like this. Lilith had curled up in Penemu's lap, trembling and speaking incoherently, squeezing the fallen's clothes tightly. Tsubaki and Kiba had their hands intertwined, seeking each other's presence, finding the strength to endure the horrible sensation with the other's support. They clenched their teeth and kept their eyes closed, stifling any moans of pain. Gasper was just like the blonde mage and was crying, but he stood firm and clenched his fists with determination, resisting the wave of pain in his small body. Maya had fallen to her knees. She was standing next to the boy when it all started. The brunette knelt next to her and held her, something the maid was grateful for with a pained and trembling smile. When the first 10 seconds passed and they felt less mentally overwhelmed, they managed to think clearly. The image of a brown-haired teenager enduring such pain without making a moan for 2 long and agonizing hours came to everyone's mind. Then everyone had the same thought at the same time. Never again. You will never have to suffer this again. They thought in synchronicity. The girls who loved the boy vowed to never abandon him. His servants knew that they made the right choice by joining him. The fact that he did not hold any grudges after suffering this because of those girls showed that he was someone with a pure heart. That's why they would follow him and never leave him alone. Kiba and Gasper admired him for not hating girls after this. Tsubaki felt enormous respect for the boy and knew that his king was in good hands. The last seconds passed, then the pain went away. Everyone was breathing heavily as they slowly recovered. They were sweating profusely and were pale. That was undoubtedly hell. A shiver ran through everyone as they imagined enduring this for 2 hours. The brunette helped Maya and sat her next to Tsubaki, and then went to the kitchen. A few minutes later he returned with several cups of tea on a tray, which he distributed among everyone. Everyone drank in silence as they waited for the sensation to go away completely, as the phantom pain in their bodies still lingered. This silence lasted for several minutes. The brunette had taken Lilith into his arms. She had clung to him instantly before falling asleep. 10 minutes later. Everyone had already recovered to a large extent. It could be seen that some were still trembling slightly, but they seemed to be in better emotional condition. This is the reason why I didn't want you to experience what I went through that day, the brunette said seriously and with a certain tinge of sadness in his voice as he closed his eyes with regret. Everyone looked at him when he spoke. You must know something, the effect was reduced to 70% of the real pain that my partner experienced. What you felt was nothing, but at least you have an idea of what he had to endure before being free. The dragon explained. A dead silence invaded the entire room. Everyone was petrified by the dragon's words. Well, I think all your doubts and concerns have been revealed, the brunette said, resuming his serious demeanor. This brought them back to their 5 senses. Thanks to his abilities, Gabriel was able to sense that behind that serious and imperturbable expression there was great concern for them. Not holding a grudge after going through all this really gave him a deep interest in the boy. Master, I don't know how you could worry about the way we would see them. To my way of thinking they should feel this too, exposed an annoyed Neru who emitted a certain level of hostility to no one in particular. At least no one present. This comment caught everyone's attention, waiting to also hear the brunette's response. Issei just smiled softly at his knight, who lessened his hostility as a soft pink stained his cheeks. As I said before, her inexperience and immaturity caused this. She grew up in a different environment, so I know she is somewhat capricious. Something that seems to be rubbed off on the others. Anyway, I'm not someone who gets carried away by hatred. The world is already full of it and I don't plan to be part of it, he mentioned in a calm tone without erasing his smile. The boy's girlfriends looked at him with a slight blush at his mature and thoughtful words. Doki doki. The sincerity in his words managed to make the heart of a certain angel in the group beat. Gabriel put his hands on his chest, feeling how it was beating strongly, and he also felt how his face was getting hot. Griselda smiled tenderly without realizing it. The boy was really someone interesting and a real man in her eyes. Penemu remained silent as she looked at the boy analytically, or rather, she ran through her body remembering this morning's show. He unconsciously licked his lips. The little fantasy with Lilith and the events of last night were also present in his mind. The idea where 5 fit, 6 fit began to form and gain strength in his mind at every moment. Valerie had the same train of thought, seeing the boy differently, so she began to wonder if it was love or just admiration for him. Neru had softened his expression and looked warmly at his master. He was undoubtedly a great man worthy of his respect and more than anything admiration, although he realized that this feeling was beginning to change to something more deeper. Lu Fei looked at the brunette with a smile. Perverted or not, his feelings were on the right track and he spoke sincerely. He really was someone you could trust. Those thoughts made her blush slightly and a feeling of warmth made its way into her chest. This had already happened several times, so he was investigating what was happening with his feelings. Although he already had an idea, he first wanted to confirm so as not to make a mistake. Tsubaki also looked surprised. Without a doubt her king's partner was someone exceptional, not only on the battlefield. Kiba had never felt more proud to call himself his friend. Gasper admired his senpai even more. His goal had been strengthened more. One day he would be equal to him, or at least he would follow the same path to be a true man. Anyway, it's late and I'm really a little hungry. Maya-chan, could you? The boy asked, returning to his usual behavior. The others relaxed when they saw this. They had to admit that so many events made them hungry. Of course, Issei-sama, the maid responded with a soft smile. She bowed slightly before heading to the kitchen. He then turned his gaze to his guests and his brides. Queen. You can stay for lunch, Kiba, Gasper, Tsubaki, the boy mentioned with a slight smile. Thanks for the invitation, the blonde Bishonen thanked him, smiling refreshingly. Hi, I just hope it doesn't have garlic, the damp Irie said with a nervous smile. Valerie laughed when she saw the little blonde's expression. The others smiled at the treatment between the men present. I will accept your invitation, Issei-kun, Tsubaki said this time with a small smile. The brunette smiled back at them, but suddenly drew a rather comical malicious smile, making Queen Citri uncomfortable since said smile was directed at her. Well, taking into account how close you are with Kiba, I expected it. Issei muttered, nodding towards the two of them. Tsubaki didn't understand what the boy meant, so he followed his gaze to where the brunette pointed. His face turned completely red instantly as steam came out of his ears and his glasses fogged up. She was still sitting next to Kiba, but what she had overlooked was that they were still holding hands. The blonde noticed it too, but despite being extremely embarrassed, he did nothing to let go of the black-haired girl. If he was honest with himself, the touch with Queen Citri felt pleasant. He remembered that his former partner suggested a couple of times to have a relationship with a girl, something that he began to consider at this time. He was certain that this could happen in a couple of years with his surviving partner from the project. However, the thought of relating to the girl at his side made him feel in a way he had never experienced before. Although his chest felt a little heavy, the sensation was not something he disliked. Being in that state of reflection, he had not realized that the girl had fainted and was now resting her head on his shoulder. Everyone present could see a small smile on the face of the fainted Tsubaki. The brunette smiled when he saw this. He didn't want to go through the same thing he went through after the Excalibur incident or when he came back from the dead. He had never felt so many alarms ringing in his head when talking to the blonde. Now he could be calmer. I'm glad Riser-san doesn't know about this, the brunette thought, somewhat nervously. After his death, the blonde phoenix communicated with him from time to time. Although he was worried about how he might take what happened to his little sister. Maybe she didn't look for another relationship and replaced him, but she completely forgot about his existence, leaving him alone like the others. He denied gently, that was already in the past and remembering it was just a waste of time in his opinion. His gaze focused on a certain trio, who felt nervous when they felt his gaze. A sigh left his lips. This was going to be difficult. Bree-chan, Mu-chan, Gree-chan. I want to talk to you. He said looking at them seriously. They let out a sigh before nodding. Lu-fei, can you? He asked, referring to the little Lilith who was sleeping in his arms. Hi Issei-sama, he responded as he took the small copy of Ophis. All the girls looked at the trio with slight suspicion. This bothered the three girls, who followed the brunette to his main office in complete silence. Rosswise and Sona already had an idea of what was happening, and they certainly thought it was funny but they didn't show it. Kuroka noticed too and smiled mischievously. She was back to being her usual self. Gasper had taken out his console and started playing. Kiba was still oblivious to everything and Tsubaki was in the kingdom of Morpheus. The others just shrugged their shoulders. Issei's office. The brunette was sitting on a zone for all, while in front of him were the three girls sitting on another. An awkward silence reigned in the place. No one knew how to approach the subject. Gabriel sent him occasional glances, but he quickly lowered his gaze since his heart was racing quite a bit when he saw him and it didn't help at all to remember the event of that morning. He brought his hands to his nose to prevent a slight nosebleed from arising. He was thankful that the opportunity piece had modified its connection to the system or he would have already fallen to those impulses. Penemu maintained a calm expression, looking to the side disinterestedly, but internally she was extremely nervous. Despite her long life, she had not been involved with any man since they did not meet her expectations. But meeting the boy sitting in front of her had awakened some interest in him, but all that did not compare to what she had seen in the morning. His gaze changed to a dreamy one as a small trickle of blood fell from his nose. Griselda maintained a friendly smile, faithful to her custom, but in this one a certain nervousness could be noticed. He never expected to find himself in such a shameful situation. He could still remember the boy's toned body, showing that he was developed for strength, flexibility, and speed in a fairly balanced way. Plus he was extremely attractive. The image of the foam running over those muscles came to her mind, and she wondered how it would feel to be between those formed arms while they pressed her against their body, both naked and wet while the male hands ran over her skin and… He quickly brought both hands to his nose as he didn't want his sinful thoughts to be exposed like that, especially to Gabriel. The brunette stood with his arms crossed and his eyes down, thinking about how he should proceed without ruining everything and being labeled a pervert. Because of this he could not see the reaction of all of them. A sigh left his lips, drawing the attention of the three girls. They looked at him nervously and expectantly. Penemu wiped the reddish liquid that came from her nose before facing the boy. The brunette looked at them seriously, before softening his gaze and looking embarrassed. "Girls, I'm sorry for what happened this morning, I didn't mean to see you naked, please excuse me." The boy spoke with his head down. The trio was surprised by this. Having known him as a pervert, they did not expect to see him regret having seen three beautiful naked women and live to tell about it. They drew small tender smiles directed at him. "Raise your head, Issei-kun, we know it wasn't your intention," Gabriel said, smiling with a slight blush. The boy opened his eyes, surprised by this. Roswai-san and Sona-san talked about the incident with the watch during breakfast. Griselda said this time with a serious face, but slightly blushing. "Also, not only you enjoyed the view," Penemu added with a suggestive smile. This made the brunette blush instantly. Griselda and Gabriel exploded in massive blushes as a trickle of blood fell from their noses. Penemu was quite embarrassed by what she said, but she felt a little nervous when it came to speaking, and her nature as a fallen angel made her respond that way. She had never felt so vulnerable in front of a man in her entire life. The only thing he could do to hide his shame was to continue with that act. The brunette felt his face was hot. It didn't help at all to see the slight nosebleeds in Griselda and Gabriel, in addition to Penemu's dreamy expression. "Well, it's true, you have beautiful bodies that surpass perfection itself, every detail, every cm of you are the most beautiful thing I have seen in my entire life," the brunette stammered, quite embarrassed. "I really didn't know what to say in this unexpected situation." Penemu stopped her performance and her face turned red instantly. Griselda and Gabriel shared the same shade of red as the fallen. Their minds played tricks on them and each of them had the same fantasy as Griselda. The three of them imagined themselves in the boy's arms while he ran over their bodies and whispered those same words in their ear. The brunette watched, alarmed, as the three of them fell unconscious on the couch, lying one on top of the other with a monumental blush, a nosebleed, and smiling stupidly. The boy put his embarrassment aside and quickly checked them. For their peace of mind they were only unconscious. "It seems you have a new problem," Drake said, trying not to laugh at the situation. "I would never have thought that two angels would have those kinds of thoughts." "That's how it seems," the boy responded with a drop on the back of his neck. He calmly arranged them before searching the place for a blanket to cover them. An awkward silence reigned in the place as he watched them. "What are you up to?" the dragon asked. "For the moment I will let the situation calm down. They are experienced people and I doubt this will affect them on a mission, I just have to trust," the boy responded seriously without stopping to look at them. "I see. I think I better let them rest," he said, extremely blushing. The three of them looked quite cute while they were sleeping and he couldn't help but stay enthralled watching them. With that said he left the place. Issei-kun. They murmured in their sleep, but the boy was already gone. Castle room. The brunette had returned to the room where the others were. They noticed that the trio of girls did not return with him, but they downplayed it. "Issei. There is something we should talk about," Sona said seriously as she approached him. The brunette nodded, slightly confused. "Hyodo-kun told me what happened at the occult club. It is most likely that Rias is looking for information about Tsukiyomi," the Citri heiress explained. The brunette let out a small sigh. He had had the same thought since the morning. "I know, Kiryu told me that the president of the journalism club wants to interview me for the same thing," the brunette explained. The black-haired woman nodded seriously. "I see. That was also possible, so we must prepare your answers," the girl said, adjusting her glasses. "I was worried about ruining it. I really appreciate your help, Sona," the boy said with a small smile. Sona waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, as your girlfriend it is my duty to help you. I also just sent a request to Onisama to create the documents and information about Tsukiyomi," he said while a pink tint appeared on his cheeks. The brunette smiled sweetly at her before touching his forehead to hers, an action that made her blush. "I thanks for everything you have done for me. I know you are not used to this, but I want you to know that it makes me happy to have you by my side." "Sona," the brunette said with a serious expression, but his eyes were extremely warm. The girl felt instantly disarmed, so she hid her face in the boy's chest while clinging to him to hide her shame. I am happy too, the girl said in a low and embarrassed tone. The others watched the scene with smiles, except for Tsukiyomi, who made a slight dissatisfied pout. I love you too. Rose-chan, Rumi-chan, Kuro-chan and Tsu-chan, he mentioned, looking at them with a soft face. Those mentioned smiled happily at his words. Tsukiyomi went from a pout to an embarrassed expression as she looked away. So, we should start immediately, Roswise said, approaching the couple next to Tsukiyomi. The brunette separated from Sona to face the girls. Growling. The boy's stomach growled. The boy blushed. The white-haired girl was embarrassed when she remembered that they hadn't had lunch yet. I think it will be after eating something, he said, mentally scolding himself for forgetting that detail. The others laughed at this. This made her more embarrassed. The boy put his hand on the Valkyrie's cheek and caressed her affectionately. I've told you before, but I love every facet of you, especially when you're embarrassed, the boy said with a small smile. Roswise turned completely red at the boy's words, but still smiled. Tsukiyomi quickly latched onto one of his arms. Kurumi grabbed his free arm and Kuroka clung to his back. Sona settled back down as she laid her head on his chest. The brunette blinked at this, but then smiled. At least you don't fight like them, he muttered with an amused smile. We already have the agreement to share you, so I don't see the need to fight, Kurumi said with a small smile. It's true. That makes me happy, he said while letting him feel it. They all blushed when they perceived the boy's feelings thanks to his jewelry. At that moment Maya arrived and reported that the food was ready. Human world, Hyodo residence. Rias and the others had just had lunch. They were still in the dining room of the residence, while an uncomfortable silence reigned in the place. During lunch, Issei's parents noticed the atmosphere but chose not to say anything and behave the same as always. Now they were reviewing the events of that day in their minds. Even though Rias said that the brunette would never hate them, she still had that feeling that the situation would get out of hand. Rias, what are you planning to do? Asked the black-haired woman in the group. For the moment I will look for information about that girl. I am sure that Sona will be able to help me, she said with a serious expression. The others paid attention to the two Onisama's conversation. Yes. I'm also worried that we can't contact Issei. Not even Koneko can find him using her senjutsu, Akeno said, visibly worried. The rest showed expressions that denoted the same concern for the boy's whereabouts. Ria-san. Have you already tried to locate him using his pieces? The reincarnated angel asked somewhat doubtfully. Everyone present looked at her as if that question was out of place. After all, that would be the first and most reliable search option. Irina felt embarrassed for asking. Irina. Rias began to speak with her eyes covered by her hair. They all expected her to mention the uselessness of her question, but they didn't expect the next thing. You are a genius. I had completely forgotten, I focused so much on the problem like a common teenager that I forgot that small detail, said the redhead, standing up instantly. She showed herself with an expression of having discovered something incredible. They all had a big drop on the back of their necks at such carelessness on Rias's part. They stopped looking at her with shame when the redhead closed her eyes, concentrating. Hope came to them as a magic circle glowed beneath Rias before disappearing. When the magical jump ended, the redhead opened her eyes expecting to see the boy in front of her, but she found herself completely alone in a fairly familiar room. She blinked, quite confused at this. His gaze turned melancholy as he looked at the bed he always shared with the brunette. Yes. She was in Issei's room at the Hyodo residence. He had only teleported to the upper floors. With great discouragement he headed to the door, but not before taking one last look at the room, filling himself with nostalgia. Then he left the room with low spirits. If he had paid more attention to the place, he would have seen that on the furniture next to the bed there was a wooden box with the logo of the Gremory clan. When she came down the stairs, she could see the look of confusion and doubt on the part of all the girls. Then she told them what had happened. It must be said that this depressed them all instantly. Now that I think about it, we haven't heard from Roswise either since he left for Asgard months ago, Rias explained with some reluctance. She didn't want to think about anything right now, but that thought crossed her mind and she doubted she would consider it for a while if things continued like this. So it was better to try to resolve that issue soon and focus on finding the brunette. Besides, Roswise would be of great help for that task. It's true, Akeno said, opening her eyes. She had also overlooked the Valkyrie. The others blinked in confusion, before gasping in realization. Rias reached into her pocket and took out a paper with a magic circle printed on it. This caught everyone's attention. Then the redhead imbued him with magic. A few seconds later, the hologram of a certain god appeared on him. Oh, isn't she Little Surzek's sister? What do you want, girl? The god asked. Odin-sama, I wanted to ask you a question, the redhead said respectfully. The Norse god raised one of his eyebrows, but made a motion with his hand, indicating for Rias to proceed. Roswai-san went to Asgard due to a mission that was entrusted to him by you, the redhead said seriously. The god nodded to what Rias said. Indeed, although in reality his presence was requested by his grandmother, Gaundur, the father of all confirmed. Rias nodded in understanding. Do you know if he has finished his business in Asgard? He hasn't checked in with me the entire time he's been there, he expressed his doubt and concern. The god put a hand to his chin, before looking at her seriously. She finished her affairs a month ago. She herself said goodbye to me in person, before rubbing in my face that she would have a boyfriend when she returned to Kuo. I don't know more, Odin said with a small grimace when he remembered that. This only worried the girls more. I appreciate it, that's what I wanted to ask you, he said before cutting off the communication. An awkward silence reigned in the place after that conversation. First Issei-san and now Roswai-san, this is wrong, Asya muttered with an affected voice and light tears. I know. The only thing that calms me is that I still feel the Issei and Roswai's pieces working, the redhead explained. Everyone calmed down a little at those words. But they still had a bad feeling. With nothing more to say for the moment, they all left the dining room and headed to their rooms. The only one left in the place was Rias, who kept her eyes on the table. She was the most affected by the boy's absence. Underworld, Dragon Castle. After lunch, Issei and his girls had prepared the answers to the possible questions that the brunette could receive from the president of the journalism club. Tsukiyomi provided some true information. Underworld, headquarters of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Serafal was signing a stack of papers while crying comically. At least until he signed the last piece of paper. Hey, finally. No more paperwork for today, he exclaimed in a festive manner. Then the door to his office was opened. Serafal-sama, said a demon who had an envelope in his hands. He couldn't explain what the envelope said, when a wand landed inches from his neck, causing him to start sweating profusely. I hope it's not more work, the mouth threatened with a totally icy look. That look was capable of freezing hell itself, something that was somewhat ironic. And no. It's from his sister's part. Sona Citri, the demon explained, trembling with fear. Serafal's attitude took a 180-degree turn at the mention of her little sister. From Sotan. Yay, he hasn't contacted me in a long time, he said while snatching the envelope from the terrified demon. He quickly opened it and read the contents. His eyes opened more and more as the reading progressed. When she finished reading, she returned to her desk and sat down. All while maintaining a neutral expression. The demon swallowed, not knowing whether to run or wait for the Mao to say something. Sotan has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend is Ikuin. She shares Ikuin with other girls. She murmured without losing her neutral expression. Then he took out some papers from his desk and began to fill it with data quickly. The demon had a drop on the back of his neck, his leader had never worked so fast. When he had finished, he could look at the Mao with slight tears as she threatened to pout. Here. Send it to that address as soon as possible, he said in a calm tone, which threatened to turn into tears. The demon did not hesitate to take the papers and leave the office faster than lightning. Sotan. Sniff. Sotan got a boyfriend first than me. Bwah. It's not fair. I also want someone to pamper me, he exclaimed, moving his arms in a pout. In a certain time and place, a black-haired man with a scar on his face sneezed before continuing his march into battle. Issei-kun, traitor. I swear I will take revenge for taking Sotan from my side, she murmured calmer, but puffing out her cheeks childishly. She was silent for a couple of seconds, before blinking as a realization came to her. Wait. Dragons have a higher birth rate than demons and their aura is stronger. That means I will have nephews very soon, he whispered as a drooling smile spread across his face. She already imagined having those little ones in her arms while they called her Oni-chan or Sarah-chan and clung to her skirt. They would also be fans of his series. He. She laughed almost insanely, making a mental note to visit his brother-in-law very soon. Underworld, Dragon Castle. A chill ran down Sona and Issei's spine. They turned in all directions with a certain panic on their faces. I had a bad feeling, Sona murmured with a blue face. Me too, Issei added under the same conditions. They looked at each other for a moment, before smiling with resignation. They already had an idea of what that bad feeling could be. Leaving that aside, they both continued on their way to the training room with the other girls who were the boys' girlfriends. By the way, I'm moving into your house today, Sona said casually. The brunette stopped suddenly with a shocked expression at what the brunette with glasses said. Issei muttered. Training room. Issei was in the center of the room, which began to change into an endless desert landscape. Well, Rose-chan, did you activate the high-level seals in the room? We don't want to draw too much attention, the boy asked his white-haired girlfriend. She nodded to the brunette's question. Well, as you know, I can't show my sacred gear while I'm Spectra Phantom. That's why we're here, the brunette explained seriously. The girls, who were in front of him, nodded in agreement. Summoning his boosted gear meant throwing away his alter ego. That's why we are here. The sacred gear evolve according to the wishes of its wearer, so Drake and I want to change the appearance of the boosted gear, using in part the power of the dragon gods within me, he explained the boy. This surprised everyone without exception. I can use this power at a basic level, but I am sure I can apply it to my sacred gear to create a new ability, he said with a serious expression. They opened their eyes a little more. The Brown really surprised them whenever he could. I need your help, since I'm not sure I can do it alone, he said this time seriously. Instantly they all adopted extremely serious expressions. The brunette had the decency to blush slightly. They looked beautiful and intelligent at that moment. So, let's start, he said, invoking the boosted gear. A couple of hours later, the brunette watched with fascination the change he managed to make with the help of Drake and Kurumi. Also, the skill he had achieved thanks to the girls was something quite useful and dangerous if used well. His smile sharpened. With this he would go unnoticed for a while as he gained fame. When the time came, the Op-Eye Dragon would be a thing of the past. The girls were also completely satisfied with the results. At that moment, a hologram appeared in front of Issei. This came from a seal on his right hand. The hologram was of a certain maid of House Gremory. Issei-sama. There are problems in Kuo with some vagabond demons, he reported. The brunette nodded seriously. I'll be there. Arigato Ainui. He thanked, smiling softly. The silver-haired woman returned the smile and the communication ended. The brunette seriously thought about what he would do next, then looked at the girls before smiling again. It's time to work. Kuroka, I want you, Valerie and Naru to go to Kuo to be part of the patrol groups, he began to order. The named one nodded without hesitation, before kissing him and retreating to carry out his order. Then he looked at Sona. Will you return to the human world or will you stay here? He asked seriously. The brunette thought about it a little. Then he smiled and made his decision. I will send Tsubaki to tell Momo, Ruruko and Saji that they will be the support. I will stay here and tomorrow I will bring my things. It is late and packing would take me some time, said the girl. The brunette nodded. Then a magic circle appeared over him, and then ran through his body from his head to his feet. Once the circle disappeared under their feet, they could see the brunette wearing a new outfit. He was now wearing black pants and black boots. A black sleeveless shirt close to the body and black gloves. 3 straps crossed his chest at the level of his heart, while a silver shoulder pad covered his left shoulder. A well-known sword was sheathed on his back. Ashkelon. Rosswise, Sona, Kurumi and Tsukiyomi were extremely blushing at the sight of the boy. Inform the others that I went out to do a job, we'll see each other in a little while, he said before kissing each one and then disappearing from the place in a teleportation circle. Once he left, everyone looked at the place where he was with some concern. I hope Issei is okay, Rosswise said. He will be. He just wants to show them their mistake and the consequences of it. And what better way to do it than to show himself unattainable to them, Kurumi explained with a slight smile. The others opened their eyes when they understood what the boy meant. Sona denied with a small smile. Anyway, we must inform the others, possibly Kuroka is waiting for Tsubaki who will transmit your orders, Rosswise said looking at Sona. She nodded and headed to the main room with the others. Human world, Hyodo residence. Rias was waiting in the living room for the others to go and do the work that had arisen. She received a transmission from Graphia explaining the situation. Rias currently had a meditative expression. The reason was that she hadn't been able to contact Kiba or Gasper, so she was a little worried about it. We're ready, Rias, Akeno spoke, arriving at the hall accompanied by the others. Irina and Ravel would also go. Normally they would be teams of 2 or 3 members from each group in charge of the city, but they wanted to distract themselves a little from the events of that afternoon, so they would all go. Then a communication circle appeared in his ear. I'm sorry for the delay, Rias-sama. Gasper and I will be there with Sona-sama's servants, he heard his knight say. This made the redhead feel calmer. Then it's time to leave, he announced while summoning the transportation circle. A reddish glow flooded the place, so that when it ceased it showed that there was no one. Abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Kuo. Rias and company arrived at the place. She let out a tired sigh when she saw the place, it being too cliché for her taste. Ara, always turns out to be a warehouse. Only a couple of times it was an abandoned mansion, Akeno explained, smiling elegantly while holding her cheek. The others looked at her with a drop on the back of their necks for the casual way of saying it. Then a magic circle flashed a couple of meters away from them. This had the design of the Citri house, from which Saji, Momo and Ruruko emerged, not to mention Kiba and Gasper came with them. I'm sorry for the delay, Ria-sama. Something came up. The blonde knight apologized. The redhead was going to ask about it, but then she saw a slight blush on the blonde's cheeks, in addition to the sly looks that the Citri servants were giving Kiba. That was enough to give him the answer as to why the blonde wasn't answering his call. Don't worry, the important thing is that you're here. The redhead dismissed with a small smile. The blonde nodded, but Rias noticed a strange gleam in her knight's gaze. She didn't have time to know what it was, because just as it came it was gone. Then, another circle flashed in place. This looked like the head of a dragon in dark purple. We have arrived, Naya, a certain Nekashu announced. She had arrived with the damp Irie and the blonde knight. Ne-sama, Koneko muttered when she saw her older sister. Shirin, the black-haired girl greeted, raising her hand. Gasper approached Valerie, he felt safer with her or Kiba, especially because of what had happened hours before. I see. Spectra sent them. The redhead said with a serious expression looking at the trio. That's right, Ria-sama, Neru responded a little sharply. This caught Rias and her group off guard, but they just frowned and let it pass. They knew Valerie and Kuroka, but the blonde of the group was a total enigma to them, so none of them trusted her. Ria-sama, I detect a powerful barrier covering the place, said the small white-head Nekashu, drawing her attention. The redhead approached the perimeter of the place and placed her hand on the barrier, being indeed quite powerful. Kuroka blinked doubtfully as she saw the barrier. She recognized Lufei's work on it, as well as some details of Asgardian magic courtesy of Rosswise. He smiled knowing what to do with her. Naya is a reflective barrier, it reflects an image of the interior prior to whatever is happening inside. So if I do this, Kuroka said as she ran her glowing finger of energy across the surface of the barrier. At that moment, it glowed slightly before showing the inside of it. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Koneko, Zinovia, Irina and Ravel opened their eyes in shock upon seeing a certain person inside. 15 minutes before, the brunette had arrived at the place where he felt the demonic presence that Graphia informed him was causing problems in Kuo. Now that I think about it, most of the places where we fought with renegade demons were in warehouses and abandoned mansions, he muttered in a flat tone when remembering the missions of the Gremory group. Those spooky places really lost their impact over time and became routine. He shook his head before taking out some papers with runes printed on them. Issei placed them on the perimeter of the place. When he placed the last one, he applied a little energy to it and with that a barrier was created in the place. I'm still surprised when I see it. Rose-chan and Fei-chan really are incredible. The brunette mused to himself. Putting that aside, he calmly headed to the warehouse. Flush. The brunette stepped aside, avoiding a beam of energy. I see I have unwanted guests, said an unknown voice. The brunette could see at the entrance of the building a couple of bright red dots in the darkness. I have been sent to take care of a vagabond demon. I guess it's you, the brunette said, adjusting his glasses. His eyes widened slightly as he felt a large number of small presences surrounding him in the darkness. Die, the demon said even without showing himself. Instantly he could see how small green goblin-like creatures came out of the shadows and pounced on him. The brunette just smiled slightly. The party begins, he explained while his body was surrounded by small golden lightning bolts. With a sound of static, the brunette had disappeared from where he was. The creatures lost their objective, so they looked in various directions trying to find it. Lightning voltage. Issei was several meters away from them, while his right arm was surrounded by lightning. With this he hit the air, so that when he did so several lightning bolts came out of his fist and erased a large number of those small creatures. After that the brunette puffed out his chest. Fire annihilation. A sea of fire came out of his mouth, only this fire was a spectral blue color. This took him by surprise, but he thought to find out about the change in his flames later. With that the rest of the creatures were reduced to ashes. Seeing that all the creatures were eliminated, the boy focused his attention on his objective, and then began to walk through the few flames that were still burning in the place after that attack. When he was about 4 meters from the demon, the flames went out and he felt the atmosphere become heavier and denser. Then the demon came to light. The brunette saw, impressed, how a knight stood before him. His dark gray armor shone with the moonlight as a spectral aura surrounded him. A slightly torn black cape, a huge shield and a large sword with a curve at the tip, plus in the slot of his helmet you could see his eyes glowing red. At the moment, Those present could see how a certain brunette was facing what seemed to be a phantom knight. Issei. Rias shouted, hitting the barrier. The others also shouted his name, but it was useless since he did not turn to see them at any time. Don't try hard, the barrier was of the reflective type. I have modified it by inverting its effect to show the inside. For that reason he can't see us, he only sees the outside just like before we arrived, Kuroka explained with a small smile, knowing what the boy intended when he showed himself to them. On the other hand, these words did not discourage the girls, who were looking for a way to enter the barrier. A circle then appeared on the Nekasha's ear, to which she blinked in slight surprise before smiling mischievously as the circle disappeared. Naya. For the moment this is all I can do, Kuroka said, drawing the attention of everyone present. She placed her palm on the barrier, where a magic circle appeared glowing purple. With this we can listen to what they say, the Nekasha reported. This earned grateful looks from all the girls. For their part, Kiba, Gasper, Saji, Momo and Ruruko just looked at everything with other people's pity. They didn't really like the actions of Rias's group after abandoning the brunette. Especially the first two, who felt firsthand a part of what the boy had to suffer to free himself from those feelings that were slowly killing him. Neru looked at them indifferently and Valerie shook her head. Inside the barrier. I was hoping to see a little more of your skills, but it seems that small army of familiars was not enough of a challenge for you, the knight said as he prepared for battle. Issei put his hand behind his back, where he extracted Ashkelon from its sheath. I see, although I must say that you are not like the other vagrant demons that I have fought before, the brunette said with a serious look. If you mean that I don't kill humans for fun, well, that's because my interests are fighting against powerful opponents. My former master was too soft in that aspect, I couldn't stand that, and that's why I came to the human world, explained the knight. The brunette thought a little about what his opponent said, then his eyes acquired a gleam of understanding. I understand, your objective was to fight against the demon sent by your head. Or am I wrong? The brunette pointed out, adjusting his glasses. The knight's red eyes glowed for a moment before he lunged at the boy. Issei quickly took up a combat stance. Exactly. Now give me the battle I've been waiting for, he exclaimed, releasing a cut on his opponent. Issei waited for his opponent to block with Ashkelon and deflect the knight's sword. Issei rolled to the side, avoiding the shield strike the knight attempted next. He then had to roll again when the knight slammed his sword into the ground, from which a straight wave of rocks emerged and threatened to hit him. Issei was several meters away from his opponent, watching as the line of destruction spanned several meters. Taking distance won't help me, that attack has a fairly wide range, so I must shorten the distance as much as I can, the brunette thought with a serious and analytical look. Issei firmed his grip on Ashkelon and then launched himself at the knight with great speed. When he closed the distance with the knight, the brunette rolled to the side, dodging a spinning slash, remaining behind his opponent's back. Without wasting time, the brunette connected a series of cuts on his back, which did not do much damage due to the armor. The knight turned to face the boy, so he held Ashkelon defensively. The brunette rolled again, dodging another spinning cut, and then repeated the cuts on the knight's back. Again the damage was minimal. It was a good plan. Unfortunately you are not the first to try it. My armor is quite hard, so my defense is quite high. You will have to work harder if you want to break through my powerful defense, the knight explained as he turned around and faced me. New to Brown. He could only harden his gaze at his opponent's words. Then I will hit you as many times as necessary to defeat you, even if it takes me all night, he exclaimed, moving quickly as he dodged another rotating cut. The boy stayed behind him and made a combo of several cuts in sequence. When the knight turned around, the brunette gave a couple more cuts, taking advantage of the fact that he was not protecting himself. Outside the barrier. Everyone had heard the conversation between the brunette and the knight, so the girls in Rias's group admired the brunette's analytical ability to deduce the wandering demon's intentions. Then came the start of the fight. Then they were able to see firsthand the boy's skills with Ashkelon, that despite the few movements made by Issei, the swordsmen were able to easily notice it. I can't believe it. Your handling of Ashkelon is at a different level than it was before, Zenobia said with an expression of total disbelief. This caught the attention of Rias, Akeno, Koneko, and Irina, who specialized in direct combat, whether magical or otherwise. Saji felt a little outmatched by his rival. But he also knew that his skills had been earned through hard work. He also took into account that he went through quite dangerous situations and emerged victorious. A smile appeared on his face, his rival had taken the lead on this occasion. Momo and Ruruko looked attentively at the former pawn, Gremory. They could certainly feel reassured that someone like him would take care of their king. Then the other Gremory knight spoke. From what I can see, he has better technique than Zenobia. Although he hasn't shown his full speed, I wonder how fast he will be. Kiba explained analytically, holding his chin. He assumed that Issei had acquired new skills to personify Spectra Phantom, although in terms of sword skills he was still not sure how good he was, but it was certain that with Neru and Griselda in the group the brunette would have a respectable level. Kiba's comment made Zenobia and Irina think, since his words were true. If it weren't for Durandal having more offensive power than Ashkelon, Zenobia could say that she would lose without a doubt. Valerie, Kuroka and Neru gave the Bluinette a furtive look, as if they knew what she thought. Valerie assumed that the Bluinette would have no chance against the brunette, since she knew quite a bit about her king's abilities. Kuroka could tell that the brunette wouldn't lose to her, partly because she was so strong and partly because she trusted her boyfriend. Neru also trusted him. She got a taste of the brunette's abilities and knew he was strong. She analyzed Zenobia, realizing that her strong suit was offense, while the brunette balanced strength, speed, and defense at more acceptable levels. She had also heard some details about her style from Griselda, who was Zenovia's teacher. Returning to the combat, they could see how, despite having managed to connect several cuts, the damage caused was minimal. Then they listened to what the devil said, so that later came Issei's statement. It must be said that Issei looked quite heroic when saying that, so almost all the girls were extremely blushing, including Valerie and Neru. This was not helped by the boys' appearance. Those clothes showed the brunette's worked physique, so they could see every muscle contracting at the slightest movement. Rias and her group covered their noses for the imminent nosebleed they might suffer. Irina tried to think of something else or she would fall. Kuroka just licked her lips thinking about another type of combat they would do all night. Then the Gremory girls gasped when they saw the brunette go flying after being hit by his opponent. Curiously, Kuroka, Valerie and Neru remained calm. Also the Citri servants along with Kiba and Gasper. Inside the barrier. The brunette remembered having hit the knight's shield, then it shone and he was barely able to put Ashkelon to protect himself from a powerful counterattack from his opponent. Issei spun a couple of times in the air, before falling into a crouch a couple of meters from the knight. "Oh? You're the first to block my fast counterattack, excellent, it looks like this will last longer than I thought. How fun." The knight exclaimed excitedly as he raised his sword to the sky and his armor turned completely black. The brunette had a bead of sweat running down his cheek. "That attack was dangerous, I should be more careful. I know I could finish it quickly using my boosted gear, but I want to make it clear that I have not wasted my time, nor theirs," he thought as his gaze became sharp. The brunette could feel the pressure that his opponent generated. Surely in that state he received an increase in skills, which meant an increase in his speed and reflexes. Without thinking further, the brunette nailed Ashkelon in front of him while he dropped to one knee and placed both hands on the ground. Ora no. A magic circle appeared on the ground, then the brunette stood up while he took Ashkelon again with his shiny hands. The brilliant aura that covered his hands began to travel across the blade of Ashkelon. Ora no. The brunette put his left hand near the hilt, then ran his left hand over the blade as the glow became more intense. Ora no. The brunette repeated the process again, so now Ashkelon had a shiny golden layer that gave off a very powerful aura covering his blade, not to mention that its reach was broader. Issei looked up and smiled excitedly. "Second round," he murmured before disappearing in speed. The knight turned around quickly and placed his shield where he received a powerful cut. Boom! A shockwave surged upon contact. The knight was dragged a couple of meters due to the power generated in the collision. Issei could also be seen retreating in the same way, while it covered itself with the brilliant Ashkelon, which smoked a little on its blade. His counterattack is incredibly fast. Even Kiba, Grichan or Neruchan would have problems countering that brutal movement. He is undoubtedly a very high-level knight, the brunette thought with his eyes half closed, without taking his gaze off of his opponent. "Ha ha ha, that's what I meant," said the knight, resuming his attack position, before disappearing at speed. The brunette opened his eyes before stopping a diagonal cut from his left side, then he moved a few centimeters and saw the shield pass near his chin. He then moved to his opponent's back, connecting two cuts, moving again, dodging another spinning cut, remaining behind him in his blind spot. The brunette wasted no time and landed the cut on the back. This time it did cause a little more damage since the knight had complained about that attack. "This is my chance," the brunette thought. The knight turned around and faced him, only now he took a step forward in a threatening manner. A horizontal cut from Issei inside the shield and another upward diagonal cut managed to open his defense, but the knight responded with a horizontal cut that the boy dodged by jumping. While in the air, Issei took the opportunity to make a vertical downward cut as it fell to the ground. Standing on the ground, he made a diagonal downward slash followed by a horizontal one to his opponent's torso. He did this combo so quickly that his opponent had no chance to cover himself with his shield. Outside the barrier, all the girls saw how the level of combat increased. They were so caught up in watching the fight that they had forgotten the idea of going through the barrier and helping him. The fact that the brunette and his opponent fought at high speed forced them to use all their senses so as not to miss any movement on both sides. Kiba, Neru and Kuroka were the ones who had no problem keeping up with the speed of those two. Inside the barrier. After that small duel, the brunette returned to his strategy of hitting his blind spot, but despite having done it several times the damage was still minimal, something that was beginning to frustrate him. Damn. This guy is quite tough. I must weaken him if I want to finish this soon, he thought as he attacked his opponent's back again. The effect where his armor had darkened had ended, so his speed had decreased to the same as it had been at the beginning. The brunette couldn't help but click his tongue when the effect of his knowledge aura also ended. Apparently they were back to where they were at the beginning of the fight. Outside the barrier. Everyone watched as the brunette repeated his attack on his opponent's back. They had noticed that the knight no longer had that black aura surrounding him, also how the glow in Ashkelon had disappeared, indicating that the energy impulses had reached their limit time. There's something I don't understand, Irina said suddenly. The comment had broken the uncomfortable silence that reigned in the place. Is something wrong, Irina-san? Ravel asked curiously at the tone of the reincarnated angel. The rest paid attention to the conversation between the blonde phoenix and the brunette with double ponytails, all while watching the fight. Well, Ashkelon is supposed to be a Psyken, so it should cause more damage than we are seeing. The brunette expressed her doubt. The rest opened their eyes to that important detail. It seems that he is not using the sacred aura of Ashkelon for this fight. I can't feel any of his sacred power, Zenobia said seriously. This worried most. Issei-kun will win. If he does not use the sacred aura of Ashkelon, it is because he wants to fight on equal terms and without advantages of that type, Kiba explained with a serene expression. This comment did not calm the girls in Rias's group at all. Naya, I'm sure Issei-kun will have something up his sleeve to compensate for refraining from using sacred power in the fight, Kuroka contributed absently. Despite having some resentment towards the Gremory group, the Nekashu took into account the brunette's words regarding hating someone from that group, something that she admired and respected to the point of following the example of her boyfriend and king. That's why the Nekashu had said those words to reassure Rias and the others. Neru and Valerie had the same train of thought, although the knight had to control himself as best he could upon arriving at the place since their presence bothered him. Unlike most of the group, she was one of those who had no relationship with them, which was why it was more difficult for her to remain neutral towards those responsible for her king's suffering. That boy is not someone weak. If you know him as I see him at first glance, then you should believe in him, Neru said this time seriously. Issei-san is strong. Remember that he has passed higher level tests and enemies, not to mention that he has not used the boosted gear. If there are problems, then Drake-san will help him, said the Dampire with a small smile without letting go. To see Issei. This seemed to work, as Rias and the others seemed a little calmer. Inside the barrier. The brunette was executing his attack from behind again, then the knight raised his sword to the sky as his armor changed color again. This caused a small shockwave that sent Issei flying a couple of meters. Before falling to the ground, Issei composed himself and landed on his feet, only to see the Black Knight already on top of him. TSK. I was careless, he said, smiling tensely as he put Ashkelon in front of him. Clang. Prum. A new shockwave shook the place as both blades met. The brunette was sweating profusely. It was difficult for him to keep his opponent at bay after that increase in power. As best he could, he deflected his opponent's sword so he could land a powerful blow with his left hand on the body of the knight, who was unable to cover himself with his shield. Crack. A creak was heard in the place. The brunette continued with his fist on the knight's torso while exerting force. A blue glow began to cover the boy's left fist. Aha! Was the cry of the boy placing all his weight forward. Graith Mountain Smasher. Due to the powerful blow, the knight flew until he crashed into the warehouse. Boom. The building collapsed instantly, burying the wandering demon in the rubble. Issei remained in the punching position, his left fist still surrounded by energy while the wind moved his hair. Despite that, his eyes kept looking towards the cloud of dust that rose where his opponent had fallen. Outside the barrier. Everyone seemed really surprised at the powerful blow that the brunette had made. Incredible, he achieved all that power without promoting or using his balance breaker. He has really progressed a lot, Akeno said with admiration. Issei-sama is incredible. Ravel mused respectfully. Issei-san. Asya brought her hands to her chest. That's my childhood friend. Irina boasted with a proud smile. Senpai is very strong. Koneko mused with a small smile. It was to be expected from the current Securite. Zenovia now explained, smiling with her arms crossed. He's my cute Issei after all, Rias said, smiling fondly. All without stopping to see Issei. The Citri looked at them with slight disbelief at what they said. They were undoubtedly very bad. For their part, the girls from the Spectra group simply ignored them. Kiba and Gasper just sighed wearily at this. Inside the barrier, Issei resumed his battle stance as the dust cloud disappeared, revealing a small mountain of rubble and twisted metal. His eyes narrowed as he felt a surge of demonic power. Boom! Debris flew in various directions. Issei protected itself with Ashkelon from some who flew in its direction. In the midst of all the chaos, the knight could be seen lying face up, while his sword and shield were a couple of meters away from him. This had returned to normal due to the blow. The knight slowly began to stand up, as his sword began to float towards him as he had released it. It spun several times before returning to his hand. His shield had also attached to his back. That was a good blow. I didn't think that someone like you had such strength. You are undoubtedly a high-class demon. Although unlike those who guard this area, your experience in combat is greater, the knight explained as he took his hand to where he received the impact. The armor was quite cracked in that place and was still giving off a little smoke. That blow caused me a lot of damage. I should be more careful, HMP. It seems that my time has come, but I won't leave without putting on a good show. Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, I'm sure you wouldn't have entertained me as much as this boy he does it, he thought, looking askance at the barrier. There he could see Rias Gremory and her entourage, some servants of Sona Citri and another group watching their fight without being able to enter. He had seen the demons arriving since before they started fighting. He also realized that the boy in front of him was purposely ignoring what was happening outside the barrier he had created. Putting those thoughts aside, he focused on his fight. He took a couple of steps forward, noticing how it was a little difficult for him to move due to the damage caused. Tisk. I'll have to enter Raj mode if I want to extend this fight. Forcing my body to enter that mode without the cooldown time is dangerous for my body, but taking into account that my minutes are numbered, that's no longer important, he thought as he brought his hand behind his back and took up his shield again. Then he raised his sword and his armor turned black. Without hesitation he ran towards his opponent, who was waiting for him with Ashkelon in hand. The brunette began to deflect the various attacks that the knight made, since blocking them completely would be very risky due to the enormous force that those attacks contained. He had realized that his previous attack had caused enormous damage to his opponent, something he had already expected since he had concentrated a large amount of his power on him. If he had used the boosted gear, a couple of boosts would have been enough to finish off his enemy. He put his thoughts aside and decided to focus on continuing to defend himself, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. The previous attack had taken quite a bit of his energy reserve, so he hoped the fight wouldn't drag on too long or he would be forced to use his sacred gear. Luckily for him, the brunette didn't have to wait long. He could notice how the knight began to lose speed in his attacks, so he could evade some cuts with ease. Even the blows with his shield were not as frequent or as strong as before. Outside the barrier, everyone was still watching the battle attentively. Then the knights noticed. The final duel is approaching, Kiba said out of nowhere. This caught the attention of Rias and the others. Issei has managed to cause great damage to his opponent. It is time to deliver the last blow, Zenovia said, appearing a little anxious. That boy proved to be superior to his opponent. This is his victory, Neru said without stopping to watch the fight. Rias and the rest understood what the knight said, so they focused their senses to the maximum, not wanting to miss a single second of the great battle shown by the boy. Inside the barrier, the brunette decided that the time had come, so holding his sword tightly he faced his opponent head-on. Without hesitation he exposed the Ashkelon blade with the aim of hitting the knight's shield. Clang! The sound of metal echoed in the place. As expected, the brunette saw the knight's counterattack and reacted with all his speed, achieving a counterattack of his own, causing both attacks to cancel each other out. This caused both of them to suffer a knockback from the clash of both swords. The brunette's sharp eyes never left his opponent. The knight fell to one knee, so he slowly got up leaning on his sword while covering himself with his shield. Come to me. Let's finish this, he exclaimed fiercely. The brunette approached, dodging a thrust from his opponent by rolling to the side and connecting a diagonal upward slash to the knight's torso below the shield and then quickly connecting a vertical upward slash in the same place. Then the knight tried to react and lunge towards his feet, but the brunette dodged the attack by going up with his hand and facing his opponent to land a horizontal cut on the knight's helmet that made him retreat. Outside the barrier, Kiba was surprised by the fluidity and elegance of the movements achieved by the brunette. Rias and the girls saw him enthralled and with a small blush, This was due to the serious expression on his face, since it made him look extremely attractive. Zenobia was beginning to question whether her previous thoughts about the outcome of a confrontation with the brunette were correct, since the moves shown by him were far better than hers. If I had to say it, only Kiba could defeat him. Omitting the use of the Yi sacred gear, of course. Neru also admired his King's of movements, no doubt he was learning well under Griselda's tutelage. Valerie looked at the boy with a small smile, truly being with him was her best decision, so she hoped to remain by his side for several hundred years. Inside the barrier. Following his attack, the brunette landed a diagonal downward slash on his opponent's torso, but the slash that followed was blocked by the knight's shield. The counterattack was immediate, but it was too slow and weak that the brunette repelled it with his sword, and then connected a combo of 3 cuts on his opponent's body. A diagonal upward cut, a vertical downward cut, and finally a horizontal cut. Without realizing it, this combo caused a gasp of surprise and admiration with the spectators outside the barrier. The knight attempted another attack, this being jumping and falling to one knee with the sword on the ground, which caused several rocks to come out and try to hit the boy. The brunette rolled to the side, dodging the blow, and then cut his opponent's wrist, in the hand with which he was holding his sword. He then connected a gold cut on the knight's knee, and then connected a combo of 3 horizontal cuts on his torso that forced him to stand up, ending with a thrust that made his opponent retreat again. A faint glow surrounded Ashkelon at that moment. With a small impulse, the brunette closed the distance and connected a horizontal cut on his opponent's torso that made him retreat again, but he recovered and launched another cut which the brunette blocked with his sword, and then pushed the knight's sword. The knight swung his shield, but the brunette rolled out of reach and landed in his blind spot. When the knight turned to face him, the brunette landed a vertical downward cut that could not be blocked. A geyser of blood surged from the knight's chest at that moment. Outside the barrier. The girls had their mouths open after that final duel. They never expected that in the time they didn't hear from him Issei would have improved to this point. Hyodo Issei had just shown that his swordsmanship surpassed that of Zenobia, being second only to Kiba. The highlight of all this was that he had not used his boosted gear or Ashkelon's sacred aura at any time during the encounter. Rias and the girls didn't want to admit it, but they were starting to fear that he would leave the group and get away from them. In the eyes of Rias, Akeno and Ravel, the brunette had shown abilities of a high-class demon. This was quite worrying, so the 3 of them made a mental reminder to keep an eye out for the boy being promoted at some point. The rest had similar thoughts, as they remembered all the achievements the boy had in his history, so they had no doubt that at some point he would be promoted. If they didn't clarify the situation with him, he would probably distance himself from them forever. Inside the barrier. The knight remained standing for a few seconds, before falling back to the ground. The knight was breathing hard. Issei shook Ashkelon to clean the blood on the blade, proceeding to put it in the sheath on his back. This was a great duel. The knight pronounced weakly. I hope you are satisfied with this. The brunette said seriously, approaching him. At that moment the knight began to slowly disappear. Dying in combat is what I wanted. Tell me your name, boy. The knight asked. Hyodo Issei. The brunette said when he arrived next to his downed opponent. Hyodo Issei. No clan. I think I know why, the knight said, directing his gaze to a certain part of the barrier. Upon hearing the boy's name he knew instantly who had faced and defeated him. A member of the DXD group, servant of the Gremory clan and the current Securite, Hyodo Issei. But only seeing it in front of him did he know. The relationship with the Gremory clan no longer existed. Knight of the Abyss. Siegfried. He said when half of his body had already disappeared. The brunette nodded to this. I will remember it. The boy pronounced solemnly. Then the knight disappeared completely. The brunette looked at the place where his opponent's body lay for a couple of seconds, before turning around and starting to walk away. Ring. Ring. The ringing of his phone stopped him, so he pulled it out of his bag to answer it. Outside the barrier. The girls had already processed the entire battle, so now they were looking for a way to get in and talk to the boy. Then they heard it. Tsuchan, the brunette said suddenly. The Gremory girls watched intently as the boy spoke on the phone. Kuroka was smiling maliciously since minutes before she had contacted Rosswise and told him about the prank that had occurred to her. Neru noticed his companion's smile and mentally wondered what that naughty cat was up to. Did something happen, Anata? Did you find everything on the list? They heard the female voice transmitted by the boy's phone. In a magic circle, 2 grocery bags appeared in the brunette's hands, which had the logo of a 24-hour store a few blocks from the Hyodo residence. Of course, I'm sorry it's taking longer than usual, but something came up that I had to take care of, the boy responded with a soft smile. This made all the Gremory girls feel upset, who wanted to know who that girl was who took the brunette away from them. "Oh, I understand," the unknown girl responded. Then they heard a new voice. "Oni-chan, hurry home. Tsukiyomi Kaa-chan already has dinner ready," this time a childish voice said. The girls watched as Issei's expression turned slightly goofy. "Lilith-tan, my kawa iae Yamuto, your Oni-chan is on the way," the brunette declared theatrically while summoning a portal-type circle in front of him. "Then we will wait for you." "Anata," the first voice spoke again in a sweet tone. "I'll be there shortly, Tsu-chan," said the brunette, resuming his normal behavior and speaking in a warm tone. Then the call ended. It should be said that the Gremory girls felt their hearts contract because of that brief conversation, since they could see the shine in the boy's eyes when he spoke to that girl named Tsukiyomi. They were also surprised to recognize the child's voice. They did not expect that the copy of Ophis would live with the brunette, much less that she would have a mother-daughter relationship with the girl who lives with Issei. Of all of them, Rias was the most affected, since this was her dream. Have a family with Issei. Therefore, it was very hard for her to imagine the scene of that family dinner. At that moment the barrier began to crack, so everyone prepared to enter and stop the boy. Crash. The barrier fell and they were able to enter, only to see the boy pass through the circle before it disappeared. This made everyone lose hope momentarily. Shaking off those defeatist ideas, Rias turned to her, "Queen Akeno. Trace the magical signature of that circle, we must not let it escape," the redhead ordered. The named one nodded, so closing her eyes she concentrated on the residual energy of the magic circle used to know the destination. However, after several minutes, she opened her eyes with a dull expression. "I'm sorry Rias, I can't do it. It's impossible for me to track him," the black-haired woman declared. This hit everyone's heart. Despite everything, Rias did not want to give up and tried to do it herself, only to realize that her queen was right. The spell was not traceable. No doubt the boy had learned new tricks in this time. "Trouble in paradise, Princess Switch?" Kuroka asked in an amused tone as she approached the group. She blinked doubtfully as Koneko hugged her waist. Kuroka could feel the sadness that her little sister and the girls had, so with a somewhat melancholic smile she comforted the little white-haired cat with her warm hug. "Shirin. Unfortunately you will suffer for your mistakes. As an older sister I can only give you my comfort, since my support goes to the person who suffered the most because of it," the Nekashu thought as she caressed her little sister's back. Rias watched this sadly. Then a hologram of a certain maid appeared in front of her. Rias-sama, another wandering demon, was located north of the city. The silver-haired maid reported in a professional tone. The redhead shook her head. "I understand Graphia, we will take care of it," he responded with a serious face. The maid nodded before the communication ended and the hologram disappeared. Rias looked at her group, noticing that they all looked very affected by what happened moments ago. "I know they are not in the best condition, but we have a job to do," Rias said in a serious tone. They all looked at each other for a moment before looking back at him and nodding. She nodded pleased, and then turned to the others. "Very well, you." He began to speak. Then he realized that there was no one there except the female members of his group. "They left a minute ago, Naya," said Kuroka, who was still hugging a blushing Koneko. Rias felt a little angry at this, especially since Kiba and Gasper were also gone. "Don't worry, I'll take them," the Nekashu said while snapping her fingers. A magic circle flashed beneath them and they disappeared from the place. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The brunette had just arrived home, specifically to his personal office. There he could see that the angelic trio was no longer asleep on the couch. "It seems like they already woke up," he said while smiling slightly. Then he went to the living room, where he felt everyone's presence. Castle room. All the residents of the place were waiting for news of the boy. Rosswise had received a message from Kuroka 15 minutes ago, so when she told the others about it they all had malicious smiles. At that moment Sona's mind put together the rest of the plan, something that made everyone's smiles grow without exception. Just then, someone's footsteps were heard coming down the stairs. Of course they already knew who he was, because they felt his aura when they arrived. "I'm back, girls," the brunette said entering the room. It should be said that several girls blushed when they saw the boy's clothes. Gabriel, Griselda and Penemu brought their hand to their nose. It seemed that there were still consequences of what happened hours before. "Issei." Rosswise approached the boy. He received her with a kiss. Kurumi, Sona and Tsukiyomi also approached him and repeated the white-haired girl's action. The boy felt the slight concern for him in that act. "Don't worry, nothing happened. Although the last thing really surprised me," he said while looking at Tsukiyomi, who was embarrassed by the boy's fixed gaze. Kuroka contacted us to tell us that she had something on her mind, Kurumi said with a small smile as she clung to one of his arms. A call from your wife would be devastating for them. The shopping detail and Lilith participating were Sona's idea, Rosswise said this time. She had taken his other arm. I was lucky that Tsubaki was passing by that store near your house, so I asked her for a couple of things and told her to send them to me. Then I sent them to you with the help of Lu Fei, Sona explained while lying down on the boy's chest with a marked blush. It was a little embarrassing for her to do that, but she didn't want to fall behind the others. Even though it wasn't any kind of competition between them, her woman's instinct told her that she shouldn't lose to them. Human world, Northern Kuo. Kuroka was fighting off a large number of leeches. Apparently the wandering demon that was in this location had a large number of parasite-type familiars, the same ones they were currently dealing with. At that moment he felt like he was losing something. It didn't take him more than a second to know what it was, so he puffed his cheeks into a pout as he used his spiritual flames and took out a large number of familiars. Kiba and Neru, who were nearby, noticed the change in the Nekashu. When they saw his reaction they had a drop on the back of their neck. It was something new for Kiba to see that kind of attitude in her. Gasper and Valerie got rid of a large number of leeches with a combined darkness element attack. They looked at the black-haired girl, then they saw her anger and how she crossed her arms. They both laughed lightly in embarrassment. Saji, Momo and Ruruko were fighting the wandering demon, which was a mature woman with the lower half of her body as a snake. It must be said that the four of them had a drop on the back of their necks seeing the girl's pout. Rias and the others had arrived at the place a minute ago. Seeing that the fight had already started she ordered not to participate, as she wanted to see the skills of the Knight of Spectra. For her it was a great surprise that he did excellent teamwork with the Knight of his peerage. In her eyes it seemed that both knew the other's abilities perfectly. Then she saw Kuroka's reaction, this of course left her with a distraught expression. Koneko looked in disbelief at that expression on her older sister. The others had a drop on the back of their necks as they listened to her muttering incomprehensible things. Kuroka stood with her arms crossed. Puff puff. Puff puff. Clusters of steam came out of his head due to the childish anger he felt. You will have to compensate me for every kiss you give them in my absence, he thought without abandoning his posture. Underworld, Dragon Castle. I see, at first I didn't know what was happening, but upon hearing Tsukiyomi's question it wasn't difficult for me to deduce what was happening, the brunette said with a thoughtful expression. When I heard the plan it seemed like the perfect opportunity to make it clear to them that you are mine. Tsukiyomi said with a slight blush. Ahem. The others were instantly noticed. I meant our. I'm sorry, I'm still not completely used to sharing Anata. The blonde mentioned as she approached the boy's back. Lilith also helped. Ophis's copy said while hanging on Issei's back. Tsukiyomi earned a twitch in his eye, as the little girl had won him the only available spot to hug the boy. I know my Kawa Iae Amuto. We better go to sleep, something problematic awaits me tomorrow. The boy said while yawning. Saying goodbye to the others, the brunette went to his room with little Lilith in his arms. The boy's girlfriend stayed behind to wait for the missing girl while the others went to sleep. It only took 10 minutes for Kuroka to arrive with Valerie and Neru. Time to sleep, Rosswise said, stretching his arms. The rest of the girls nodded. When they arrived at the boy's room, they could see him fast asleep while being hugged by Lilith. They were all moved by the scene and couldn't help but think about the future, when they would have a family with him. They put their ideas aside and all changed, and then settled into bed with him. They all took their places from the night before. Rose-chan. Rumi-chan. Tsu-chan. So-chan. Kuro-chan, he murmured in his sleep when they hugged him. This surprised them, and then they smiled and gave him a kiss each before accompanying him to the world of dreams. Human world, Hyodo residence. Rias and the girls had arrived home. They all looked extremely sad because they couldn't talk to the brunette. Rias was also extremely affected by it. She hoped they would manage to contact him as soon as possible to make it clear to him that he was the one she truly loved. Without further ado, everyone went to sleep with a bad taste in their mouths due to what happened that night. The next day. Another day arrived and in a certain castle a brown-haired teenager had just woken up. He smiled at the vision he had. All the girls he loved slept with a peaceful expression on their face. For him this scene was worth everything he had to go through. His gaze went to the clock which showed 7 a.m. Girls, it's time to get up, he said out loud. They all grimaced a little, but didn't wake up. At that moment a certain maid entered the room. Issei-sama. It's time to get up, he said, before noticing his master's situation. Maya-chan, could you open the curtains please? I need to get up. The brunette asked. The blushing maid nodded at the boy's order. She had been surprised by the image of the boy surrounded by beautiful girls, but thinking about it carefully, it was not at all strange that they wanted to sleep with him. After all, he was her boyfriend. When she opened the curtains, daylight came through the window, causing everyone to wrinkle their faces at the brightness. The maid bowed and left the room. The brunette sighed. With everything that has happened, he has not been able to talk to the girl to clarify the working conditions. The girls began to wake up one by one. The boy watched them as they rubbed their eyes and stretched after that night of sleep. "Good morning, Anata," Tsukiyomi said when he approached the boy. He smiled before pulling her in and kissing her. The blonde was surprised by this, but since that was her intention, she simply let herself be carried away by the gesture. Thanks to the seal, the wings of light would not appear every time the gesture of affection was made between them. They both separated, the brunette smiling warmly and the blonde looking away with a small blush and a smile. Then the boy looked at the white-haired girl. Without thinking much, she pounced on him and kissed him. They both separated while Roswise smiled sweetly with a light blush. Next was Kurumi, who approached with almost hypnotic slowness before claiming his lips. When they separated, the black-haired woman smiled with immense affection. The brunette felt his heartbeat from that gesture. Then it was Kuroka's turn, who approached him moving like a cat. When he was in front of the boy, his face took on a sweet and innocent expression. The boy caressed her cheek lovingly and then pulled her to him and kissed her gently. When they separated, he gave her one more caress, making her sigh with her eyes closed. He then looked at Sona, who, slightly embarrassed, approached him. The brunette smiled at how tender she looked, and then took her hands and pressed his lips to hers. The black-haired woman let herself be carried away by the gesture. When they separated, she looked down, quite blushing as she smiled shyly. Then his gaze turned to little Lilith. The boy caressed her head lovingly as she laughed lightly. At that moment, everyone got out of bed, while the brunette looked for his towel. The brunette headed to the bathroom while they went to their rooms, with the exception of Sona, who teleported to her home in the human world, and Lilith, who went straight to the dining room. When he got to the bathroom, the brunette knocked on the door to avoid events like the one in the morning the day before. When he made sure that no one was there, he proceeded to enter. 20 minutes later, the brunette entered the dining room wearing his uniform. He greeted the girls who were present and without wasting time served his breakfast. When he was done, he looked at his phone and saw that it was 10 minutes before 8 a.m. This made him instantly petrify, as he was getting late. "Oh, by the way, it seems that the clock in the room does not work very well, Issei-sama," the maid reported, entering the dining room with the device in her hands. "I'm late," he exclaimed as he quickly grabbed his briefcase. All his girlfriends present stood up from their seats to see him off. The brunette kissed each one, but he did not notice that some sleepy Gabriel, Griselda, and Penemu entered the dining room and were right at the end of the line that the girls had formed. Then it happened. Roswise, Kurumi, and Kuroka blinked at what they saw. Tsukiyomi had a twitch in his eye. Neru opened his eyes in disbelief and some envy. Lufei blushed. Valerie covered her mouth, stifling a surprised cry, but she also felt slightly jealous. And the brunette was kissing Gabriel. It must be said that Seraphim's eyes were wide open. The next was Griselda, who felt herself completely awaken when she felt her lips claimed by the boy. Penemu couldn't believe what was happening either when she felt the boy's lips meet hers. "See you later," he said when he separated from a shocked Penemu. With no more time to waste, he summoned a teleportation circle and disappeared from the place. The place became completely silent. The angelic trio had a monumental blush, as they stared into nothingness trying to process what had happened. Roswise sighed lightly, before amusingly watching the trio's reaction. Kurumi just shrugged her shoulders. She didn't see anything wrong with it, knowing that there would be more girls and she would feel more at ease if they were known. Kuroka was trying her best not to laugh at the three girls' expressions. Lufei, Neru and Valerie had returned to their breakfast trying to distract themselves, but they couldn't get the feeling of discomfort that arose when they saw them receive a kiss from the boy. Tsukiyomi just sighed in resignation. It wouldn't be easy to share, but she would do it for him. Maya just smiled. The mornings were certainly interesting in this place. Human world, Kuo City. The brunette walked quickly so as not to be late, since not seeing any students on the street told him that he was on time. "I don't know what's worrying you, you don't even go to class." The dragon spoke. "What are you talking about, Drake? Punctuality is a virtue that I want to keep in mind." The boy responded. "If you say so, but what you did before leaving the castle surprised me, although I think you will have problems again," the dragon said mockingly. This raised an eyebrow at the boy, who had already entered the school, fortunately on time. Then he felt like he was missing something important, but he couldn't place what. Putting those thoughts aside, he headed to the journalism club room, which didn't take him long to reach. Standing at the door, the brunette hesitated a little, but took a deep breath to calm himself before knocking. "Go ahead," he heard someone say inside. "With permission," he said, entering the place. The place was as I expected, with a long table where you could see a couple of computers as well as the printing equipment. He could also see how a corner of the room was arranged with lighting and a couple of sewn-for-alls for greater comfort. The brunette saw the improvised scenario with a drop on the back of his neck. On a desk at the end of the room he could see a girl with black hair and golden eyes. "Welcome to the Hyodo Issei Journalism Club. My name is Shinomiya Motoko and I am the president of the club," the girl spoke, standing up. The brunette also saw that there was a sewn-for-all in front of the desk, on which a couple of girls he knew perfectly were sitting. "Marayama, Kates? What are they doing here?" the boy asked doubtfully. They only let out a small sigh when they heard the question. "Motoko-senpai also wanted to interview us," said the pink-haired girl named Kates. "Since we were involved in yesterday's event, she wanted to have everyone involved here. It was Marayama's contribution." The brunette let out a sigh of resignation. "Well, since we're all here, I need you at your positions. This way please," she said while making a gesture for them to follow her. Arriving at the improvised stage, the brunette and the girls sat on one sewn-for-all while Motoko sat on the other. He then typed on the computer on the coffee table before standing upright. Kuo University Building. Rias was in class at the moment. She was a little impatient for the first period to end, since Sona had told her that she had the information she had asked for. Then all the cell phones began to ring indicating a message. Even the teachers. The message instructed them to connect to the school's website. The teacher did it, to find out what was happening. No one knew that this was happening in the entire Kuo Academy. Since the teacher was giving an interactive class using a projector, it was seen how he entered the place indicated by the message. Then you could see how a video began to play. "When will this Motoko-senpai start?" a nervous pink-haired girl asked. "Motoko, I have to go to class, so whatever you're up to, do it now," said a brunette in an exasperated tone. This pair was nothing important, unlike the third person on screen. Issei, Akeno and Rias whispered at the same time with shocked expressions. Sona and Tsubaki just smiled amusedly. The other students also began to murmur the boy's name and why he would be there. The professor was talking to someone on the phone, commenting on what was happening at the screening. "I guess I already gave you enough time to visit us. Welcome to Kuo Corner, where everything is news." A black-haired girl began to speak. The other three looked confused. "This day we will interview someone who has given a lot to talk about. Kuo's former pervert, Hyodo Issei," the girl said while pointing to the named one. He adjusted his glasses before looking at her with enormous doubt. "It's true, I didn't tell you that we are live and that possibly the entire school at all academic levels is watching us right now," the girl with golden eyes announced with a predatory smile. The girls who were sitting next to Issei instantly tensed when they heard those words. The brunette only put a hand on his neck, slightly embarrassed. "Was it necessary to do it live, Motoko-senpai?" the brunette asked with slight discomfort. The girl smiled even more. "But what question is that, Hyodo-kun? Of course it was necessary. You, my little friend, are the news of the year. I should have shared this moment with everyone," the girl said without erasing her smile. The boy just smiled tensely at that response. Then the girl looked towards where the camera was supposed to be. "Now we will know if the rumors are true. Hyodo Issei-kun. Get ready to confess all your secrets," the girl exclaimed, pointing at him theatrically. The other two girls remained motionless, unable to process what was happening. The brunette sighed again with resignation. In several random rooms, the girls from the Gremory group watched the brunette being interviewed. All of them had expressions of disbelief at what was coming. For his part, the boy just wanted it all to end. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.